対象たるものは孤高無双の英雄でこれに従うつわものは共に共感決死の死鬼神に恥じぬ UR も天の許さぬ反逆を落としし者は昔より栄えしためしあらざるぞ敵が滅ぶるそれまでは進めや進めもろともに魂る剣抜き連れて死する覚悟で進むべし三国の不動者の負のその身を守る魂の一心この方すがれたる大和刀の今さらにまたより泉の誉れ敵も味方ももろともに
Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
死ぬべきぞ大和魂あるものの死ぬべき時は今なるぞ人に遅れて恥かくな敵が滅ぶるそれまでは進めや進めもろともに魂る剣抜き連れて死する覚悟で進むべしそれまでは進めや進めもろともに魂る剣抜き連れて死する覚悟で進むべし敵が滅ぶるそれまでは進めや進めもろともに魂る剣抜き連れて死する覚悟で進むべし死する覚悟で進むべし
Banzai! 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 Oh my god. The day is finally here. Well, technically not today, but today's stream is finally here. We are going to be getting into Invasion America, the brand new lore expansion for Konflikt 47, and let me tell you, it is a very, very exciting day. Dagon speaks, erect and feeling rifty, baby. I can't stand up. I haven't been able to stand up all day. I've just been sat in this chair all day, man. Truly, it is an amazing day today. So, what are we going to be getting into? In case you've been living under a rock, basically, Konflikt 47 has been, the main game launched, but what Warlord's been doing is every 3 to 6 months, they've been bringing out another sort of expansion to the game. Now, these expansions, they don't really, they don't contain any rules in them. There's a few like narrative scenarios and stuff, but they are huge lore expansions to the game. And the last one that we had, well, technically it was the first one, the last one that we had, was Festung Europa, where we found out what the hell has been going on in Europe during the Rift, which is awesome. And then this time, it's all about the invasion of Amerika. And this is the Japanese surprise attack on Amerika. No, we're not talking Pearl Harbor. They did it once, and they thought, you know what? We're going to do it again. Pearl Harbor 2, Banzai Boogaloo. That's what's going to be happening. So it's a big lore dump day. Now, these lore dumps, these sort of lore expansions do coincide with expansions, with like new units and stuff that are coming to the game as well. Now, don't worry though, you don't need to buy the book to get access to the rules. Warlord is just incredibly based. Warlord just, they do wargaming right. You buy the book if you want to, support the game and read some really fucking cool lore and have some really fucking cool pictures. But all of the new units that come with the game, you get the rules for free. They get updated online on konflikt47.com, and they will be in the army lists there. So it just means you just get this book just because it's fucking hype. All right. There you go. You're telling me they aren't increasing the price of Warlord Plus by 25%? There's no Warlord Plus, Master Pep. Yeah, technically they are, but you increase 0 by 25%, it's still 0, right? But yeah, basically what we're going to do today is go through everything to do with Invasion Amerika, and I will be answering as many of you. Every single question that you have, I can now answer it. No issues whatsoever. I can't show off the book in its entirety. Warlord Games have asked just to show snippets and all that kind of stuff, which I get. They obviously want people to have a reason to buy the book. I get that 100%, right? So, obviously I'm gonna respect that. And speaking of Warlord, can we all get a big 07 down in the chat, and can we all say a big thank you to Warlord because they have sent me the copy of this book early. And I have read through this book like twice now, and it's so fucking good. It's different to Festung Europa. It's not very different. It's a little different to Festung Europa, but in all of the right ways, it is just most excellent indeed. So I think I've had this book for about a week or so, and I have been just absolutely itching to tell you guys all about it. And now I can. Now I also, I do know a lot of the information about the new units that are coming out. I don't have the specific data sheets or unit entries for the new units, but I will be able to tell you about them and what you can expect from them. And all that kind of good stuff. So I can even talk to you about some of the new units that are coming down the line, specifically for the Japanese and stuff like that. So it's I can tell you everything basically. I can't tell you stuff that's the crazy thing is there's more stuff coming down the pipeline which I can't tell you about. But let me tell you, I said this before, I've said it again. We are just at the tippity top of the iceberg, boys, and there is so much more coming down the pipeline. Festung Europa was an amazing start. Invasion Amerika is an amazing start, but there's so much incredible shit that's coming after this as well. Rest assured that this is only the beginning. This is only the beginning, and when we get to the end of Invasion Amerika today, I will reveal to you a little sneak preview that is at the end of this book that will give you a hint for what is coming with the next book. That's right. They already have the next book planned out. Woo-hoo, baby. So not only do you get to enjoy what you're going to get to see today, but you also get to keep the hype train flowing. You also get to keep the creative juices flowing. You get to keep the speculation flowing. It's really, really fucking cool. So much to be excited for today. Dagon speaks K47 main game energy. Absolute main game energy. I'm telling you now, K47 has got main game energy. I don't think it can. I don't think there can be any doubt about this now. I look forward to every update for this game. I enjoy playing this game so much. I truly think that this is one of the best war games out there right now. Just on its own 2 feet, on its own merits, with the direction that the developers are taking it, with the mindset that the developers have, with the community that we've got around it, with all the releases that are coming down the pipeline. I really think that if you were somebody that wanted to make K47 your main game, whether you were someone that was getting into wargaming for the first time, or if you were somebody that was, maybe coming over from another war game, and you were like, I need something that's got a bit of meat to it, I need something that's substantial, I need something that's going to be able to satisfy my wargamer, no-lifing autism, I think that K47 has got you so fucking covered, boys. It's so fucking sick, boys. It's so sick. And today, I'm going to tell you right now, some of the lore that you guys are going to learn today, some of the world building that you guys are going to learn today, it is going to blow your fucking minds. It is going to do you know what it's going to do? It's going to create chatter. It's going to create discussion. As for every answer that you get, you will have 2 more questions. For every mystery that starts to be peeled back, more layers will be revealed underneath. If you are someone that loves getting into the lore discussions, the lore debates, comparing information, just getting into that shit with your fellow wargamers, today is going to be a good day for you. Let me just tell you. So many implications. Oh my God. We've got mystery, but we've also got answers. And that's what you want. You want information that starts getting your imagination running wild. And that's what we've got today. I cannot hype this up enough. Lord Cates is asking, how expensive is K47? I don't want to spend £180 on a single model Baneblade. Lord Cates, you can get a full K47 army for between, I would say, 150 and about 200 quid. The full army. You could actually do it a lot cheaper than that. We found, you can actually do it a lot cheaper than that, but the average I would say is, you can get it for about 120 in a lot of cases. But if we say between 120 and 200, I think that's a reasonable fucking. That is a conservative estimate, and that's not me over exaggerating anything. And that's always the best way to do it, right? No point in getting people hyped up and then it not paying off, right? Yeah. All right. Okie croaky. All right. So, let's have a fucking look. So that's the intro. That is the intro. And now it is time for us to observe our traditions, to get into this stream proper. And there's only one way of doing that. And that is with roll call, baby! Stand up and be counted. Who is in the stream tonight? If you're a channel member, get that Japanese emoji, that Japanese K47 emoji going. If you're not a channel member, get the 07s going down in the chat. Let's see who is ready to die for the Emperor. Banzai! Let's see who we've got here. Oh my God. Look at it. Look at it go. Look at, you know what, guys? You guys have overwhelmed roll call in the best possible way. Full Sprigs mode engage. Unleash the 07s. Unleash the Banzai. It's a self-assessment roll call tonight. Look at it go. Oh, there. Look at it go, boys. I tell you what. Let's see which side is more popular. If you're a channel member, spam. If you're a channel member, spam the American K47 emoji or the Japanese K47 emoji for which side you are going to be supporting in this fight. Let's see. Let's see if the Banzais or the Rock Flag and Eagles win. Oh my God. Oh, that is beautiful. On-screen chat is utterly broken. The stream analytics are through the roof. The chat rate is at 159 chats per second or something crazy. Oh my God, that's amazing. Oh my God. Well, welcome to all of you beautiful bastards, to all of you riff busting maniacs. Thank you for being here and thank you for joining today's stream. If I could politely ask you to go ahead and, if you've not already done so, like the stream. And if you've not already done so, subscribe to the channel. It is a great way of supporting the stream, of supporting the channel, and specifically of supporting the Konflikt content on this channel as well. If you enjoy the Konflikt content and you want to see more of it and you want to do as well as possible, then go ahead, like, subscribe, chat, all those things that boost the stream with the YouTube algorithm. I also want to say a big thank you to everybody who's got the stream started off right, coming in with all the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships, and coming in with all of the big support and getting the stream popping up, baby! Let's take a moment to go through and show our appreciation and our thanks and go through all of that support which has come in. And whilst I'm doing that, I'm going to do a little poll here. Which side do you support in Invasion America? We have got the USA. We have got the Japanese. And we have got a third faction, which I will let you all react to when you see the poll come up in stream. There you are. There you are. Get the votes going, boys. Get the votes going. All right, let's see which one. Let's see which one comes up. I think a lot of people knew. What was coming with that third faction. I think a lot of people knew the Soviets were going to be involved in this. They do have a small part to play in the invasion of America. There you are. You missed the Green Vault. Well, the Green Vault are in the background, but they're not truly they don't truly take part in Invasion America. Well, not so directly. Of course, they're always pulling the strings, and we do get a little look at some of the things they may have been doing. But yeah, better undead than red. Fuck's sake, John, I love that. All right. Actually, the Soviets played two parts in Invasion America. They played two parts. It's quite interesting. So let's see. But they're definitely they're a little sideshow, but they're interesting. All right, what have we got? We've got some support coming in. Let's see what people have been doing. So I want to say a huge thank you to Russell W. Russell W. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 5 extra Ghost Warriors to spirit walk into America. Yes. Thank you so much to the 5 extra soldiers to die gloriously in the name of our Emperor. I also want to say a huge thank you to the Lower Decks. The Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat. Defend Burger Town. Lower Decks, you're from Australia. I think you're not going to have time to defend Burger Town when you are having to fight over New Guinea like your nation's lives depend on it. The chat, let me just tell you, The Japanese are going strong in the Pacific. They're going strong. All right. What have we got next? We've got Marold. Marold, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts. And as always, Marold, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, and a scholar. There we are. I thought the NDA expires at 0000. It does, but I'm not giving too much away. I'm giving a few tidbits away, but we will get into the main information at 0000. So there we are. All right. What have we got here? We have got Cool German Dude. Cool German Dude, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the Japanese karate super sticker. I absolutely love it, man. Thank you so much for your generous support. Thank you for doing your part. We've also got Cosmic, my boy. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat. 14-hour shift make me strange. Update and stream discussion. Are you just like going mad doing a 14-hour shift, Cosmic? Fair enough. After 14-hour shift, I went mad and I made a mini walker to go with my big one for the Soviet scrap. The army grows. Cosmic. At this point, I think you should just like... I think we're getting to the point, Cosmic, where you just need to be making models entirely out of milliput. Because this model is basically 90% milliput at this point. It's 9% milliput and the remaining 5% are super glue caps. The main 10% is super glue caps. I love it. Brilliant, man. Absolutely bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Hey, it goes to show you are only ever limited in your hobby life by your imagination. There we are. What have we got next? Konflikt again! Konflikt again. Thank you for the super chat. Did they fix the twin super bazookas yet? Yes, because they were already fixed, Cosmic. You've already had the answer to this. Remember, Warlord said if you kept asking them about this, they were going to take the twin super bazookas away. They were going to make it only fire one shot, let alone two separate shots. All right? No. If you want rerolls for your super bazookas, get Bertie and get some luck. All right? Technically, you could use Bertie to fix the super bazookas. Oh, yeah. There you go. We've got Squidfist, my boy. Squidfist, thank you so much for the super chat. My man, thank you, sir. Oh, sir. Banzai, message to discussion. Praise be the formed emperor. Oh, God. So what's happened is Squidfist has decided to go arise, but this time he's rising up from the sewers to overthrow the man rather than rising up from the sands of Kemri. Let's have a look here. I just want to send some love to my favourite streamer. Hey, you're too kind. And true farmed emperor Tiki the Hut. Banzai! Hey! I shouldn't have read the whole sentence, you cunt. I sent out a call for a while, and no point did he answer. I sent him a few GSC I wasn't using, and he sent me a wow in a box. Also, thanks for the streams. 07, sir. Hey, there we go. I love it. I love it. Big shout out to Tiki. Banzai! 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 Big shout out to Tiki. F of the chat for my ego. But big shout out. This is very, very generous. That's so cool, man. That's so fucking cool, bro. Nice. He's a good lad, that Tiki, isn't he? He's a good lad. There you are. So cool. Getting the boys together. Orcs, 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 orcs. Love that shit, man. That's cool as fuck. Nice. 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 We've also got Makan. Makan, thank you for the Banzai. 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 Thank you for the Banzai chat, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for taking part in the invasion of America. Let's have a look at the poll actually right now. 44% of people support America in the invasion of America. 35% support the Japanese and 21% support the Soviets. Hey, so technically, more people support the invasion than the defense. Just saying. Technically speaking. Technically speaking. There we are. All right, what have we got here? Lancet Lindblom, thank you for super chat, sir. Some local community pictures in stream discussion. Let's have a look. North Alabama bolt action. Cool. So I can see there's some K-47 here because I can see there's some Fireflies here. That looks like maybe, is that like a Japanese AA gun or something? Nice. Tesla Greyhound. That's cool as fuck, man. Love that. Linebacker. I fucking love the linebacker. I need to build more of mine. I've got 6 and I've only built one of them. I'm probably not going to build all 6 though. I'll probably I'll try and give some away or something. Yeah. Cool. I actually just painted my own jackal up. It was a really, really enjoyable mini. I'm looking forward to getting my hands on some more of them actually. Yeah. Tesla Sherman. What an absolute beaut. What a beauty. Love that. And then we've got the pond skater as well. Very cool. I love the Fallout tank as well. I remember that one. That's great. Yes, the Nax era. Very, very nice. Cool. I'm going to be painting up my totem core next, I think. I kind of want to do my totem core, but I also want to do my Japanese, but I won't be able to do my Japanese until the end of the month, so I've got a couple of weeks to basically bash out a totem core armor, which I think I'll be able to do relatively easily. Nice. Hey, good use of the Marcher minis. They do look good, don't they? Yeah, they look decent. Cool. Very, very, very cool. Great to see lots of K-47 minis. Interested to see some of the other ones, like a 3D print here and you know, a Marcher mini there, but and a Fallout mini here as well. But overall, great to see the variety of miniatures and great to see many games being played. That's awesome, man. Nice. Sick. I love, in fact, going back to that picture, I love that. Look at how that board looks, boys. That's a good looking board, isn't it? That's cool as fuck. Yeah. I love that shit, man. I love that shit. That's excellent. What have we got next? We have got Nostalgia Vivek. Thank you so much for the super chat, my man. Thank you for super chat. Thank you for your support, sir. Old/mid-hammer buys in stream discussion. Ooh, let's have a look. He's been going off on one recently. He's been going deep into the mid-hammer source. I love it, Nostalgia Vivek. I absolutely love it. Anytime if you ever find yourself near Element Games, ever want to play a game of mid-hammer, you fucking hit me up, bro. We'll make it happen. Been on a bit of a spending spree for older minis in order. 5th edition plastic multi-part Demon Prince, still sealed. Great kit. Love that kit. 3rd edition metal Demon Prince, even better. That's a classic Dawn of War 1-1. 3rd edition Chaos Lord with axe and plasma pistol. Nice. 3rd edition Lord with power fist and combi weapon. Nice. 3rd edition Iron Warriors Warsmith. Such a cool fucking model. 2nd edition Chaos Sorcerer. The last 2 will 100% be at Tantalus. The other 4, well, we'll see how it goes. I did not paint the 2 painted minis. I bought them painted and they appear with that paint scheme because it's Iron Warriors. That's cool, man. Yeah, sounds good to me. Nice. Really, really cool. And look at this. Like, they're bringing it back, but GW for a time was really good at getting that cross compatibility going, and then they just fucked it in 10th edition. But hopefully they'll be fixing that. Cool. Such a classic miniature. I'd recommend getting your hands on some, not just super glue, but I'd recommend some milliput as well. It'll help bring it all together. Fucking love that mini. So good. That's a classic right there. That's a piece of history right there, gentlemen. Love that shit. Yeah. Such a cool fucking model, the Warsmith. I actually think that Warsmith looks better than the current Warsmith. With all the tentacles and shit. I don't care about that. I think that miniature actually looks better. Yeah. Hey. You know, the old minis, they just look better. Epoxy's good as well. Yeah. Milliput, I use it more of a catch-all term. Yeah. But yeah, they look amazing, man. Do you want to know something, boys? I wasn't going to mention it today because obviously it's more of a K-47 stream today. But do you want to know something that I found? Someone you've sort of reminded me to talk about this, Nostalgia Vivek. Someone is selling this army. This pro painted, and it is actually really nicely painted, Firstborn Crimson Fist army, every model upgraded with all of the Crimson Fist upgrade bits. They're selling that for 200 quid. And the thing is, I don't need it because I have a Firstborn Bloodraven army. But the thing is, I really want it. I really, really want it. I really, really, really want it. Oh, man. So, I might... It's on eBay. It's got a few days to go. You know. And I'm going to keep an eye on it. And if it'll be in tomorrow's stream, but maybe, you know, I'll let the community decide whether I get it or not. We'll do a bit of, you know, we'll do a bit of a community, like we did for the Blood Ravens. We do a bit of a community drive for it. And that way, if people want it, they can, if you want to see that like on the channel, they want to see that in like an old edition, an old like 4th edition battle report, or for me to take it to like a tournament or something, then you know, people can support it. If they're like, nah, it's a cool army, but I'm not that bothered about seeing it on the channel, then they can vote with their wallets in that way. Do you know what I mean? We've done that. That's the way we've done it in the past. That's the way people like to do it. That's the way we'll continue to do it, and we'll see what the people say. Yeah. So that's probably a GW employee. He knows all it will go to Legends. Maybe, but yeah. Mordian Glory. I don't need it. I need it. In fact, Crimson Fists are my favorites. One of my favorite Space Marine chapters as well. It's like this army is perfectly designed for me. It's actually perfectly designed for me. It's easily gonna be like 2,000 points for 40k, right? And it's easily gonna be 1,500 points for older editions. So yeah. Legends, what's that? These are for 5th edition. That's true. Exactly right. So you've already decided, don't lie to yourself. Well, the thing is, I am really tempted by it, but I do have a full Firstborn Blood Ravens army that I only bought fairly recently. So, you know, it's one of those where we'll let the people decide. We'll let the people decide about it. It looks beautiful, though. Yeah, it does look beautiful. So we'll see. We'll see. You know, I've got it on me watch list. I'm keeping an eye on it. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But it does look. But your army needs a friend. That's true. And I eventually collecting like all the Firstborn armies. It would be cool. Yeah. There we go. I love how with the tiny devils on the shoulder. You are. I always. The thing is, I've done this from day one with my streaming. Chat is in command here. Chat has always been in command here. I am merely a vessel for chat. That's the way it goes. Yeah, that's the way it goes, man. All right, what have we got? So the time limit. Maybe you'll see that in the future. Is all I'm saying. What have we got next? Commander HHL. Commander HHL, thank you so much for the super chat, my man. Thank you so much, man. Trooper 1541 needs help turning on gifted memberships. Okay, yes. So if you would like to receive, or if you would like to be eligible to receive one of the gifted memberships that you see people throwing around in the live stream, then you have to turn your gifted memberships on. And the way that you do that is this is the live stream. Just pause it down so you don't hear me twice. You go down to join here, and then don't click this unless you want to pay for it. Click the 3 buttons up here, and then go to gift membership settings and make sure that's toggled on. If it's toggled on, then you'll be eligible to receive a gifted membership. But they are handed out randomly by YouTube. So basically people gift them, and then YouTube just hands them out randomly to people that are in the stream. So there you go. So if you want to get a gifted membership, that's the way that you can get a chance to get one. All right. There we go. So there we are. What have we got next? But thank you, Commander HL. Appreciate that. And also thank you for the gifted membership as well. Hey! Thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you for doing your part, sir. Next, we have got Solarius. Solarius, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Woo! Let's have a look here. Been away from painting for a month. Some heavy armor to get me back in. Nice. Double Dawn, baby. Love that shit, man. And I love the camo scheme that you've gone for there, man. That looks so fucking cool. Ah, that's so good. You've done such a good job. All the stowage and the camo and the crew. Nice. I love how you can, just by looking at them, you can tell the difference between them with like the crew and stuff that are on them. Very, very cool, man. Very, very, very cool indeed. Nice. Nice. Oh, you've gone for the Cadian upgrade for the tank van as well. Very fancy. Ooh, very fancy indeed. Nice. Sick, man. Absolutely sick. Very, very cool. Awesome stuff, mate. Brilliant paint job. And great to see you back on the painting, man. That's excellent. What have we got? Chris K! Chris K, thank you for super chat. Buy a thing. I will. Well, we won't do it today. It's a bid anyway. So I can't buy it today anyway. I can't buy it now. If I could, maybe I would do it today. But what we'll do is either tomorrow or on the Thursday stream, depending on when that Crimson Fist army ends up going, the bids end up finishing, right? We'll do the drive then. We'll do the 1 day 22 hours. So it's probably going to be a tomorrow stream thing. Yeah, because if I wait till Thursday, I'll be too late. So we won't do it today. We'll do it tomorrow. All right. Today we'll keep things fairly sort of Invasion America sort of focused, but tomorrow we'll see what we will let the community decide my fate. There we are. Wise Old Worm. Thank you for the super chat. Latest hobby update for my KMT X-Force in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Yes. Holy shit, bro. This looks awesome, man. It's crazy. I literally just painted up 2 Stuart tanks myself for my Americans. Not obviously you're doing it for your Chinese, but yeah, for my Americans. It's a really cool little kit, the Stuart. I do enjoy it. Yeah. Nice. Wait, is that meant to look like a cat face? That is brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant, man. I love that. Very, very cool. I do like the idea that maybe the Chinese are getting some of the earlier Rift tech off the like the Americans, like getting some of the old Stuart tanks with some of the some Tesla cannons thrown on top of them. Yeah, very, very cool. Very, very cool indeed. I love this, man. I love this. Yeah, Lend-Lease, Chinese nationalists, exactly. I love all of the... I really love the theming for this army. And you're painting it really fucking well. Not only is it a really cool idea, but you're executing it well. And I think that's very, very important to acknowledge. Yeah, look at that. Look at this one, man. This is still my favorite. They're all excellent, don't get me wrong. But this one I think is particularly special. Yeah, so fucking cool. I love all the extra gubbins you're putting on them, like the stowage. I'm loving the freehand that you're doing with them. I'm loving the theme of the Chinese army. Yeah, excellent. And we do actually have a little bit of information about China in Invasion America as well. So there we are. By the way, for those of you that are curious when the reveals will start... 2 hours from now. Okay. So we start the stream at the normal time. We're giving people a chance to join in, talk about, sort of off topic bits. And then the moment it rolls over to midnight, we can go full send on the reveals. There we go. All right. What do we got next? What do we got next? We've got Wise Old Word. No, Wise Old Word. We've got Green Knight. Green Knight. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Ran my first tournament, which was K47 on the weekend. It was a blast. Photos and details in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Firstly, well done on you for organizing an event. Secondly, fucking awesome that it was a K47 one as well. Organised and ran my first tournament ever on Saturday. Had a blast and the stress of getting everything in order was well worth it on the day. In order to get 4 games in during the day, we played 1 hour and 45-minute games on a 4x4 table. I mean, that's fair enough. You could probably get... I mean, most one-day events are 3 rounds, but I don't think anyone's going to complain about having, you know, more rounds in a game, more rounds in a day. But just in case people did have issues with being able to fit the games in that time frame, don't be afraid to, you know, go down to 3 rounds in a day, 2.5 hour rounds kind of thing. I think everyone will be totally okay with that. Did we... 1491 points. Exactly 71 total car. I love it. Did we run over time? Yes. Did everyone have a fun day? Very much so, yes. I ended up theming the tournament around the rest of the world versus the Axis with 4 Axis plus my Swedish-themed Russians. I had planned on Axis and Japan versus the rest of the world, but a player couldn't make the first 2 rounds due to family issues. Versus 2 Russians, 1 British, 1 Japanese, and 1 US Army. Hey, that's pretty good. That's a 10 people at a K47 event. Can't complain about that. I will be releasing the custom mission soon. Just a little tinkering required. Favorite of the day was the totem vault that required facing off against 30 feral totems. That's so cool. Look at this. This is awesome, man. Look at that. Soviets versus the Axis. Very, very, very fucking cool, man. Very fucking cool. Nice. Got some Japanese versus, I'm guessing, it's going to be end up being the Axis. Yeah, of course, right. Love that Scorpion tank going absolutely mental up there. That's awesome, man. And the Totem Vault, just like fucking feral Totem Core everywhere. Brilliant. Nice. What's this one? Some more Soviets. Nice. Great to see so many people enjoying the Soviets, man. I mean, they're my personal favorite army. And this guy's a man after my own heart. We've got he's got Kodiaks, basic infantry, and a Tesla artillery piece. I love that. Absolute fucking hero American player. Very, very cool. Although, to be fair, shout out to that Soviet player with the goddamn KV2. That's also very impressive. This is a really cool Axis army with the sort of tiger camo on it. Is that a double autocannon on top of that? That's cool. Versus Brits. And he's got some Falcons as well. Nice. Very interesting list. Very, mostly, feels like it's mostly a bolt action list with just a smattering of K47 units in there. But hey, not going to complain about it. If that's what he wants to run, that's absolutely what he can run. I love the Bedford of Death, though. The Bedford just filled full of robots. Absolutely awesome, that. That's a cool army. Look at those Falcon troops. Wait. Did he take like 40k jump packs and wings and put them on the back of like some bolt action infantry? That's so cool. It's a really funny army because he's got like, he's done that, but then all of the troops have got catgirl ears. Why? One absolute degenerate. Look at this in the background. Big titty catgirl pinup poster. All the pictures have got catgirls on them. What an incredible amount of effort for what a fucking degenerate army. I love it. Absolute degen. Fucking there goes our hero, boys. There goes our hero. The man had a vision. The man had a vision and he fucking executed that vision. There you go. There you are. Love it. You got to respect the effort. That's a very cool K47 army, that one. Very, very elite. What was that? Double Shrek Wolfen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 Shrek Wolfen. And then a smattering of Style Troop and Gross and two Grav Panzers. That's a very, it's a very cool army. Look I love all the display boards people are doing. It's a very, very, very cool army. It's a hyper elite one. That's one of those armies where I think it might overrun you, but if it loses even a couple of its playing pieces, it'll start feeling really sparse. It's hyper elite with all the advantages and disadvantages that come with that. Yeah. Yes, a big punch army, absolutely. But at the end of the day, if you lose a couple of bits out of this list, it's going to struggle to adapt in many ways. Yeah. But it's a powerful army, not going to lie to you. This is a fucking cool. All of these armies are fucking cool. Massive shout. Look at the frankly, guys, look at the effort that people are putting into these forces. It's incredible. I mean, this one might be degenerate as all hell, but look at the effort that's put into it. Like the display board, everything. Look at this one, same jobby. And look at this one, man. Just beautiful. People really going above and beyond with the basing and the theming for the army. You know, you've got all of the Rift units on this one, which are in red. And then you've got all of the sort of more all the more, shall we say, like propaganda units almost that are in red. And then all of the more standard Soviet units are in green. I love that. That's almost tells story within itself, right? Obviously, I'm a massive fan of the PP Patrol guys. Love that shit. But I really like these Soviet sort of Cold War chemical engineer fucking guys. With the gas masks and the chemical suits, and they've got like the assault rifles. Look, they're probably AK-47s or AK-74s, and also the guy with like the what was that, like the dosimeter and all that kind of stuff. Very, very cool. Very Chernobyl. And then, hey, look, another Soviet army, and that guy's put commissar hats on all of his bears. Amazing. This is my favorite one. This is cool, though. Two people with the same thing. Is that like a 3D print thing that people have been getting their hands on? I'd love to. If anyone knows where that's from, I'd love to get my hands on that and print some out myself. Yeah, that's really. Or if people are buying them off like eBay or something, that's a really cool piece of terrain, and I'd love to get some for my own battlefields. Yeah, that's cool, man. And then really good effort on the Soviet infantry here as well. Kind of interesting. It looks like that guy's got. If you guys can't see it, I'll turn the thing off. It looks like that particular conscript's got like a Lee Enfield or something, which is really interesting. It might not be, and even if he does, I'm not really. It might just be the angle. I'm not really complaining. Like, use all the bits that you've got. You know, make all of the conscripts you can. Nothing wrong with kit bashing a bit. I just sort of noticed it. Soviet banner bearer, awesome. This guy's got some heavy mortars. Got some Dushkas. I really like the Soviet army. It's like a smattering of Rift stuff and then a lot of like basic bot action shit. And that's a really cool theme to go for. I mean, this guy's literally got one box of Ursus and then everything else he's pulled over from bot action, which is it's a very economical way of making a solid army. Also double flags on the Soviets. Very, very cool, right? Yeah, and look at this. He's got the all the display boards and everything. I love this. The Soviet bloc is calling. Comrades, congratulations on becoming part of the glorious People's Volunteer Assault Corps of Gulag 47. That's why there's so many basic infantry in the list. Through your service, you will earn a pardon from the state for your crimes against the people of the Soviet bloc. You'll be equipped with high-quality weaponry and equipment and receive expert training in the field to prepare you for the tough battles ahead in the defense of the Soviet bloc and its people. Those of you who excel in your duty will be promoted and redeployed to Science City 2, where you'll better serve the state with your newfound talents. Those of you who fall in battle will forever be remembered as heroes of the Soviet bloc. Zaster leader. That's so good. So basically, either you die as a fucking conscript, or if you survive, we're going to turn you into an Ursus. That's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. I love that. Very, very, very cool. Very cool. Massive shout out to Green Knight for sending those pictures in. Massive shout out to him for organising that event. It looks like it was absolutely peak. It looks like all of the players just totally fucking got it, had loads of fun, and it just looked like it was a great day. You know what? It looks like it was a really fucking good day. And that's the best. That's all we want. We just want some good days of wargaming. Yeah. All right. What have we got next? We've got Sunumi. Sir Newbie, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you for the Giga Chat, sir. I know it's a K47 stream, but showcasing a custom 40k mission for this coming Saturday, along with which army I will take, and intro with pictures. Let's have a look. All right. Well, it's not really a problem because we're not getting into the K47 stuff proper until midnight, right? So we can talk about anything and everything until then. We're just giving a chance for people to join in, to get hyped up, to maybe, get some questions ready, take part in the polls, everything. So, yeah. Haven't any K47 lore yet. What is it like to be an Ursus? Is it like having the butcher's nails? No, comrade. The Ursus are totally controllable, and they definitely never eat any of their fellow soldiers in the glorious people's army. To suggest otherwise would be a crime against Soviet socialism. Yeah, basically what they do is between exposing them to rift energy and injecting them with what they call the proletariat hemotype serum, it turns them into the big bears. But they can, which they are like barely controllable, right? Like they sort of just get unleashed onto the battlefield and hope that they go in the right direction. Obviously in the lore that's in the lore. In the game they're completely controllable, right? But in the lore the idea is they kind of send the bears out. They send the bears out. But they can enter a berserker frenzy, similar like with the butcher's nails, where basically they can they've got these big tanks of the proletariat serum on their backs, and if they want to, they can basically open the valves on that and just like flush their entire system with the serum. And if they do that, they go berserk. Just go absolutely berserk. And in game, that's represented by them getting even tougher. Basically, they get like +1 toughness, which is a big deal in Konflikt 47, because unlike in 40k, a 6 does not always wound in Konflikt. If you go up to like toughness 8, there's just going to be a lot of things that like just can't actually hurt you. Yeah. So it is actually a big deal. Yeah. So they're really cool though. They are the premier shock troops of the Soviets, and they're absolutely horrific on the battlefield. They're really powerful, but in a good way. Like they're not unbeatable. They feel as good as they look. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look at what Sir Newbie was saying. I know it's a K47 stream, but I had to at least bring this up before I pass out from the heat again. So while last Saturday was a poor showing for the guard, me and my friends still want to meet up for a free-for-all game. So we set one up for this Saturday coming. A game custom King of the Hill mission with a lone orc boy riding a nuclear bomb. We're tricking the rules slightly from 11th. We're basically using the apocalypse rules to sort out turns. So here's a special way we're sorting it out. Starting play model for the game, the winner activates first in round 1. The starting player then rotates clockwise each round. So whoever gets an equal number of first and last activations. Secret orders at the start of the battle round. Give every unit one face down order. Fire, remain stationary and shoot. Move normally, then shoot or fight. Advance, then shoot or fight if eligible. Reveal the order with the unit activates. Alternating activations, each player activates one unit, then play passes clockwise. Continue until all units have activated. Delayed that. So basically, right, you're not really playing 40k anymore. And that's fine, don't get me wrong. But we're into secret orders. We're into alternating activations. I love it. I love it. I fully support it. I think trying out homebrew shit, trying to come up with 3-player rules and all that kind of stuff. I love that shit. More power to you. Fixing all the problems. Yeah, exactly. We're playing our 40k comrade. I fully support it. I fully love it. Great way of allowing you to use the models that you know and love. But, playing a game that you can all get behind and enjoy. Yeah, love that shit, man. Delayed damage. Allocate damage normally, but apply at the end of the phase after everyone's activated. Very apocalypse, yeah. No stratagems. Being targeted by 2 players is enough without being hit by 2 such stratagems. Very true. And now for the narrative lineup, which force I'm taking this game. It's time to dust off my AdMech army. This time was before Contrast Paint. It was my main during 8th and 9th, so here's the narrative mission brief. Forge World Vola 4, Expedition Sigma 7. Within the Tower of Deep Inquiry, Magos Manipulus Kael Voss and Cybernetica Datasmith A caster's rill stand before a brass servo skull as its azure lenses ignite. The hololithic image of Archmagos Dominus Vethax Volan shimmers into existence, while unseen scribe servitors begin transcribing every syllable into parchment and data crystal. Magos Vost dates with rill. Explorator augurs have identified an anomalous Xenos energy signature beneath Site Theta 7. As records with the archive of deep inquiry contain no satisfactory correlation. Such an absence of knowledge is unacceptable. Multiple hostile forces are converging upon the site. Orkoid, Death Guard, and Tyranid biosignatures have been confirmed. Their motives are irrelevant. Their interference is not. I love this. It feels very much like House Ordos from Emperor Battle for Doom. You are hereby granted command of Expedition Sigma 9. Your cohort shall consist of Skitarii Ranger Maniples, Cybernetica assets, Cataphron battle servitors, and accompanying armored support. Primary directive, secure the artifact intact for transport to Vola 4. Secondary directive, catalogue and recover all technological data of value. Should preservation become impossible, the Archmagos pauses for the briefest moment. Knowledge denied is preferable to knowledge squandered. Recover what may be preserved, deny what cannot. May the motive force illuminate your calculations. The hololithic projection flickers. Kale inclines his head. Directive of knowledge. Expedition Sigma 9 will recover that which has yet to be understood. The servo skull's lens dim. Across the embarkation bay, the heavy tread of Castellan robots echoes through the forge as Skitarii maniples board their transports. Without another word, Expedition Sigma 9 departs for Site Theta 9. Nice. Very cool, man. Very, very cool. And I love this Skitarii force. You know what? I know I keep saying I want to do a voted army, but I really might end up doing an AdMech army. I do. AdMech is an army I have coveted since about 8th edition. I really, really do think they're very cool. They're very expensive, but I do think they're really, really very cool. Yeah. They are. I actually quite like the Games Workshop designs for them as well. I do have to say. They're going to be fiddly as fuck to paint, though. That's my only concern. Varric says Dark Mech is this edition. No, that's kind of cool. I don't have a particular hard-on for Dark Mechanicus. I don't have a particular hard-on for Chaos. I don't care if other people collect it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not anti-Chaos, but I've always been fairly pro-Imperium. Pro-Imperium, pro-Bug. It's kind of my jam. Yeah, I love Tyranids and I love humans. That's why I like Genestealer Cult so much as well. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think I only got one thing for AdMech from Walaria. That was the stilt guy. Yeah, the guy on stilts. But yeah. Very, very cool. Love the paint scheme. Love the miniatures. Love it all. Excellent. Really, really, really fucking cool, man. Yeah, yeah. Really, really, really fucking cool. It's just a great little army. And you know what's really cool about this? So Newbie, it's awesome that you're able to dust off your old army and just take it into a fight. That's a bit of a rare luxury these days. And I think one of the reasons why you're kind of able to do it is because you're not playing... I mean, technically you're playing Modern 40k, right? But the reality is you're very much playing old school 40k, where it's about playing with your mates. It's about kind of just using what you've got. It's not about chasing the meta. It's just about using what you've got. Like back in the day, no one really cared too much about their lists being like super, super optimized. They just made them as good as they could with the forces that they had available. And that's just the way it was. And I think what you're doing, Sanubi, is I think you are recapturing what I would describe as a lost art in Warhammer. And I think one of the reasons why Konflikt 47 has really captured so many people's hearts, some people have fallen so in love with it, is because it allows them, maybe for the first time, for a lot of veterans, it allows them to recapture it. But for a lot of people, it's for the first time they get to experience what is basically war gaming, not war full-time jobbing. You know? Like it's Hey, I'm just going to turn... This is my army. It's from Gulag fucking 47. Yeah, it's not optimized, but it's just a really cool themed force that it's good enough for me to be able to not feel like I'm wasting my time, but I haven't agonized over trying to get it to be as good as possible. Right? Do you know what I mean? I think that's what Konflikt has captured. It's captured that we're just using what we enjoy, not using what is meta. And it's just a very different vibe. Some people are not interested in that. Some people are like, cutthroat, competitive play all the way. Fine. I'm not demonizing that. I enjoy playing competitive as much as the next person, right? I go to lots of tournaments. I enjoy that, right? I consider myself a competitive player. But it is really, really, really fucking nice just being able to be like, hey, I'm just going to throw this shit down and see what works. Yeah. So I got into 40k for the vibes, not to play tabletop esports. Well, there you go, man. And like you said, you're thinking of going back to 4th and 5th edition, and I can only applaud that and encourage it. 4th and 5th edition, I think for what you guys are doing, I think that makes a lot more sense. As long as all of your as long as everyone's on board with that, and if this is the way I see it, is it going to lead you to becoming a more solid, tighter game group it's gonna encourage everybody to stick with this and play the shit out of it and really enjoy it? Then that's the way you should go. And if everyone's on board with it and everyone likes the idea of it, then that's the way you should go. 100%. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. For some people, they'll want to recap. For some people, they'll want to do that via going to a new game system, like K47. Some people, they'll want to do that with their existing models, like going back to Oldhammer. Both are good. Both are valid. I like both. I would encourage both. For people that aren't happy with the specifically for people that aren't happy with the direction that modern Warhammer is going in, you're not forced to play it, but there's no need for you to crash out of wargaming entirely. Just find a happy alternative that suits you down to the ground. And hey, you know what? Sometimes you don't have to pick one or the other. I enjoy Oldhammer and I enjoy K47. I love all the vibes, right? I love all the vibes. Yeah. There you are. What do we got next? Elden Lean, thank you for the super chat. Tank Platoon stream discussion for my first guard game in 11th. Let's have a look. Here we go. Look at this. This looks beautiful, man. I put together a list and I'm testing Guard for the first time 11th. It's a friendly game with my mate, so nothing too serious. Against Orcs, though, I'm going Recon versus Purge. May I request a prayer? I have no Hellhounds. I am raw dogging that -1 ballistic skill. My God. My God. I know just the prayer. That you're going to need it as well. Right, 1 minute. Right. I know just the prayer for you. The Litany of Accuracy, to be recited quietly during the aim and before taking the shot. Grant me the sight of the eagle, the calm of the breeze, the patience of a saint, and the skill to smite the foe from afar. We've also got the Chant of Accuracy, to be recited before a killing action. God Emperor, guide the flight. Watch the target. Take the unworthy's life. There you are. Two accuracy prayers for you. I think you're going to fucking need them. Just fucking raw dogging -1 PS. I love it. Only the Commissar tank is due in box. The Demolisher and the Vank I bought from a friend, and the Battle tank is actually the first vehicle I owned. They were all in quite bad state. It's a good feeling to give them a new life. They deserve it. Yeah, man, I fully encourage that. I mean, you guys have seen me do loads of hobby restoration on this channel, and yeah, I fully encourage it. Cool, man. Now, that's from a tank squadron. Battle tank, Vank, Demolisher, and Plasma Executioner. Love that, bro. Holy shit. That's awesome. You've done such a good job with that as well. Really, really good. Holy shit, man. Love that. That's a classic Steel Legion color scheme right there. My God. I'm actually jealous of. I'm actually genuinely jealous of how good that's come out. That is absolutely fucking peak, bro. You've nailed it. Really, really fucking nailed it. Wow. Look at the eagle on the back, man. Holy shit. That's awesome. Excellent stuff, bro. Absolutely fucking awesome. Really, really impressive. Yeah. Something like 1,500 points for 4th edition. Yeah. There you go. 1,500 4th edition, sort of 1,750 typical for like 5th edition. Well, 1,500 to 1,750. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? Macon, thank you for the super chat. Response to the K47 cat girls in stream discussion. Let's have a look. What is this? Right, what is this? Let me have a look. Why are we bullying the furries again?
To keep them from resisting, to show them how wrong they are, how pointless it is, that they can be a part of something bigger. Or die.
I love that. I love that. We can definitely do a channel meme with that. I'm gonna send that to Evan. Yeah, that's brilliant. There you go. There we are. All right. All right, there we go. What have we got next? What have we got next? No more memes. Thank you for the 1 month, man. Hobby update in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. We've got a few bits from you here. Let's have a look. I've got to build the one I stole from the Dawn to fix one of my old squads. What is this? I feel like that's not the main bit. Was it this bit? There you go. God, the GSC infantry look cool. Oh, what, the neophytes? Oh, yeah, the neophytes are excellent, man. I got shitloads of them. They're a little fiddly to put together, but they're not too bad. They're not too bad at all. They're kind of, you can see how they're kind of higgledy-piggledy, like, out and about. But what I found is that you can kind of put any of these bodies on any of these legs. So they're kind of in that sort of cusp between old GW and new GW sprues, because these came out in about 8th edition. So they're in that sort of point where, like, they started getting a bit mental with the sprue layouts, as you can see, but the models still went together in a fairly logical way, and you didn't really need any instructions. I don't think I used any instructions when building my GSC. I just sort of just put the bodies together, put the bodies on here, like it was fine kind of thing. So yeah, I found that they were a somewhat decent middle ground, but after this point, that's when GW started having, like, legs in 4 different parts and all sorts of mad shit. Oh, also, you got another bit here. Sorry, let's have a look. Do I build the 20 Cadians and Command Squad again? All the Hippogriffs also have 2 of the 9th edition GSC combat patrols. I mean, it's a case of what you build first, right? If you've been building a lot of infantry already, you could definitely break it up by doing a bit of armor. Right? Yeah, I agree with Mad Lark. Take a break for the infantry, do hippos or one of them, see how you feel, and go to whatever next. Yeah, exactly, right? Do a bit of armor, then go back to the infantry. Do a bit of armor, then go back to the infantry. Keep it fresh. Always keep it fresh. A lot of people have this mentality of, I will get all of this done, and then all of this. But what happens is you get halfway through the first bit and then get burned down. Do the first bit until you start feeling the burn, and then go to the second kind of model, work on that, and you'll just keep that flow going constantly. Yeah. So, yeah, I agree with Mad Larkin. Go for a bit of armor, and then come back to the infantry, and then just bounce back and forth between the two. There you are. All right. The GSC Combat Patrol is class. The 9th edition one was really, really good. You got a shitload in it. It's one of the best value combat patrols. And I think the new ones. Is the new one any good, actually? I'm going to have a quick look. I don't think it's as good as the old one, but let's have a look. 40k. Combat Patrol. GSC. I can't even, do they even have one? I think I've missed it. Oh yeah, the new one's shit, isn't it? Yeah, it's like it's like fucking acolytes and like some bikes. Like I'm alright. Yeah, I'm alright. What was the old one? Isn't it weird? Oh, the old one was so good. Holy shit. Look at that old one, boys. 20 neophytes, plus 5 aberrants, plus 5 acolytes, plus a truck/rock grinder, and a magus. God, you could buy 3. You would buy 3 of those. Bang, 3 of those, you've got an army. Yeah. Shit, man. Shit. Like, I know it's a K47 stream, but we've still got like an hour and a half before I can actually tell you about the fucking Invasion of America stuff. I can tell you at midnight, by the way, which is 1 hour and 27 minutes away. So if you want to go and come back, I don't blame you. But if you want to, we're just doing sort of the pre-reveal like chat and stuff at the moment. But we will be getting into it in a big way, so don't worry. You're going to get all your stuff, answers questions. My NDA expires the embargo expires at midnight, okay? Just thought I'd give people the heads up because I know everyone's time is precious and all that kind of good stuff. All right, but isn't it weird? Isn't it weird how like every single replacement box that comes out for like GW is worse than its predecessor? Even if it's like at best a side grade, but not really. Like, oh, we took like what was it we saw with some of the battalions where like they took the legionaries out and then put the cultists in. So technically it was the same amount of models, but it was a worse unit kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Like it's always a straight fucking downgrade or a side and downgrade a little bit. It's really fucking, I don't know what they're doing. Like I really don't understand like why every box that they put out seems to be a downgrade in quality. Surely you'd think over time the quality of the product would go up. Drukhari was the worst offender. What was the Drukhari one? I'm having a look now because the old one was really good. It was like double. It was a Raider and a Ravager, wasn't it? Oh my god, that's so shite. What the fuck is this piece of shit? You went from getting 20 Cabalites, a Raider, a Ravager, and an Archon to someone's Gimp dungeon. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird, man. The Tyranid one is so bad. I think the Tyranid one is the worst one. That is the worst one. That is worse than the Dark Elder one by miles. That is literally a random collection of shite. That is literally a random collection of shit that they found not selling at the back of the warehouse. Oh my god. Because like the Dark Elder one, like, at least it's cohesive, right? Like, yeah, you might not care about getting your balls probed by the Drukhari, but at least the whole thing is about the ball probing, right? But this is this is a new in box eBay job lot. That's what it is. It's a new in box eBay job lot. Oh my god. Not all of them are bad. Like, some of them are good on their own. Some of them are okay, but just a step down from what came before. Like the G to the Cult one, it's a bit random, but But hey, at least the character's on a bike, and that can probably join the bikes. And, you know, acolytes are fine, I guess. And Ridge, like, it's a step down, but it's still, like, decent. I think the Dark Angels one's kind of, like, similar. Like, yeah, you probably don't need a shitload of intercessors, but, you know, you could probably buy 2 of these fucking things, right? The Tower one's good, because I think the Tower one's still good. I think the Tower one's probably the best one at the moment. Yeah, I mean, I'm a massive fan of that Tower. I know a lot of Tower players probably aren't. I'm personally a big fan of that. It's the kind of thing a combat patrol should be. Vehicle, couple of squads, and a decent leader kind of thing. Like, some of them are reasonable, but, I mean, at best, it's reasonable. At worst, it's a pile of shit, but none of them are, like, absolutely peak. Yeah. None of them are peak. They're all mid and below. Yeah. Tower 1 is too good, would probably be replaced soon. I think did it not already get, I think the Tower 1 already got replaced, so I think you're safe. Yeah. Although, the ones that came out, so Combat Patrol was a step down from Start Collect. 9th Edition Combat Patrol was a step down from Start Collecting. 10th Edition Combat Patrol was a step down from 9th Edition Combat Patrol. We're in 11th Edition now. They're probably going to redo all of these Combat Patrols, and they're probably going to be a step down again, aren't they? Yeah. 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 Anyway. Wolfman, they need to stop going all in on Space Marines. That community is nearly milk dry in terms of models. No, Wolfman, you're not thinking like a corpo. They don't need to go less in on Space Marines. They need to go more in on Space Marines. What everyone has is an abundance of Primaris models. So what we need is Primaris 2. We need Super Primaris, Super Intercessors, which are completely new models on 40 mil bases, completely new, different helmet design and armor design, and they all get another extra wound, another extra attack, right? That's what we need. We need Primaris. We need Super Primaris. We need Primaris Secundaris. Which makes no sense whatsoever. That's what you do. And then all of the 40k Cook players will go, well, I can't possibly use old models. I need the latest stuff. And then they'll rebuy all their collections for the 3rd time. Yeah. Your corpo brain disgusts me. It's so perfect to that logic. See, I used to be a corpo. You know in Killzone, where there's that, like, one of the guys that becomes part of your team later on is, like, he is Hellgast, but he fights for the ISA. Like, he fights on the good guy team. That's like me. I was a corpo. But now I've escaped my prison. That's how I know how they think. There you are. There we are. All right, what do we got next? James Face Plastic. Thank you for the 23 months. Xbox, baby. I have small beef for the Conflict kit. Industry discussion 07. Oh my god, Conflict beef? Conflict beef? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I bought a box of Mark II bots, and I have some beef that the picture on the front does not match the contents in 2 ways. Beef 1, the box shows 3 bots with autocannon bodies and 1 with a Tesla body. However, the box contains 2 Tesla bodies and 2 autocannon bodies. I was planning to build them like the picture, but discovered I could not. Some say this is not an issue, and you could build a Tesla body carrying an autocannon, but that's not me. So I built 2 Tesla cannons, 2 with autocannons. I'm happy with that now, but I wanted to build and paint the squad whole look from the box. That's what I expected. Beef 2, the light autocannon has a better looking ammo box in the box art. The ammo box in the kit is much simpler, and my opinion's worse design. Not a big deal, but I'm just used to getting what's on the box. I prefer the box design to the kit design. Overall, so happy with the squad, and the quality is really impressive. I expected the cover show exactly what's in the box I paid for. I'm surprised. Some of my bots, but mine are beef. Cheers, boy, have a great stream. No, I actually think it's legit. And I think Warlord need to be careful with that, because they did the same thing with the Ursus. What they've basically done, from what I can tell, is they've reused the the photographs that they took for the resin robots
One rule.
and
Everyone
resin
fights
Ursus,
someone
and then they've just used those.
You don't do your job,
They've just
I'll shoot
reused
you.
that asset. But there is a difference. But there is a difference between like the Ursus backpack on the picture and the Ursus backpack that you get. And likewise, there's a slight difference between what you get with the bots and what you get, as well. So I actually think it's a completely legitimate beef, and I do think that whilst I'm sure it saves Warlord a little bit of money, I think they need to be careful. Like, you need to be having the box needs to be showing the box art needs to be showing the right thing. So no, I don't think I think it's a completely legitimate criticism. I think it is, and yeah, they probably need to. I think they probably need to make sure that they update the pictures. Now, as for the other thing, the Tesla body. So the thing is, the Tesla body, Warlord have actually addressed this, and what they've said is that the bots are kind of like modular the way they're built. So some of the bots get built in the factory. Some bots just get built with the extra energy capacitors on them, which is what they use for the Tesla, right? And some bots don't. And then the bots all get built, and then they get equipped when they get to the field. So what might happen is a bot has come off the assembly line with the extra energy capacitors, but when it gets to the field and they start equipping the robots, there might just not be a Tesla cannon for it to have. If it gets one, great. It picks Tesla cannon up and it plugs it into its backpack and off it goes. But if there's not, it just picks up a heavy autocannon and it just goes, right? Or picks up a light autocannon and just goes. So that's the sort of in-universe reason for the way for why they've done it that way. Basically, they're kind of just building them and then shipping them out and then equipping them in the field. Obviously, the real life reason is because they've basically got two. They've got one. The sprue has one of each body on it, and they just obviously the sprues just get printed on repeat kind of thing. But at the very, you know what? Some people, like Ed Scar might be like, that's exactly the kind of lame excuse that I come up with. The funny thing is, right? I would rather and this might sound like cope. I would rather Warlord came up with an explanation like that than they didn't. The alternative is, what's the law for the Rogel Dawn? We still don't know. Do you know what I mean? So I would rather, even if it's just a in-universe explanation for explaining, like, basically a real-life logistical thing, I would rather that a company took the effort, even if it's just a passing comment, to explain that, than to basically be like, there have always been Rogel Dawns. Right? Yeah. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah. Apparently someone said that they did do a book with the they did a book retroactively putting the Rogel Dawn into the game. They did like a Black Knight library novel. Obviously nobody reads Black library novels anymore, so nobody's noticed. But apparently they did do a Black library novel that basically retconned the Rogel Dawn in. But I don't know if that was just bullshit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the way that GW now has started this trend of saying there has always been X in the game. Like, no, man, like, put the fucking effort in and explain where this came from, please. But no, James Classic, I think it's legitimate beef. I think it is. I'm actually on your side with that one. Konflikt Drew, thank you for the super chat. Any more information on the Paragons in Invasion America? Yes. A lot more. I can't tell you any more for another hour and 14 minutes, though. There's a really, really fucking good story in there. Really, really fucking good. Yeah. There's a lot more information. We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Just an hour and 14 minutes. There you are. Greasy Cleric, thank you for the super chat. Playing my first game of Bolt Act tomorrow afternoon. My Japanese against Gurkhas. Looking forward to getting back to playing Japan in K47. Banzai. Banzai! Banzai! Greasy Clerk, absolutely love it, man. Great to see you back on the ball action. Looking forward to you being back on the K47. Japanese are absolutely awesome in both games. Japanese versus Gurkhas, it's a classic matchup, but Gurkhas are pretty dead hard, so fucking good luck. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. The British Geek. So with this, is there any point in me picking up Fortress Europe? I mean, yes, because the law in Invasion America is complete. So let me make something clear. This is not replacing Festung Europa. These are two separate law documents. So Festung Europa covers is a general overview and introduction to the conflict world, and goes into a bit of detail on what's happening specifically in Europe, with like on the Western Front and on the Eastern Front. Invasion America, it takes place it basically takes place at the same time as Festung Europa, but it focuses on what's been happening in the Pacific and the Japanese invasion of America. So this occurs mostly after that. No, because there's that bit. If you read it, if you read Festung Europa, see, this is why you want to have both. If you read Festung Europa, there's that bit where it mentions how like troops get like pulled back from the front, and it really fucks up the offensive that's going on. And no one knows why they're all getting sent home. Well, Invasion America expands like on why that happened and everything. So yeah, so basically there absolutely is a reason to have both, because both expand the world building in a big way. And there are things that get expanded on in Invasion America that only get hinted at in sort of Festung Europa. So you kind of want to read Festung Europa first, and then when you read Invasion America, you'll be like, as well. So definitely there's unique information in both, and there's a bit of crossover in both as well. So there you are. Why is Canada ignored? So yeah, who said Canada got ignored? I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Who said Canada got ignored? All right. What have we got here? Sir Numi, thank you so much for the 13 months. X-Force, baby. Thank you so much, man. Some of the old start collecting boxes in stream discussion. Shame. Let's have a look. Yeah, here we go. Some of the best old start collecting boxes, I feel. All of them were 50 quid. Such a shame the times we live in now, where Combat Patrol is 105 quid and yet is worse than these. Yeah. Yeah. This box was £50. And no, this isn't from 3rd edition. This box existed in 9th edition. I'm just going to say it, right? I think the end-shittification of 40k has happened really fucking quickly. Did anyone else feel that? Like, it basically all happened over 10th edition. I feel like through all of 8th, it was good. Through most of 9th, it was good. And then through all, sure, when the Combat Patrol replaced this, it was a little bit of a side grade. But, you got double the infantry. You still got like a Sentinel fob. Like, the first Guard Combat Patrol was a side grade at the very least. And in terms of like usefulness. But it was an upgrade in terms of raw amount of plastic you were getting. But it definitely feels like the end-shittification just went full overdrive. This point where irrefutably every box that came out was worse than the last box that came out. Do you know what I mean? It was, yeah, like, I feel like 10th edition just kind of speed ran it. I mean, look at this. I mean, I bet a lot of Americans right now, I mean, maybe you wouldn't pay $170 for this, because I don't know how much this was going to translate to. You're getting a commissar and everything. You probably wouldn't, right? But I bet a lot of Americans would happily pay like $100 for that. Tank, infantry, heavy weapon, team, and commissar. Yeah. It's crazy, man. Scion 1 as well. I mean, You could build. Everyone I know who built a pure Scion army built it by just buying 6 of these. Do you know what I mean? Just buying 6 of these. That's all you needed. God, that Admech one was so good. The Onager was 40 quid when this box came out, and this box in total was 50. So you got everything else for a tenner. The towel one was legit, wasn't it? Shit, man. Maybe you don't need too many ethereals, but yeah, that was a good one. Thousand Suns, so good. Yeah. Because you actually wanted Zangors for like doing ship muncher actions, didn't you? Yeah. The Orc one was okay. Knobs, boys, Death Dread, and stuff. Yeah, I don't think anyone complained too much about that. God, the Blood Angel one was good, wasn't it? Shit, man. You forget how good the Blood Angel one was. Full-blown Predator in there. Not a Rhino, a fucking Predator. And a... Look at that. Some people will... It's a little blurry, but those were Blood Angel Tactical Marines. Back in the day, every single chapter had their own unique Tactical Marine squad. Not, here's intercessors, paint them green. Actually, unique shoulder pads and upgrade sprues. Look at that guy. He's got like the muscle armor on. This wasn't a veteran unit. This was a basic tactical marine. These basic tactical marines have got more drip than the Vanguard veterans that just came out in Armageddon. Think about that. Think about that. Think of the effort and detail that were just put into, hey, let's make the Blood Angels have some cool, unique tactical marines. Crazy, right? This is what I mean. And the enshittification has just gone on and on. And my brother got so many of these for his Death Watch army. There's a reason my brother has like four dreadnoughts for his Death Watch. Yeah. Everything you need. Dreads, infantry, and a captain. Everything you fucking needed. And this guy wasn't that different from these. So if you wanted to convert him into just an extra Death Watch Marine, you could do that. The Dark Elder one, great. Love that. The Necron one, yeah, awesome. And then this is when it started getting a bit shitter. Look, you can see it straight away. Straight away. Start collecting Primaris Space Wolves. Look at that box and compare it to that one. And they were the same price. Think about that. This one, a bit of a bag of shit, frankly. This one, a lot better. Yeah, you could instantly just see. You could instantly just see it. And that was the old one they had. Look at this. Look at the difference. Look at those Grey Hunters. Look at those Grey Hunters and then look at this. Do you see now, chat? Do you see now? Do you see the difference? Wimpy, 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 hefty, hefty, hefty. And this is why, right? Hear me out. This is why when people say, I don't like the old Space Marines, the proportions were terrible. Those people are fucking stupid. They're moronic and you shouldn't listen to them. And I'll tell you why. Because they're not arguing in good faith. They're just repeating the slop that was fed to them. They never even had the old Marines. Anyone who's ever played with the old Marines, especially with unique chapters like Blood Angel Space Wolves, will just tell you, nah, the old models were actually peak. Yeah. Good old Space Marines. There we go, man. The Eldar one was a bit shit, I'm not going to lie. I think the Chaos Space Marine one was pretty good, though. You got Possessed, Legionaries, Venom Crawler, and Obliterators. That's pretty good. The Vanguard, I actually think the Vanguard Space Marine one was okay. As much as I shit on Primaris, I actually think the Vanguard Space Marine one was okay. Because remember, guys, That was £50. Think about that. It wasn't 100. That bot, right? I bet you people would pay 105 quid for that combat patrol. If that was a combat patrol today, people would spend 105 quid on it, wouldn't they? That was 50 quid when it came out. That's what you've got to keep in mind. That was an absolute fucking steal. GW resells box like 100? Yep, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. All of the boxes that you're looking at, 3 or 4, let's say 4 years ago, 4 to 5 years ago. So genuinely not that long ago. We're just talking basically 9th edition. All those boxes existed for between 50 and 60 quid. And then that's what I mean. In 10th edition, the end shitification went into fucking overdrive, and every single box that came out was a significant downgrade over the original one. It's weird. It's like GW is consistently and actively making their offerings worse and worse and worse. It's the exact opposite of the way it should be. It should be that as things go on, your product improves. That's crazy, man. Yeah. Sir Newbie, crazy times, man. Crazy times. Crazy times. What have we got next? Can I just say, there are 680 people in this stream for the Invasion America reveals. That is insane. The rift grows, brothers, to all brothers and sisters of the rift. Everyone who's here right now, I just wanted to point out, that is wild. That is absolutely bonkers. Like, that goes to show the growth of the game. Don't forget to like and all that kind of good stuff. But just think about that for a moment. Think about that. Just over a year ago, Konflikt came out. And every time that I spoke about it, the viewer count would go down because people weren't interested. Now, we do a Konflikt reveal stream. And we are getting nearly 700 people. Look at that for growth. I told you a year ago, did I not tell you? This is main game energy. Did I not tell you this game was going to be a big fucking deal? Yeah. It's a big fucking deal. Smug K47 version 1, look. You're like the honored elders, you know? We're like all the... Do you know what's funny, Dexter? Just don't know why it's popped into my head, but it's like in Deep Space Nine when the Jem'Hadar is like talking to Dax, and he's like, I am 4. And she's like, I stopped counting at 300. You're like... You're the honored elders of the K47. Tell us again, Dexter. Tell us again. What was version 1 like? Tell us again. Yeah. But no, seriously, man. Look at that. It just keeps going up. Nearly at 700 now. Yeah. It's awesome to see. It's awesome to see. I think not only is it awesome to see, I think it's important. I think it's a big fucking deal. I think we never want to say it out loud. We never want to jinx it. But I think we can all see this is going places. I think it's fucking going places. There we are. We're at less than an hour. Yep, Joe Aquila, we are at less than an hour. Absolutely. In 59 minutes, I will reveal all for Invasion America. Yeah. Let's have a look. There you are. There we are. Yeah. Very, very cool. Very, 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 very fucking cool. Let's have a look here. And what is the poll on so far? Yeah, 359 votes. That's really, really fucking good. Yeah. Alexander Moose, it'll be a sweet ride until Warlord becomes bloated and transforms to GW 2.0. Look, man, we can... I know what you're saying. I don't think it'll happen in our lifetime, in our hobbying lifetime, as it were. But you know what? We just can't worry about that kind of shit. We can only... We should not worry about what the future might bring. We should just enjoy what the present has to offer right now. That's the way to look at it. Yeah, that's the way to look at it. Like, GW, for example, like GW might be fucking with Old World now, but I do not regret a single moment of the last 3 years of me playing Old World because I really, really enjoyed those last 3 years. Yeah. But I think there's a lot of people who have got a little bit of like PTSD. I would just say it's a lot of people that have just got PTSD from GW and they're bringing that fucking trauma over into other game systems. That's what it'll be, right? Don't bring your trauma. Leave trauma at the door. That's what I say. All right. Yeah. Right now, K47 is such an amazing fucking game. And I'm just enjoying it for what it offers right now. Yeah. Andrew Carlson, how do you feel about the change to Japanese points cost since that's been leaked on the app now? So, I think the changes to the infantry are good. I think that the changes to the big Shiburu cannons is basically meaningless. Because the points are not the problem with those guns. The point, it's the rules. The fact that Crush requires you to hit with every shot, it just completely gimps the light and heavy Shiburu cannons. So they just need to change it so that you don't combine the pen together. This isn't Grav or Tesla, but don't combine the pen together, and you just change it so it just goes, each hit is an additional hit. That's it. Aren't all Crush weapons 1 or 2 dice? So if they only fire 1 shot, they're good. If they fire 2 shots, they're terrible. You have to hit 2 times, often on a 5+ for your ability to do anything. It's just bad. And they should ignore cover. I think they should ignore cover as well. I think, because right now you're paying 80 points for a Shiburu cannon. For a light Shiburu cannon. Think about that. 80 points. And even if you made them free, I'd still probably go for the light AT gun. So think about that. So what you do is you don't make them cheaper. You can keep them at 80 points. Just make them really fucking good. And the way I would make them really fucking good is I would say on an active, when you expend an active rift dice, the weapon ignores cover and gets just flat exploding hits. Each hit is an extra hit. Don't combine the Crush together. And on a surging dice, each hit you get is 2 hits. So yeah, if you get 1 hit with a light Shiburu cannon, that on a surging dice, that becomes 3 hits. Yeah, that's fine. It's 3 pen, 3 hits. It's actually really not the end of the world when you think about it. Yeah. Yeah. And that way I'll happily pay 80 points for my Shiburu cannons. Just running around, just slinging out multiple hits. Because they're still not, yeah. That's what I do. And I don't know if Warlord will change it. I've no idea. But at the moment, I know that Warlord is a little... They really are conscious of not wanting to change, like, rules that people have, like, paid for. Like, you know, the main rule book. And I respect that, right? I mean, one of the problems that's kind of happened with 40k is they got almost too comfortable with changing the written word. And it created this idea of, like, there's no point in even fucking buying your codexes anymore, right? So I totally get where they're coming from. But I think Crush is the one exception that they should make. Just the one. I wouldn't make any other changes. I wouldn't change anything to jump. I would just leave it as it is. Even if it's overpowered, it's fine. But that is the one. I think Crush is the one exception that I would make. And I think if you do that, you're so Gucci. Yeah. That's the way I would do it. Yeah. Yeah. We're not talking about it yet, Clover. We're theory crafting something else. Don't worry. Goblin Box, just catching up with the stream. Gulag 47 so army at Welsh Open was mine. Hey, that's amazing, man. That's cool. It doesn't really matter if you lost a couple of games. Like, it doesn't even slightly matter when you think about it, because your army looked good. You know, always better to fall with style, you know, than fly with cheese. What's the point change of the large cannons? They went down 20 points. Yeah, they went down 20 points, which I still don't think is enough. 60 points, I still don't think it's enough. If you made them free, I still probably wouldn't take them. At the very least, I might consider it. Yeah, they Crush needs a rewrite, and I think Warlord just needs to. It's one of those ones where I don't think anyone would complain about, because obviously people complain about things getting changed that they like in codexes and stuff, right? I think that's the one thing that people just would be like, no, that's okay. You can change that one. Yeah. Anyway, what do we got next? Got some more support coming in here. Willario, thank you for the 33 months. X-Force, baby! Yes, thank you so much, man. 07 fellas, smash that like button. Hey, Willario, you're an absolute gen. 07 to you, and don't forget, guys, smash the like button, subscribe, all that good shit. We've also got Ridemaster. Ridemaster, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. And thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new Ghost Warriors. We will be using them to invade the decadent capitalist Americans in 52 minutes. There we are. All right, there we go. Butt Mountain, thank you for the Giga Chat. The only other times we get these numbers is at GWB streams, lol. That's true. You know what? That's actually really, really fucking true. The only time that we get the same viewer numbers is when we're shitting on GW. Maybe there's a lot of people who are pissed off at Games Workshop who are looking for a new game to enjoy. Woo! There you are. But no, I'll say it once. I'll say it 1,000 times. You've all heard me say this so much. Konflikt 47 is just a good game. If it is not a fuck you GW game. It actually isn't. We can have a bit of a joke about that. We can have a bit of a laugh about that. I'm under no illusion that some people may have been have given Konflikt a chance because they were getting a bit fucked off with 40k. Like, obviously, right? But at its core, at its foundation, it is not a fuck you GW game. Konflikt 47 is a really good game. And in an ideal world, 40k would pull its head out of its ass and would become a much better game again. Because you know what? That would make me happy. Do you know why? Because then I'd have 2 really good games to enjoy. I enjoy playing Old World and I enjoy playing Konflikt 47. Oh my God, I get to enjoy 2 great games? Brilliant. If I got to enjoy 3 great games, that would be even better. Right? And it's so different. You know, the vibe is different. The mechanics are different. The rules are different. You know, the aesthetic is different. The lore is different. And, you know, and the big one for Konflikt is like, it's you know, some people might say, oh, well, I don't know if I can afford like, you know, 2 game systems. Konflikt's so affordable to get into that that's not even like a factor. You know, for the price of a combat patrol, you can get an army for Konflikt 47, which isn't, you know, if you play it for 6 months and then go back to 40k for six months to a year and then come back to Konflikt, you know, a little bit later, your army hasn't changed. You can just pick up exactly where you left off. And to give you an example of this, you know, this happened with Mordy Bro, right? So Mordy Bro had to take 3 months off from helping me with the channel, and when he came back, He just picked up exactly where he left off. I just needed to tell him what the automated infantry rules, the automated platoon rules were, but he got them like straight away because it was just, oh yeah, you know the thing that takes first off the line? Yeah, that's 12 inches now rather than 6. Oh yeah, that's easy to remember. Right? So it was really, really cool to just see someone just pick the game up exactly where they left off from 3 or 4 months ago and just not have any issues whatsoever. I think that's what makes it such a great secondary game system, that it's just such a stable game system. You know, in 3 to 4 months, barely anything has changed. You know, minor tweaks that take a second for you to pick up. 40k 3 to 4 months ago was quite literally, and this is a bit of an unfair example, but it's quite literally was a different game. All right. Just put more Metal Chaos this time of it. Nice. Awesome, man. Awesome. What do we got here? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Let's compare the K47 expansion hype to the 11th edition hype. Let's not, right? We don't need to shit on 40k to make K47 look good. K47 just looks good. It just looks good. I will say that people do... What I will say is, it does seem that people are more excited for the K47 than they are for 11th edition. But in a funny sort of way, you guys know me, I'm very fair. I am the most reasonable streamer. But 40k going from 10th to 11th edition was just business as usual. Now here we go, another day, another dollar. Well, another day, another $100 that GW wants. Like, but you know what I mean? Whereas Konflikt 47, it's fresh. Like version 2 really is more of a relaunch than a new edition, isn't it? It's fresh and it's exciting. So it has that advantage. Yeah, it has that advantage. And I definitely think that's a factor. Yeah. Goblin Box Store. Off the back of our last K47 talk, we had a few players move over to bot action as well. They go hand in hand so well and totally affordable to play both. Yeah, I mean, look at the new starter armies that Warlord has been bringing out. God, they're so good. I mean, for those of you that might be curious, if you've not seen them, I'm not giving you the hard sell. I promise. I'm literally just showing you them. All right. You can buy them if you want. If you never pick them up, that's totally okay. That's your prerogative, right? But let's have, where's the fucking, what was it? Cross of Iron? Cross of Iron was so good, wasn't it? And then you've got the Stars and Stripes. And then you've got King and Country. These have all come out in the last few months. And then you've got Gurkha. I mean, all of these have come out in the last, what feels like 3-6 months. And every single one of these is a full army. So price of a combat patrol is a good combat patrols are a good control group for this kind of thing. So price of a combat patrol, you're getting like, is it 36 infantry? Yeah, you're getting 36 infantry, heavy anti-tank gun. You're getting a heavy weapons platoon, which you can, it pictures 3 here, but you can realistically build like 6 weapon teams, 6 to 8 weapon teams from this if you want to. And you're getting 2 vehicles. You're getting a Panzer IV, and you're getting a medium tank, and you're getting a light support vehicle. And then Stars and Stripes, if you want to go Americans, 36 infantry, heavy weapon platoon, medium anti-tank gun, plastic tank. They're fully plastic as well. You know, King and Country. And what is crazy about these armies, especially I would say the fucking Gurkha one is insane, right? Is there must be like 1,500 plus points here. And bolt action is played at 1,250 points. So it's like actually insane. Like, oh, would you like to buy more than an entire army for 104 quid? And that's buying it new in box on Warlord. Go to your local discount retailer like Wayland Games and get 20% off. Yeah. Crazy. And every single one of these can be converted over to K47 in like a heartbeat. You can buy, you've also, for the Germans, you've got a couple of them. Well, and these are just, by the way, these are just the later starter armies. If I go over to like Germany, for example, you know, you've also got the Rattenkrieg starter army, the Winter Fallschirmjäger starter army, the regular Fallschirmjäger starter army, the Afrika Korps starter army, the Winter starter army. There's like, I think there must be about 7 German starter armies at this point, and every single one of them is like 1250 points plus. It's just fucking mental. It's just fucking crazy, man. Yeah. They're so good. Yeah, and like I said, you can convert them over to K47 really easily, because for K47, all you need is a couple of Rift infantry units. Like, you know, for the Germans, if you bought one of those starter armies that we just looked at and then chucked in a box of Style Trooping, what's that, like 141 quid from Warlord? Take 20% off if you buy it from Wayland. And that's a full K47 army. Done. Yeah. Yeah. There we are. Slay, I get your argument not shitting on one to bolster another, but as a 40k and K47 lover, I want Warlord to do so well that I have a great system that I can play and will hopefully make GW change a bit. I think we would all love that, right? I think we would all love it if GW felt a bit of heat. I think what we have seen with, I think the reason why you get such a different energy from GW versus, from 40k versus K47, right, is basically because of competition. So 40k competition is the simple way of putting it. So 40k Games Workshop right now doesn't really have any competition. Maybe some of these games that we're seeing, like Konflikt and StarCraft, they'll blow up, and maybe we'll start seeing a bit of competition come in, right? Or maybe GW will start declining to the point where they have to start taking into account these other game systems. But at the moment, the reason why GW does what they do is because they perceive that they can get away with it. That is as simple as it is. GW will give you less and charge you more, basically making more money at both ends of the equation because they think that they can get away with it. That's it. That's it. If they didn't think they could get away with it, they wouldn't do it. And we actually have genuine historical evidence for this. Look at 8th edition. What GW is doing now is actually basically exactly the same thing, if not a bit worse in some ways, than what they did in 6th and 7th edition. And in 6th and 7th edition, GW not only shat the bed, but also another game, War Machine, started picking up. And GW, the reason why they had to basically come to the community cap in hand, and some of you who weren't there for 8th edition, you won't believe this, like GW actually apologized. GW actually came to the community and was like, we know basically in no uncertain terms, like, we know we fucked up, but we have learned our lesson and we are going to do things right this time. And that's why 8th edition was such an explosion. And 8th edition and the things like start collecting boxes, GW actually doing like really fucking good deals left, right, and center. They did that because they actually had competition and they actually had to do the right thing. Because if they didn't do the right thing, they were going to go under. Now, as we know, Warpforged, they lied. We know that basically they just told us what we wanted to hear to get away with it. And they decided, now they've gone back to their old tricks. Sure, whatever. And that's why, interestingly, if GW, if let's say 11th edition shits the bed as hard as 7th, just hypothetically, okay? Hypothetically. I'm not saying it's going to happen. But hypothetically, if 11th edition shit the bed as hard as 7th, and then GW tried the same trick again in 12th, I don't know if it would work. Wargamers have got really fucking long memories. Look at the whole just paint it yellow Steel Legion thing. Just look at the wear the Armageddon Steel Legion thing. Wargamers have got really, really fucking long memories. I don't know if we'd fall for it again. Maybe we would, because there's a lot more new players in the game now. So maybe all the new people that weren't there for the 8th edition, 12th would be their 8th, as it were. But yeah. Anyway, but the point is, like, right now, GW will continue to act in the way they act because they can get away with it. And until they can't get away with it, this is the way it's going to be. Whereas if you look over at other game systems like Konflikt, like StarCraft, and many other examples, the reason why these companies have to actually fucking try is because they need to stand out from companies that are similar to them. Like, a good example of this is like Warlord Games needs to convince you to buy their miniatures, especially like their bolt action miniatures, over 100 other World War II miniature providers. Like, Warlord Games needs to convince you to buy their miniatures over buying like Victrix, for example. And do you want an example of like Warlord responding to competition? The reason why you can now, in a lot of your infantry kits, build like heavy weapon teams from them as well, and the reason why you got such cross compatibility between the plastic infantry and the new plastic heavy weapons is because Victrix started doing that. And so people were like, well, why would I buy the Warlord infantry when I could buy the Victrix infantry? It's just basically the same thing. And so Warlord like, shit, well, we've got to step up. And so they did. And that's how Warlord convinced people to continue to buy their infantry. They had to step up. They had to do it. All right? It's that simple. Yeah. So competition is really, really good. And another thing, Konflikt has to... 40k is a very established thing. Right? 40k is a very established thing. So it kind of naturally picks people up in a lot of ways. Konflikt 47 and bolt action and other game systems, StarCraft, all the other game systems, they have to kind of convince you to give them a go. And to do that, they need to be hype. Like they're not manufactured hype. They need to be like actually fucking good. That's the difference. So many people will fall fucking asswards into fucking 40k. But picking up Konflikt is a much more conscious decision to do so. Picking up StarCraft is a much more conscious decision to do so. It has to be so good that it convinces you to pick it up. And that's what I think that's why I think these companies are trying so hard with these game systems. And that's good. I think 40k is at the too big to fail point. I don't know. I don't know if GW will ever go fully fucking bust. But I could definitely see GW going through periods of decline. Like, the line might not always go up. It might go down for the way I would describe GW situation is the line might not always go up. It might go down, but it has potential to go back up again. But there's a lot. But I mean, you've got to think how many video game companies were too big to fail. Look at Bethesda. Bethesda is now basically getting mogged by Obsidian. A company which, remember, Bethesda fucking bullied back in the day. If anyone knows the history about what happened with Fallout New Vegas. Bethesda fucking exploited Obsidian back in the day. Now Obsidian is fucking mogging Bethesda. Right? Look at Blizzard. Blizzard, an unstoppable juggernaut. And all it fucking took was one thirsty guy to drink some breast milk out of a fridge. And then they fell over. But Blizzard haven't gone anywhere. They still exist. Bethesda haven't gone anywhere. They still exist. Ubisoft hasn't gone anywhere. They still exist. Right? These companies are just going through a period of decline. But you can also see that these companies are starting to take some pretty fucking radical measures to start trying to make the line go back up again. For example, what has Xbox basically been doing recently? They've been firing motherfuckers left, right, and center. You've got people like protesting outside of, employees like protesting outside of like Bethesda, like, yeah, you can't fire us, people over profits and all this kind of stuff. And the funny thing is that those people are actually right. The company is trying to look after the people, the customers, because right now they're not making any fucking profit. But yeah, like you get my point. Like, it's not that 40K is too big to fail. What I think is likely to happen, that 40K might, I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility for Games Workshop to take a big hit. But I also think it's totally, if they did take a big hit, that they would be able to recover it. Because at the moment, that GW kind of has the luxury of sort of getting away with a lot of this kind of shit. But if things start hitting the fan, all of the grand ideals of the company go out the fucking window in a second. It's that simple. Yeah. That's it. Corporations are, we're all a family. We'd never fire any of you. We love you all. Work at your own pace. Come up with your own ideas. They're all like that as long as the money flows. The moment the money stops flowing, it's like all the yellow energy and the green energy can fuck off. And all of the red energy and the blue energy takes over. It's that fucking simple. Yellow energy and green energy is basically a luxury that companies can afford until the money stops flowing, and then they can't afford it anymore. And the companies which pull themselves out of that death spiral are the ones that know at the back of their minds that they can pull the fucking big red energy lever. And the companies which don't get out of death spiral are the ones that don't do the hard decisions that need to be made. That's why, when I see like what Xbox is doing, that's why when I see that kind of shit, it makes me just think, yeah, like they will absolutely turn these, they're going to turn these studios around because they're doing what needs to be done to turn them around. And 40K would be exactly the same way. GW would allow the shit to happen, and then the moment it starts hitting the fan, they just start firing a bunch of people and getting the good ideas and giving the discount boxes back. Yeah. Yeah. Slaystone said, anyone else noticed with the drop of 11th edition, some of the hardcore players getting burnt out? I don't know if that's just my area or elsewhere. Normally with the new edition, it gets massive. Totally agree. I've seen fuck all growth in my area. Do you know, it's crazy. If 11th edition hadn't come out, I would. If 11th edition hadn't come out, I'd still be saying exactly the same. I'd still be seeing exactly the same amount of growth in my area. Yeah. I just don't think it's been I don't know. I just don't think it's led to a huge amount of growth, frankly. But I'm totally happy to be humbled on that one. I'm totally happy to be wrong. We'll just have to wait for the financial report to come out. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just I do get the feeling it's not quite been the slam dunk. But we genuinely have to wait to see the numbers. It's not a hill that I'm willing to die on. It's one of those where we've got a lot of anecdotal evidence, but we've not got any hard evidence at this point. Yeah. 11th edition made one of the 2 cornerstone 40k players in my area switch to AOS. That's pretty telling. That is pretty telling. It's pretty telling that guy's got poor judgment. That guy jumped out of the frying pan into the fucking fire. All right. Anyway, 29 minutes, boys. 29 minutes. We are up to 133 players. It's pretty fucking. Look at this, boys. You know what? I'm going to take a screenshot of this. I might just take more of them, but yeah. That is big, man. That's crazy. And I tell you what, I'll show you something as well. Okay. Because obviously, somebody might be like, some GW ball washer might be like, oh, well, you're just viewbotting or something. Firstly, I will tell you right now, hand on heart, I have never fucking viewbotted. I never will. I don't do. The only reason to viewbot is to get sponsorships. So you say to the sponsors, hey, look, I get loads of fucking people. Look how fucking good I am. Give me your sponsorship money. I don't do sponsorships. I don't do paid sponsorships. So I have literally zero reason to view botting. But if you also want proof, here's the analytics. If people view bot, it goes bang up like that. If you have something steady like this, no view bots. That simple. Right? So there you go, boys. There you are. There's a ton of British bots here. Okay, maybe we've got a bunch of automated bots here. Yeah. There you go. I love that. Mordian, have you ever played War Thunder? I've heard it's the most realistic online multiplayer action game. I have no idea about if it's realistic online or anything like that. But I played War Thunder a few years ago. So basically, what happened is me and Mordy bro, because we were both going through periods in our lives where we were like really, really focusing on like work. So we'd sort of like fallen out of contact a little bit. You know, we're still brothers, still love each other, but our lives were in very different stages and both nose to the grindstone, all that kind of stuff. But we wanted to obviously like reconnect because we're brothers. And one of the ways that, you know, we didn't have time for like as much wargaming as we did, but one of the ways that we were able to reconnect is actually by playing War Thunder, because Johnny had played it for years, and he always played as the Germans. And so what we ended up doing, and he taught me like ABC, always be climbing and all this kind of stuff. And so what we did is we sort of, over the sort of 6 months or so, we basically like reconnected, playing like War Thunder for a couple of hours, 2 or 3 hours every single night. And it was awesome, man. It was really, really good. But after that, you know, we sort of got back into sync, and we were able to go back to playing like wargaming and stuff. But yeah, War Thunder holds a bit of a special place in my heart just because of that sort of 6 month sort of adventure that I had with it. But I never paid a penny for it or anything like that. And we got a couple of our other mates got involved as well, Will and JP. And there was a couple of really cool moments where we were all like, you know, flying in like a little four-man squadron and everything. Yeah, it was cool. But Mordy bro always used to love playing the Messerschmitts, and I was always more of a Fokker Wolf guy. Because I like, even though the Messerschmitt was faster and everything, it didn't have the firepower. It only had like, you know, sort of machine guns. I think maybe it got like an autocannon like later on. But the Fokker Wolf, that shit, it had like 4 fucking guns on it. And I love shredding the shit out of people with that. Yeah. So yeah, War Thunder's planes. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the what. Yeah. I've never played the tanks. Oh, well, I've like tried it out for like an hour, but I didn't like it. I only ever play the planes. Yeah. But there was this really cool one that this really cool plane that you unlock fairly early on. It's called like the D100 or D400 or something. I can't quite remember it. But it's like, basically it's a really, really light plane, and it's only got 2 machine guns, but it's ridiculously fast. And like in real life, apparently it was like a racing plane that they sort of converted over to being like a fighter plane. So it was actually quite cool. And yeah, and what we would do is we'd because one of them didn't really have that much firepower, but 2 of them working together was really good. So was it the HE 100 1D1? That's it, Mantimouse. Yeah. So what we would do is we would be like D squad, and what we would do is we would climb up really high, and then we'd be looking down to see where, because we play both realistic and we'd play like arcade, but we'd be looking like down, and then what we would do is when we saw like maybe like an isolated plane on its own. Maybe try and do like a bombing run. Maybe just a fighter that does the fighting, but was sort of got just won a dogfight, as it were. What we would do is we would then both at the same time, we'd go in and we'd strafe it at the same time. So like, because 2 machine guns weren't that good, but if there was 2 of you going for it, then typically between our 4 machine guns, we'd be able to like shred that motherfucker up. Especially if we were coming down on top as well. You'd aim for like the cockpit, try and shoot the guy out of the cockpit and everything. Yeah, it didn't always work, but it was yeah. It didn't always work, but it was really, really, really fast. And it was a really, really cool tactic, and we really, really enjoyed doing it. Yeah. Yeah. That's when you find out you're max tail gunner. Well, actually, Silver, it's funny that you say that, because there was one time when we did try and we sort of broke our rule. Rather than, it was a hard lesson that needed to be learned. Rather than doing the whole because we dive in super fast and then ride the energy out. We never turned around for another pass. It was always, we either got them on the first go, or if we didn't, we just flew off into the distance. That's all we ever did, right? But one time we kind of broke our rule and we saw like an isolated bomber that was like above us. And we were like, there's 2 of us. It's like a basic fucking like PBY bomber. We can take this thing on. And we tried to like fly up and get it. But he literally just like shot us to pieces before we even got close to him. And we were like, that never happened to us before. But we realized because we were trying to attack upwards. So yeah, funny that you say it. It's true. All right. 22 minutes. 22 minutes. Got a couple of bits of support coming in here. 22 minutes until all is revealed, by the way. Not before the stream ends. What have we got here? Campbell! Thank you for the super chat. I snapped Dystopian Wars Italian pictures in stream. Bro, Dystopian Wars is so fucking cool. Yeah, it's so fucking cool, man. Yeah, Mordy Bro actually has Dystopian Wars. That is actually a game that I could play. It's super niche, Dystopian Wars, but it's so cool. But my brother and his mates have got like, I think there's like 7 of them, 6 or 7 of them. Don't do it. In their little game group that once every month they bust out the Dystopian Wars and go absolutely mental. Yeah. See, I'd love to get like a British fleet, but Mordy Bro's already got a British fleet. But I'd love to get a British fleet. Gotta go fucking rule Britannia, right? If you're playing a boat game, you gotta get the British boats. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. I'd either go British or I'd go Germans, but I don't know if Germans are in Dystopian. I imagine there are, but yeah. Gotta go the Royal Navy of the Kriegsmarine, There you are. But that's really, really cool, Campbell. And I fully support you trying out some different game systems. That's cool as fuck. All the space boats. That's true. The ship game. Yeah. Prussia is. Well, that's close enough. Yeah, Prussia's cool. I could do Prussia. Prussia's actually better. I actually do prefer Prussia over Germany. I'm just like, I liked Prussia before Germany was cool. I'm just saying, right? I used to play Empire Total War, which is the hidden gem of the Total War series. It's actually the best Total War they ever made, especially if you start getting like the Darth mod for it and stuff like that. But I used to play Prussia and Empire Total War, and you only saw like 2 territories, but you fucking smash the piss out of everybody. So good. So fucking good. Empire is the best. It's so good, Empire Total War, man. I used to play Minor Factions Revenge mods for it. I used to play Darth mod for it. Yeah, absolutely legit, man. Yeah, Darth mod for Total War. Yeah, so good. What we got next? Mr. Guyper! Mr. Guyper. 07, sir. TTC Val completions in stream discussion. Let's have a look. My lord, my TTC Val is complete. A glorious victory, my lord. May. Look at that, bro. That's so sick. Inigo. I can never remember this one. Mini Walker. Sasori. Shiboru Chiha.
You don't do your job, I'll shoot you.
Shibito. Assault Frame. Battle Frame. Basic infantry guys. Lunge mines. Snipers. Commanders, anti-tank rifles, and then Ghost Warriors. And you've got the limited edition Ghost Warrior as well. Perfection. And let's have a look at how the oh, look at that transition. How it started, how it finished. Oh my God. That is such a good looking army, that. Holy fuck, man. Let's get some fucking close-up. Look at all the palm trees and shit, man. That's so fucking cool, that is. That's so fucking cool. Look at that, boys. Look at that. Look at the fucking rift energy coming out the Shibito's eyes. And I love the way you've done the sort of like lenses on the Ghost Warriors. So good. And the way you've done all these sort of edges, the sort of the dark brown arm with the light brown sort of highlights, that looks so fucking good. That has come out so excellently. Yeah. I can't get over that, man. Hey, have you are they some converted Shibori rifles? I like that. I'm not sure exactly how you've done it. It's a very, very clean conversion. I have to say, very, very clean indeed. But I really like the way that you've done that and the way they've come out. Yeah, very, very clever. Very, very good indeed. Look at that Inigo, man. That's a cool fucking walker. I've got mine washed. I just need to get it built. Double scorpion. Well, one scorpion, one crab. I suppose it's not really a crab, is it? I think that was a crab walker, but I guess it's not really, but fuck it. It's a crab in my mind. I love the pink. The pink has worked so well for the crush. Very cherry blossoms, you know. Yeah. It's just fucking well done, isn't it? It's just fucking well done. Yeah. Really, really, really well done. My God. It's just a beautiful army that's had a lot of effort put into it. That's the kind of army that is a pleasure to face off against on the table. You know? That you enjoy the fact that you got to just even see it. Yeah. That's sick as fuck. Nice. Yeah, I totally agree, Ken Thorne. Amazing army. Yeah, Vladimir, beautiful. Totally agree. Yeah, Mr. Guyper, you absolutely smashed it, mate. 3D print the barrels? Ah, nice. It was a really good conversion, man. Yeah, really, really, really cool. And very clever as well. Because the metal Shibori rifles, they're fine. You know, they're okay. But yeah, I think the way that you've done it, it looks a bit better. Yeah. Japan has the coolest mechs. Yeah, I agree. I really, really do like the Japanese mechs. They're just very unique looking. And that's what I think is one of Japan's like sort of main draws, is the fact that they have a very unique aesthetic in comparison to a lot of other factions. All the factions, I think as time goes on, I think all the factions will become much more unique looking from each other. But at the moment, like, I think the Japanese have got the most different looking shit. Yeah. All right. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. God be with you. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Oh, man. I'm curious. So in 15 minutes, basically, I'll tell you what we'll do. Oh, I've got a slightly sweaty back. I'll tell you, I'm going to put my fan on a bit more. Yeah, there you go. I don't like the lower setting. In 15 minutes, I'm happy to basically like go through, so, you know, sort of just go 50 minutes till what? 50 minutes until we get to the big reveals, Son of Dawn. Yeah. Now, in 15 minutes, I'm happy to take any questions. I'm sure many of you will have. But what I'm also happy to do is basically kind of just like work through a lot of the book. Now, I can't show off everything like page for page because Warren has asked me to show snippets. I can tell you everything. I can't show you everything. Does that make sense? So you're not missing out on any information. But we can go through it. I can read a lot of it out and all that kind of good stuff. Yeah. But you can ask any questions you like. So we'll probably end up jumping around a little bit, but yeah. So start thinking of all your questions. Start thinking of what you want to know about the book and everything. That's the way. Yeah, and then in 15 minutes, 14 minutes now, we can absolutely get into it to the nth degree to all of the nitty-gritty detail. Yeah. Do me a favor and keep the coolest shit a secret. I'll keep, you know what? If people ask about it, I'll bring it up. But I like, you know how like I did with Festung Europa, how there were certain, like, I covered like a lot of like the beginning stuff, but then left some of the later stuff out so you guys have stuff like look forward to and whatnot. But you know what? We'll play it by ear. I am a man of the community. I can tell you as much as you want to know or as little. There you are. I'm sure most people, though, would rather know more than less. Yeah. All right. What have we got here? A Silent Warrior. Oh, so we got some. Sorry, Silent Warrior. I'll come back to you in a second. Ridemaster. Ridemaster, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new conscripts, or should I say new National Guardsmen, to help defend from the Japanese incursion. There you are. There we go, man. Also, we've got Campbell. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, sir. Thank you to you and Ridemaster for the 15 gifted membership total. You're both absolute officers and gentlemen and scholars, good sirs and kaisers, and an 07 for each one of you. There you are. All right. We've got a Silent Warrior, 49 months. X-Force, baby. Well, quadruple X-Force. Started a Red Corsairs army. Reeve Captain in Discord. Cool, man. Let's have a look. Hey, he looks all right, doesn't he? Shit in hell, he looks all right, doesn't he? Very cool. Yeah, I love that, man. I think he's come out really, really nice. I love the green that you've gone for like the power, like Power Maul and Plasma Pistol. Yeah, I like that. And the basing is wicked. I love the blue tufts. Very nicely done, sir. Very nicely done indeed. There you are. Very, very nicely done indeed. All right. Cool as fuck. First of many, I imagine. And I look forward to Silent Warrior. I look forward to seeing the rest of the armies that comes together. Icoclips, wait, so if I'm buying the book, should I not be here? Is this basically a giant spoiler session? I mean, there's going to be some spoilers. But I won't necessarily be reading things out like verbatim. I'll read some bits out verbatim, some bits I won't. And let me tell you, there's nothing like just sitting down and reading the book. I just sat down and just read it. And it was really good. So it's a very, very different experience to, you know, what I tell you is going to be a very, very different experience for you actually reading it and enjoying it yourself. It's kind of like a good way of looking at this. I'm going to have to wank from Jacob for a second. But a good way of looking at this is, you know, when you watch someone do like a let's play of like a video game and you see a bunch of spoilers for the video game, but what it makes you do is go, fuck, that looks like a really cool fucking video game. I'm going to go and get that and play it and then experience it myself. Right? It's basically the same. It's basically that. This is like Let's Play Invasion America. All right. Now, we've got 10 minutes to go. And I am confident that I will be able to spend at least several minutes of that thoroughly wanking off Fun Jacob. Because he has just come in with not 1, not 2, not 3, but 50 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy! Woo! It's popping up, boys! Fun Jacob coming in with a whole goddamn company! A whole goddamn company! Oh my god. Fun Jacob, we are going in with the first wave! Means more Yanks for us to kill. You smash the entire air! You get anyone that doesn't believe the God Emperor is a divine being! You get me! We get you, sir! Oh my god. Yes, I'm wanking him harder! It's the double-hander! There you go. There you are. Oh my god. Fun Jacob, thank you for the incredible support, for absolutely blowing my nips off, for absolutely fucking smashing it from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you so much for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Can we get a bunch of 07s down in the chat? Just a salute emoji, nothing dodgy, guys. Don't worry if you've not done it before. And some 07s down in the chat. Let's show some appreciation. Let's show some gratitude. Let's show some fucking respect to Fun Jacob for coming in with the big fucking support. Yeah, baby! Amazing, man. And Fun Jacob, thank you so much, man. Seriously. But I got something to show you. And it's not my cack. I've already shown it that one. It's finally happened. It's finally happened, Fun Jacob. I know you haven't missed the reveal. Don't worry, Kilroy. The reveal's going to be in 8 minutes. After waiting for such a long time for this to happen, I can now reveal to you that I have successfully painted Jacob's Jackal. There we are, man. I finally did it. It's not a great close-up, but you get the idea. There you are. I painted it in sort of just classic olive green. I put the star on the front, and then the K-47 American flag like on top there, and then you can see it from the back as well. Done the riff, the jump cells on it and all that kind of stuff. And I gave it a name which I thought you would approve of. It is the Reaper. There you are. Because you get Green Reaper as a transfer. I just took the green off because I've already got Green Reaper on my Kodiak. But I'm probably not going to use the Kodiak and the Jackal next to each other because the Kodiak's more of a ground pounder theme. It's more of a jump theme. So yeah, this is the Reaper. There you are. So there you go. And you know what, man? I really, really enjoyed painting it. There you go. Obviously he's piloted by Captain Jacob. Obviously, right? Who's a fun guy. Right? But yeah, it's I really, really enjoyed it. I actually want to get more of them. I do. It was a really enjoyable model to paint. There you go. So, dude, yeah, they are so fun to paint. They're so good, man. I actually want to get another one of these, and I want to get a couple of coyotes. Yeah, there you go. Let me just. I was going to put him back. So put him back in the box, nice and safe. There we are. But Fun Jacob, thank you so much for the incredible support, man. And I hope that model, I'm going to try and use it in the next battle report. Just to show it off for you. There you are. All right. What have we got here? We have got Cosmic Drew. Thank you for the super chat. I want to hear about the power goals of the linebacker. There's not much about I don't think there's anything about the linebacker in K-47, but there is hints at another American mech. Maybe one that you guys haven't seen before. Woo! So you'll learn about that. And also, there is a big bit about the Paragons in here. A really big bit. So, yeah. All right. So you will, in 5 minutes, maybe, depending on what we get to first, it will all be revealed. But we've got to spend a significant portion of the last 5 minutes before we can reveal everything. The last 5 minutes, not at the end of the stream, until the reveals, of the countdown, we should say. We've got to spend the last 5 minutes. We've wanked off Fun Jacob, but he is not alone in the 50 Club. Because the man, the myth, the legend, the absolute fucking Giga Chad, Glenn Lee, has just come in with 50 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. Thank you so much, Glenn Lee, for the incredible support. Thank you. Holy shit, man. Let's fucking go. Glenn Lee coming in here, smashing the entire area, killing anything that dares to step foot on American soil. Absolutely fucking love it, bro. Oh my days. Thank you. 1,000 times fucking thank you. 07, you magnificent bastard. From the tip of my mushroom-infested toes to the end of my big, rubbery, greasy nose, thank you for the incredible fucking support, man. Holy shit. Shout out to you. Shout out to Fun Jacob. Get the 07s flowing. Get the love flowing, boys. I think we can all agree that that is a pretty fucking big deal. Baby. Oh, my God. I'm busted a rip, boys. Oh my God. Glenn Lee, thank you so much, man. No handy needed. I'm already shapunking. He's like, don't worry, man. I'm on it. You handle those reveals, baby. I can do it myself. There you go. I love it, man. Ah, I love it. All right. 3 minutes. Gladly, thank you, bro. We've got Lord Davian. Lord Davian, thank you for the 48 months. Quadruple X-Force, baby. Banzai. There you are. After 4 years of 40k, I'm ready for K47 love. Banzai! Dude, that's crazy, man. I should preface I've been in 40k for 10 years, but I'm loving MG's K47 content recently. My brother, the rift calls to you. The fire rises. The revolution spreads. Join us in the rift, and you will enjoy 40k just like you did 10 years ago. Or you will enjoy wargaming just like you did 10 years ago. There you are. There you are, man. It's got to be said. You just got to say it, all right? There you are. Lord Davian, in 2 minutes, I have my Americans primed. Fuck yeah, bro. Fuck yeah. There we go. In fact, speaking of Americans, shall we see how the poll is getting on? Who is the favorite at the moment? The Americans are the favorite at the moment. So, there we go. In a minute, you'll be able to find out who wins and who loses, I suppose. All right. What have we got next? We have got Average White Shark. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. The guard isn't doing well. Time for a new plan. A great plan, if you will. In stream discussion. All right. Let's take a look, man. Oh my God! It's popping off. Average White Shark. Decided to get to Lisbon because they're the least feels bad army to get into for fantasy, since most models are cross-compatible with AOS and Old World. Plus, the lore being light makes it accessible as a faction. The models just look cool. Hey! There you go. Well, mate, I hope that if you are not enjoying 40k or not enjoying the guard at the moment, then, as I've said to a few of the people tonight who have been, some have been getting into the game systems, some conflict, some not, If this makes you happy and it makes you enjoy your wargaming again, then I fully support it, mate. Whether it's AOS, Conflict, Old World, Bot Action, whatever it might be. I just want all my wargaming bros and broettes to just be happy. There you go. Nice. Dude, Lizmen are cool as fuck. Lizmen are fucking cool, right? No one can deny that. All right, it's midnight. It's midnight. I've got to say a quick thank you. We've had some other big sport come in, and then we're going to get into Invasion America. But the embargo has officially dropped, so get your questions in. And we'll see what we can start answering. All right. We are officially busting riffs, boys. Lower Decks, speaking of which, thank you for Super Chat. Bust a riff, baby. There we are. Thank you so much. And then we have got Adepta Potatoes coming in with another 50 gifted memberships. Yes. Banzai. Holy shit, man. Thank you for the absolutely incredible support. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. Thank you for conscripting every motherfucker in the room. And thank you for just being an absolute fucking giga chat, bro. thank you for the 50 gifted memberships from the bottom of my heart 1,000 fucking times. 1,000 07s. You're an absolute fucking hero. And I raise my glass to you, bro. Thank you for more than doing your part. Incredible effort, sir. Incredible effort. All right. Incredible fucking effort, boys. I think we can all appreciate in this chat that Adeptus Potatoes, Glenn Lee, and Fun Jacob each come in 50 memberships. These guys are absolute fucking heroes. They're massive support of the channels, and they all deserve a lot of fucking respect and a lot of fucking love. So, 07, boys. 07 to you, 3 fucking heroes. There we are. All right. Woohoo, baby. Right. So, what do you want to know? Just to, you know, prove, by the way, that I have it. What do you want to know? What do you want to know, boys? There you go. So, you can have a good look at the front cover and stuff. I think the book starts off, like I said, I can show snippets off. I can't show absolutely everything off. I can tell you everything. I just can't show everything. You know, I think Warlord just doesn't want people to like screenshot the page, which I fucking get. But yeah, there's some cool stuff in here. So you've got the front cover, Konflikt 47, Referal Volume 2, Invasion Amerika. You can get a nice close up there of, ooh, what's that? Hello. Ooh, we're seeing some interesting things. Woo! All right. What I really like is you've got that, and then you've got the art print that we saw. You know, Warlord said if you pre-order the book, you get the cool art print, which is great. And then we've got a cool little quote at the beginning here. I think this one's different to Festung Europa. In harvesting the rifts, humanity will inevitably consume itself. Yes. Some of you have noticed 120 pages, so this is longer than Festung Europa. I will tell you this: it's longer and there's more lore in it. The narrative scenarios in this are, there's a few in there, but this is definitely lore first, narrative scenario a distant second. And frankly, personally, I prefer that. Okay, like I don't mind trying out a narrative scenario here and there, but I love reading lore again and again and again. Yeah. I also really like the art style that they've got here. I don't know about you, but this to me, I don't know a lot of like anime or manga or whatever it is, but I love that fucking art style. That to me just feels. It feels appropriate, right? That feels fucking appropriate. It feels fucking cool. And what's the quote at the top? I commit myself to the path set before me. Victory in battle shall be the salvation that unshackles me from the manifest world. Kamuru Tadaki. Yeah. Manga-esque. Yeah, there you go. All right. So, we can have a look. So you can see it's very chunky on the lore. It's very what's that? Woo! Ooh! Did you see it? Did you see it? Ooh. If you missed it, blinking you missed it. People's like, go back! Pause! And what did he say? What did he show us? There you are. All right. What have we got? We've got some super chats coming in here. Buddy Boy, thank you for 10 months. Is that new Grizzly using the dual Tesla? So I actually don't know that, but we do get a little bit of we get in Invasion Amerika, you get a hint and a little sort of soft look at what the new Grizzly is going to look like. And it looks, I'm not going to lie, it looks pretty different. But they also come up with a lot. What I love about it is they come up with a lore justification for why it looks different. Like basically how, the Grizzlies that we've got at the moment, they're the early designs. I think what the Grizzly at the moment is the A8. Is it? So what someone will know what the actual designation. I think isn't it the M8 A8 Grizzly or something like that? And I think what we're going to is the A10 Grizzly. So it's still a Grizzly. It's the M8 versus the M10. Yeah, it's still a Grizzly, Christian von Carvin, great to have you in the stream, by the way. Love your stuff, man. I bet you've got your copy of Invasion America as well. Yeah, so we're going from the M8 to the M10 version. So, and basically it's just the Americans have refined the design a little bit. We've also got Dexter Gaming Corner. Thank you for the 9 months, man. Any new loadouts for existing units? So, I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, you're getting the new. Dexter, you're getting the new Ghost Warriors, which have got melee weapons, right? And then you've got the new Japanese mech, which is going to have 3 distinct loadouts. I can tell you what those are now, by the way, if anyone wants to know. So the loadouts for the loadouts are heavy machine. I think it's double heavy machine gun and sword. 1 rift cannon and sword, or double rift cannon. Now, obviously, you're going to always pick the option with the sword, right? Because the sword is fucking cool. Yeah. Now, I can't remember exactly. I don't know if it's the heavy rift cannon or the light rift cannon on it. I can't quite remember. But the sword, from what Warlord told me in passing, although this was very, very early rules, by the way, so it may not have panned out. But the way they described it is the sword is going to give it more attacks on like walker assaults and give it more chances of winning walker on walker or walker on vehicle assaults, right? So the idea was kind of described to me as like the mech, it runs through, you know how mechs basically fight by running through infantry units? Well, basically this one sort of runs through units and goes like, and like just like a big like scything cut with it kind of thing. Like it sort of runs forward with it behind itself, and then it's like, and I think Warlord said it could get like maybe potentially up to like 10 hits on infantry. Like, so, but don't quote me on that number. All right. So basically, like the idea is basically sort of like Naruto runs forward and then just like a big like fucking like swing with it, like bit like in, if you've ever seen like the Alien versus Predator, like the third movie, the like Predators, where like they fight, the Japanese guy with the samurai sword is fighting the Predator, and every time they do like a single cut on the way past. It's kind of like that. So yeah, basically it sort of runs through and does a big on the way through kind of thing. I think the idea is that it can potentially hit models it doesn't even pass over as well, because obviously normally you can only hit models that you run over. But this thing can hit models that it's not running over because it's got the extra reach that the sword gives it, kind of thing. But don't quote me on any of that. That was about... I got told that at UKGE, basically, so that might not pan out. But yeah, close enough. Welcome back, Titanfall. There you go. All right, so... yeah, so basically you can... And the new mech is a ghost mech, so it can teleport around. It can spirit walk, which is... pretty good. Now, I don't know if it can spirit walk. If it shoots, then spirit walks. Or if it spirit walks, then shoots. I have no idea. All right? I don't know. But it can ghost walk. Yeah. In one form or another. Do you say heavy shotgun? I don't know if it's heavy or light. I don't know. You guys can have a proper look at it if you want to. There you go. It's in the book, right? There you go. Have a big fucking look. Have a good fucking look. I think it's probably the coolest mech that the game has right now. Oh, I'm not even showing it. 1 minute. There you go. You have a proper look. I think it's probably the coolest mech that they've got right now. I think it's in the book, right? Yeah. Not the rules for it, but a picture of it, right? So there you go. You want to have a fucking good look at it. I think it's ridiculously good. Yeah, I think it's ridiculously fucking good. Yeah. But remember, guys, none of the rules are in here. That you don't need to pay for any of your rules. All of the rules for this shit is going to be coming free, updated in the app and on the PDFs. Yeah, yeah. I need more linebackers. Yeah. So it's it's definitely to me it looks like a really big like assault frame. It kind of reminds me of like the old assault frame guys. It looks like a really big old assault frame, and I love that. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking awesome, isn't it? Yeah. And remember, guys, it's as far as I'm aware, it's full plastic. Yeah. As far as I'm aware, it's full plastic. I don't think Warlord is bringing out any resin, any new resin products for K47. It's like what exists in resin and metal now will stay like that, but everything's going to be going plastic sort of going forward. Yeah. Will the Ghost Warriors be in plastic? Yeah, Ghost Warriors will be in plastic. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there might be a hybrid kit, but I think this has been described by Wall as a full plastic kit. So very, very, very exciting. I imagine it's going to be a medium mech. It might be a heavy mech. I imagine it's going to be a medium mech. But yeah, that sword. It looks more. You know what? To me, it looks less like a katana, and it looks more like a Japanese greatsword. And I think that's really cool. Yeah. Yeah. I require 2, maybe 3. I mean, yeah, I'm going to need a few of them. I'm going to need a few of them. All right. Ghost Platoon. I think there is rumors of a Ghost Platoon coming, but I've not seen the rules for it yet. All right. And look, you got the new Gurkha. So the new Gurkha's taking on some of the Shibito, which is kind of cool. The opening of this rift is divinely ordained. It removes us from the obligations of an alliance that has run its useful course. Now we will have the means to achieve final victory. Okay, so let's go back a bit. And, like I said, I won't show everything off. But, so if you want, I can just start reading out some of the bits from the book. And if that generates any questions or anything, we can go for that. Cosmic Drew, show me the Paragons and the US mechs. Okay. Obviously, if we want to jump ahead to some bits via Super Chats, we can do that. If you just want to patiently wait as we go through, you can do that as well. All right. So, Cosmic. I can... So, I haven't got any new Paragon models in here for you. But what I can show you is... Okay, let me find it for you. There's so much cool shit in here, bro. So there's a little bit of a hinty preview for what the new Grizzly's going to look like. All right, it is a bit different. I think it looks fucking sick, but it is a bit different. It's going to catch a few people off guard, I reckon. But let's have a look here. It's a little bit later on. Okay. I'm going to zoom in because I don't want to give too much away. Oh, shit, mate. Fuck. 1 minute, I fucked it. 1 minute, I fucked it up. 1 minute. Give me a second. Professional stream at work here. Okay. All right. So it's going to give a little bit of a hint away, but to what, some of the story. But here is, let me turn chat off. A little half look at what the new Grizzly might start looking like. There you are. A little different. There you are. Yeah, its main gun has been moved from here to up here now. It can now actually fight past its own belly gun. So if you love the belly gun, you still got the old Grizzly, right? But I think the new Grizzly, it looks a lot. The old Grizzly is charming but goofy. The new Grizzly is badass. It's very just straight up badass. Yeah. And you want to know about the Paragons? Oh. So I haven't got any new Paragons for you, Cosmic. Technically that's not true. I mean, technically that's not true. Do you want a big one? Do you want a big one, guys? Who wants a big one? I know I'm teasing you a little bit. Who wants a big one? Who's that? How interesting. Curious, one might say. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. That is a new Paragon hero that is coming out. But how to put this? If Slammer Samuels is Captain America, this guy's more like the Winter Soldier. He don't ask no questions. There you go. What was up with his arm? Ooh, interesting. Interesting that you noticed that. How shall we say this? Some people come out a bit different from the Paragon program. Some people come out looking like true all-American heroes. Some people come out a little fucked up. But they're still super strength. They're still paragons. But we don't really want the newsreels showing them off. We don't really want people to see that they might come out looking like Sloth from the Goonies. Like, so we're still going to use them. We're still going to deploy them as troops. But we're not going to be making any propaganda reels out of them. Right? There you go. He's a bit of a mutie. He's a bit of a mutant. The Paragon, look, the Paragon, but the thing is, it's a bit of a, it's a bit ironic, isn't it? Because they're all, the Americans are all about, God's sort of holy image. Morning Glory, Wind Soldier, or Wanker Soldier. He does look a little bit like Quagmire when he discovers internet porn, I will admit. But I love him. And his lore is really, really good. And his lore definitely, Slammer Samuel's lore is very like noble, bright kind of thing. Leo Bianchi's lore is much more grimdark. Much, much more grimdark. Yeah, and I really like him as a character. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. So, there you go, Cosmic. Was that all right? Was that a nice little payoff for you, Cosmic? Leo Bianchi. There you go. Leo, as in like lion, Leo Bianchi. I think he's meant to be of like Italian sort of ancestry or something like that. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not an expert on surnames and where they're from and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, maybe a bit like Frank Horrigan. Maybe a little Frank Horrigan. Yeah, K47 Frank Horrigan. Hank Horrigan. There you are. All right, so shall we have a little read? So to take you through the vibe of. Oh man, I just saw this picture. I've not seen this one before. Look at this. I actually haven't seen this before. This is what one of the other loadouts looks like. I mean, that looks like twin heavy cannon to me, doesn't it? Fucking hell. That looks pretty fucking cool. Yeah, nice. I actually missed that when I first saw it. Yeah. Very, very, very fucking cool. Yeah. All right, so to take you through the vibe of the to take you through the rough vibe of the book, right? So the first half of the book basically gets you up to speed with generally what's been happening in the Pacific. And then not even the first half, the first third of the book. And then the last 2/3 of the book get into the details of they really focus on the Japanese invasion of America. And then towards the end of the book is a little bit of it's a little bit of a tidbit, like a little bit extra thing thrown on. You find out what the Soviets were doing, basically. Okay, so that's kind of the stage that it goes through. So to give you, I'll just read out a bit from the book for a second. It is 1940. So this is the start. Secrets of the Empire. It's 1947. The Rift War rages. The coming of the Rifts has altered the trajectory of the global war, with resultant technologies threatening to consume the Earth itself. Battlefields are rife with horrors born of perverted science, so-called super soldiers, the walking dead, gravitic weapons capable of tearing flesh and steel asunder from within. There are no limits to the hellish methods of death and destruction conceived and imposed upon one another by mankind. The first rift had opened in February 1944 as a result of the Trinity test in New Mexico. The test not only proved the viability of an atomic weapon, but opened a breach between realities. The White House almost immediately moved to deploy their new weapon against both Nazi Germany and Japan, aiming to end the war overnight. Two devices were prepared, one designated Big Boy, bound for Dresden, and the other Old Man for Tokyo. The latter was lost over the island of Iwo Jima, whilst the former's detonation did not have the desired effect of ending hostilities in Europe, instead opening a second rift. US President Franklin D. Roosevelt had been duped. The swift deployment of the atomic device and its subsequent deployment had all been orchestrated by agents of the Green Vault, a secret organization which had been manipulating events in the shadows for centuries until the technology of the world had sufficiently developed to further their agenda. When, in 1944, the Pan-Atlantic Alliance initially encountered the dread Totem Corps in Normandy, its members first learned of the existence of a second rift in Dresden, and bore witness to the military potential of rift tech. This realization only cemented the Europe First policy conceived between the Allies in 1941 of defeating Nazi Germany first. You want to keep that in mind. Keep that they've kept Europe First in mind, because it explains a lot about why the Marines are struggling in the Pacific. Okay, they're still doing great, the Marines. Don't get me wrong, Marines are Marines. Get some devil dogs, but it explains why the American progress has slowed down a bit, and they go into a little bit more of that later on. Whilst fighting a holding action against the perceived regional threat of the Japanese, the gifts of the rift were to be denied to the Axis at any costs. What I really like is, that's just the first page, by the way. What I really like is how Warlord is taking the time to expand on, why when it was perceived, why has Japan still managed to sort of cling on when, obviously, we know in World War II, they were kind of, by 1944, they were, in many ways, it was already kind of like GG, right? But they just didn't give up. Obviously, the Americans still had to win the fight and everything, but there was little that the Japanese could do to kind of reverse the fortunes. That's why kamikaze and shit started coming about, because they were just desperate. Now, it's not by the way, to be clear, that's not the only explanation. That's just the first point on the graph, right? And then it all comes together. Right? But what I really like is that they're already setting that up. They're already giving you that sort of good explanation at the beginning. However, the power of Dresden would not be confined to Europe. On the far side of the world, the Empire of Japan was beginning to stand stronger in the face of the industrial powerhouse of the United States military. Granted the boon of shared rift tech research by Axis scientists, the Empire had been industrially transformed to the point that they more than rivaled the American capacity to produce cutting-edge weapons of war. So, to be clear, America is still the arsenal of democracy. What Japan has been able to do is increase its industrial capacity, not to beat America in pure ability to produce shit, but in its ability to match America on the cutting edge. And that's an important thing, because some people would read that and go, how would they ever keep up with America and produce 1,000 Shermans a minute? They're not keeping up with that. They're keeping up with the cutting edge. Just an important distinction. And as we all know, in real life, quantity doesn't actually have a quality of its own. It's, you know, people like to think the Soviets, you know, won on the Eastern Front because they just outbled the Germans. No, if you actually know anything, if you actually read into it a lot more, you realize that when the Soviets tried to enemy at the gates, the Germans, that's when they kept losing. It wasn't until Zhukov came along and actually started making them fight properly and improving what they had that they were able to start pushing things around. Quality pretty much always beats quantity in war. So this is another little point on that graph where, like, the Japanese aren't matching the Americans for industrial might. What's interesting is that they're actually beating the Americans on the cutting edge. And so in a sort of twist of fate, now it's the Americans who are now who are like in the position of the Soviets were on the Eastern Front. The Americans are in that position on the Pacific Front. See, so all these little points, this is all getting explained very early on, but this is why I read the book twice, because I picked a lot of this stuff up the second time that I read it through. Initial Japanese weapons designs had Initial Japanese weapon designs had aimed to replicate those of the Axis, resulting in walkers and powered armor that very much aped the battlefield roles of the Spinner light walkers and the Schwertruppen in Europe. This was all to change when the Japanese developed their own version of the Totem Corps known as the Shibito. So very interestingly, Shibito are different to Totem Corps. Like that, and so they're based on the same fundamental principles of raising the dead, but the reason why the Japanese ones are faster yet more fragile has actually got an inbuilt lore reason now. They're their own thing. Keep that in mind, right? Originally was that shared tech. Yes, so it's still shared tech, but all will be revealed as to why the Shibito are different to the Totem Corps. All right, like you're all gonna have your own shit moments. All right, you're all gonna have your own shit moments. The reanimated dead were first encountered in April of 1945 by Allied troops in New Guinea, 9 months after their European cousins were unleashed in France. Unlike the Totem Corps, the Shibito were immediately composed largely of the fallen of the enemy. Though not as hardy as the Axis Corps soldiers, Japanese philosopher scientists, I love that they're like, because obviously, you know, the Japanese in World War II, not only were they like a very military force, but they corrupted the Bushido code in many ways for the Japanese, this wasn't just a military fight, it was a spiritual one. So I love the idea that they've actually taken that forward with their science as well. These aren't just scientists, they are philosopher scientists. Had found a way to suppress the latent loyalties preserved in the limited synaptic memory capacity of the raised dead. Almost 2 years before Albrecht von Zogling. So the Japanese were actually a little bit ahead of the Germans in perfecting not perfecting, but sort of, you know how the Germans had like basically round up the German Totem Corps and sort of push them onto the battlefield. The Japanese have been able to actually they've been able to reanimate them in a more intelligent way. And it took von Zogling a little while to come up with that like serum system. Japanese have been able to come up with it much quicker. But why? Why? The Albert von Zogling, it's not just because the Japanese are Mary Sue's, by the way. You won't find out for a little bit, but again, keep it in the back of your mind. Albert von Zogling, the Axis custodian of the Totem Corps program, had developed a serum to achieve a similar effect. Okay, before we go any further, we've got a super chat coming in here. John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat, man. K47 adjacent picture in stream discussion. Something I built today. Let's have a fucking look, man. Let's have a look. Busy building a barbed wire terrain piece for chain of command, but it could be used by actual K47. Well, I do own all 3 of those rule sets. That's true, man. And hey, got it, you know, terrain is very important. Being able to have like fortifications and barbed wire and all that kind of shit, it's very important, man. So yeah, I love seeing that you've been working on that stuff. Nice. All right. We'll get back into the K47 lore in a moment. Don't worry, Klovac. I'm not fucking with you. We're gonna get back into it. My drink's empty though, so let me just go and grab a fresh drink, and then we'll get back into it. I know how desperate you guys are for this. I'll be very quick. Drink, piss, back, 2 minutes, done. I'm not gonna make you wait 5 minutes for this, boys. I know how you've been. You're all. I'm fucking gagging for it. We're all fucking gagging for it. Right.
There's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real. Indeed.
All right, I'm back. Let's have a look. Macon, thank you for the super chat. How much of the Empire of Japan spin is actually spiritual? What do you mean by spin? Do you mean like their sort of attitude towards the rift? Their attitude towards the rift is I would say it's heavily spiritual. I mean, so basically, like the people at the top and the scientists, they obviously know that it's science rather than like spiritual. But the soldiers and stuff, it's still very much like, you know, for the soldiers on the front lines, for the ghost warriors, it's still very much like a spiritual war and everything. Yeah. There you go. So there's definitely a big spiritual component to it for the Japanese. More like it might actually be something beyond rather than how the Axis view it. Ah, okay. So it does get it. Shinobi space does get explained. I mean, I can skip ahead a little bit to it if you want. Let me find it. Okay. Let me have a look. I'm not that familiar with it though, so you have to. One minute. What if I can do it this way? One minute. Oh, man, I'm going about this very slowly. Oh, man, I'm being a bit of an idiot. It's probably a bit earlier on than that. Here you go. Okay. So there's a whole thing on it, right? There's a whole page on it. Actually, 2 pages on it. Okay. So. Shinobi space and phasing technology. All right. The presence of the Iwo Jima rift allowed Japanese researchers a more direct way to conduct experiments rather than having to rely on second-hand data provided by the Axis. Late in 1944, Japanese philosopher-scientists discovered empirical evidence that rift energy originated from an alternate dimension that existed parallel, yet separately, to the earthly plane. Could this be... So it's like, it's like an alternate dimension. Now, alternate dimension could be this, you know, we would maybe describe that as like, I mean, the way I kind of, do you know the way I kind of see it? It's kind of like the upside down. Yeah, it's kind of like the upside down in some ways. The discovery had, in part, corroborated some schools of Axis research, which had similarly sought to determine what lay beyond the rifts. This other plane had been labeled by some Axis scientists as the verite dimension, or V dimension, a term disregarded by just as many as who accepted it. Other theories challenged this, suggesting that there were in fact many dimensions, and each breach in the barrier between realities could potentially link to a different plane of existence. The Green Vault, who shepherded Axis scientific programs, were apparently far more concerned with the military applications of rift energy than making such determinations. So they don't really care. Like they don't care, but they will prioritize taking advantage of the rifts over like actually understanding the rifts in some ways. Understanding where the rifts go. They want to understand the rifts and how they can use them, but they're not so bothered like where the rifts go kind of thing. Shintoist beliefs and practices, so this is where the spiritual stuff comes in. Shintoist beliefs and practices would, however, steer the alternate approach taken by the Japanese. Independently from the Axis, philosopher-scientists were delving into the mystery of the source of rift energy and were eventually able to successfully send an object into the Iwo Jima rift and have it return, albeit morphed beyond recognition. Those scientists are unaware that this feat has not to date been replicated by researchers at Los Alamos or Dresden. Research thus pivoted to the development of a material that would be resistant to the energies emanating from the rift. After much trial and error, they determined that suffusing certain metal compounds with rift energy during heat treating of the metallurgical process would render them resistant when cooled. So it's like rift treating rather than like heat treating. Okay. These compounds were then shaped into the first prototype ghost suits. Nevertheless, the initial attempts to phase human subjects into this alternate state of existence were disastrous. The first tests involved sending subjects into the breach itself. Most did not return, while a small number returned in the form of amorphous flesh and bone fused with their armor. It turned inside out, and then it exploded. The breach itself emanated so much energy that even the suffused compounds could not withstand it. These failures would catalyze the development of the Ghost engine. When activated, the Ghost engine projects an energy field across the surface of the suit, polarize the whole plating, while vibrating to match the energy's natural resonant frequency. That's very important. Keep that in mind. This principle allowed two major breakthroughs: the ability for the wearer to phase through solid objects, passing through gaps at the subatomic level, very Ant-Man, or at maximum resonance into the parallel dimension. Many more test subjects would be lost in the development and testing of this revolutionary piece of technology. Some did return alive, although many without their sanity. It's a Gellerfield. It's a Gellerfield. That's a great way to put it, Southern Bear. Yeah, it's a Gellerfield. Now, this is where it's really going to start fucking with people. All right. Boys, right. Are you fucking ready? Are you fucking ready? All right. We're about to cross the event horizon. The first expeditioners who successfully returned without detriment, reported that the landscape and architecture of the parallel state of existence matched that of the earthly plane almost exactly, only laced with the rubescent hues and inflicting a sensation upon the mind similar to that of being submerged. Philosopher-scientists would quickly come to term this alternate dimension the spirit realm, or shinobi space. Kempeitai officers would seize upon the Shintoist parallels of this scientific anomaly, encouraging those under their charge to respect shinobi space as a gateway to Kakaryo, I'm probably saying that incorrectly, the hidden world of spirits. Are you ready? Many who have walked within it have reported visions of Kami or Oni. Woo! Such reports were considered further evidence of the Empire's divinity and were much encouraged by the Kempeitai, although scientists privately rejected any such notions. This would be the genesis of the Ghost Battalions, but a further breakthrough was yet to come. It was discovered that by manipulating the vibrational frequencies of the Ghost engine, the wearer could emerge at a different point in space from which they entered. This was, however, limited to short-range hops within visual range of the wearer. Mastery of this technique was extremely difficult, necessitating intense training for would-be ghost warriors. Many would perish in the attempts. There you are. There you are. So, are these Oni and Kami, are they real? Or are they just hallucinations of the people that have gone into this other realm? Do people that do the ghost warriors that enter shinobi space but don't come out just get disorientated and lost because it's like being submerged? Or does something get them before they manage to come back out? Oh shit. There you go. There you go. If anyone's on the Kami and Oni, then they are real as fuck. It's a big one. It's a big one. We must trust in Super FDR. I told you, this book This book has got some huge fucking oh shit moments in it. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Invasion America is so... This is in many ways why I actually prefer Invasion America over Festung Europa. And Festung Europa is very, very fucking good. Okay, it's like a 10 out of 10 for me. But in some ways, Invasion America is an 11 out of 10 for me. Because I think it's got a lot more like oh shit moments in it. Like with Invasion America, with Festung Europa, we're kind of just exploring, right? We're kind of just exploring. But with Invasion America, and don't get me wrong, there's still oh shit moments in Festung. But in Invasion America, there's these huge like fuck me, man. Like, so what I mean, like every question that gets answered, 10 more questions pop into your head. Yeah, like they expand the world, but they leave the mystery. I fucking love it. I fucking love it, boys. It's so fucking good. You know, Warlord, they're just setting things up. They're setting things up. Maybe this will go somewhere. Maybe it won't go anywhere. We don't know. But they're just setting the plot threads up. They're setting the potential up, you know? Yeah, I love it. By the way, can we get a big shout out to Pete? Warlord Pete is in the chat right now. Big shout out to him. And can I just say, Warlord Pete, yeah, the team has, again, done an amazing job. Dan, I know, has worked like a madman on this book. He's done an amazing job on it. It's absolutely awesome, man. It's fucking incredible. And Invasion America is just fucking peak, man. So let's get some 07s down in the chat for Warlord Pete. You know, he's him and the K47 gang are just doing incredible work. He said Aldea's good spot. Ooh, what did Aldea spot? 1 minute, I gotta find this now. It even explains the look of the hard hat diving helmet look on the ghost suits. Yeah, it does. It does. Great point. Great point. We've got a few. We've had some pretty good responses from this. We've got some super chats coming in as well. Like Glenn Lee, thank you for the Giga chat. Yes, thank you for the ban. I'm gonna start calling it the Banzai dog. Thank you for the Banzai dog super sticker, mate. Absolutely love that, man. That's cool as fuck. We've got Cosmic Drew, thank you for the Giga chat. Japan needs rift suits. FDR, look what they need to mimic a fraction of my power. USA was chosen by God. Bust a rift. Here's the thing, Cosmic. Did FDR get healed by the rift? Or did something come back from the rift? We don't know. We don't know. We like maybe. Oh my god. I mean, yeah, it's something else. It's something else wearing him like a fucking skin suit. We don't know. We don't fucking know. Oh my god. That's crazy. Yeah, we don't know. Like maybe. Like, but I love that. I love that there's a massive like question mark, even more so than before, hanging over FDR now. Yeah. Cosmic's like, no, FDR was healed by the USA. FDR was healed by the rift. The USA was chosen. The Japanese rift was died in the rift because they were not chosen. Cosmic is a true believer. He's like, Miracle Day is our day. Cosmic is full blown. He's fully believing. He's a true believer. There you go. I love it. We are God's chosen people. FDR is the one true God. He's the messenger. He's an angel. He's a divine angel sent by God himself. Praise Jesus. There you are. I love it. Oh, man. There you go. Guys, I think FDR is the Antichrist. Heretic, lies and damnation, fires and brimstone, cast your doubts into the gates of hell. I put my faith in FDR to lead the US to ultimate victory. Skinwalker FDR. It's so good, man. This is what I love about. This is what's This is what I love about being at sort of ground zero for K47. Like, the fact that we all get to enjoy... We get to be there when we all get to learn this. We get to enjoy it for the first time. You know, it's so cool. Yeah, yeah. It's so fucking cool. So, yeah. Yeah. I love it. I love that. I love that good lore. Just... It gets everyone so exciting. Right? It gets everyone so excited. Yeah. Summerled, thank you for the 5 gift membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Amazing. Amazing. Warlord Pete is going, healed? Was he healed? Well, as we find out later on, not to give too much, I mean, I can give it all away now, can't I? But the NDA's dropped. Well, not the NDA. I'm still under the NDA. The embargo's dropped. But as we find later on, you know, the unique properties of the Los Alamos Rift suggest that it is not necessarily a healing force. But we don't know too much. We don't know everything about the Los Alamos Rift just yet. Yeah, yeah. There we are. It's a little different, the Los Alamos Rift, isn't it? There you go. All right. So where are we up to? Ishmael, thank you for super chat. My hobby stash discussion. Also, just got here. What are the big reveals? I'd say the biggest reveal we've had so far is that when the Japanese enter their rift, they've some of the people have reported seeing spirits down there, but we're not sure if it's hallucinations or if there's actually spirits down there. Yeah. Let's have a look. My 6-month stash. Notice how K47 has completely replaced 40k. Yes. Yes. Let the rifts flow through you, brother. Yes. I love it, man. Holy shit. Woohoo, baby. Very, very cool. Look at all of that good. Look at all of that armor, boys. Holy shit. That is incredible. That is actually incredible, man. Konflikt 47 and bot action US. Completed it, mate. Completed it. You know when Warlord reported that, like, their revenue had gone up like 60% when Konflikt 47 came out? Yeah, 50% of it's here. That's cool, man. Hey, you got a nice little airbrush setup there, man. That's cool as fuck. Nice. Very, very cool. Very, very, very fucking cool, man. What have we got here? Buddy Boy, thanks for super chat. They should start to name the new US mechs after the cryptids. What are the cryptids, man? Give me a second. I'll just Google it quickly. Cryptids are hidden or mythical animals like Bigfoot, the Loch Ness Monster, and Mothman that people claim to see, but science has not proven. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, right now they're all based off like bears, aren't they? Like Kodiak. I think a Bruin is kind of bear. I think Kodiak, bear, a grizzly, Bruin. What is a Bruin, by the way?
Fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real.
Oh, it's a bat. It's a brown bear, I think. Yeah, yeah.
Indeed.
All right, cool. Nice. That's kind of cool. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So right now they're based off bears, but maybe the Warlord, Warlord will write it down and maybe they'll do something with it. Maybe not. We'll see. But it's a cool idea. I love that. Yeah, yeah. What have we got? Cosmic, my boy! Thank you for the super chat. FDR is the wrist buffer. FDR slander will be banned. Cosmic is like, he's having a fucking crisis of faith right now. Oh my god, I love it. We're going to send in the feds. We're going to send in the feds. All right. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. There you go. There you go. But that's a big reveal, though. That was a big reveal. Macon was the one that asked about that, and he was the one that got the answer. Thanks for the passion and the sport. Time for you to sleep. No worries, Pete. Once again, thank you so much for joining the stream. Thank you for all the hard work you guys are doing. I cannot wait. Konflikt is my #1 favorite game at the moment, and I cannot wait for every reveal. It's awesome, man. So yeah, have a good. You put it this way, you've earned some sleep. Absolutely, bro. All right. Okay. What do we got next? So where are we up to? Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so the divergent path of research that the Japanese undertook had actually been made possible by Old Man. The US weapon had been recovered from its crash site shortly after the aircraft had been downed on 11th of March and brought back to Iwo Jima research facilities, whereupon, following a period of study, it had been purposefully detonated. On the 1st of June, 1944, a third rift had opened. This new rift displayed unique properties owing to the substantial volcanic activity in the region. Now, if those of you remember the seminar that Warlord did a year ago on this, they said that sometimes in the past rifts had opened naturally, like Mount Vesuvius going off. That was actually like a rift event. So there you are. The island, already one of the most fortified military positions in the world, has since been reinforced to the point that Japanese commanders believe it to be truly impregnable. The Empire has jealously guarded the secrets of its own success in rift research and removed all access of its facilities to Axis scientists. In turn, when calls to reverse its position went unheeded, the Axis would cease sharing its own research with its allies. The final tech it would provide to the Japanese would be a small number of Panzer Kampfwagen 7 Hirschreck walkers, they're the Locust walkers, in the middle of 1946. Thereafter, the alliance between the Empire and the Axis still stood in official capacity, but by 1947, no longer had any practical meaning. The clock has since been ticking on its official dissolution. There you are. There you are. So it goes. So basically, the Japanese and the Axis are on paper allies, but really they're not allies anymore. Whilst the existence of the Iwo Jima Rift is believed to be unbeknownst to anyone outside the Empire, the upper echelons of the Green Vault are fully aware of its existence. Of course they are. Those sneaky bastards have got spies fucking everywhere. So you get a little bit of Green Vault spin, just a little bit. Although Wolfram Sievers, the agent whose appearance in Tokyo had precipitated the Shibito program on Iwo Jima. Remember, Wolfram Sievers is the guy that was all about Atlantis and the occult shit. He was like one of the few. He was like one of the prominent Nazis that was like still around, but was now fully in the in league with the Green Vault, I believe. Had precipitated the Shibito program on Iwo Jima had long since been sequestered. He had been far from the only Green Vault presence in Japan. An extensive network of agents had been well embedded within every facet of the empire, as they had been within the political and military spheres of all nations around the world. Agents placed at Iwo Jima have been instructed to not interfere with the research and technologies born from this rift, and are simply to witness and report on the fruits it bears witness. So basically, the Green Vault is perfectly okay with the Japanese exploring this. The Japanese think, oh yes, we're going to keep this all to ourselves. And the Green Vault are just like, let's see what they come up with. Let's see what they come up with. Yeah. Alongside the Shibito, the Japanese have pursued their own unique avenues of rift research, centered largely around stealth phasing and the manipulation of the physical world. Two resultant technologies, the Ghost Battalions and stealth submarines, have almost single-handedly allowed the Imperial Japanese Navy to hold the United States to a brutal stalemate across the Pacific. You got to think about this, right? Because the Imperial Japanese Navy have also got the stealth suits, the ghost suits. So if you if two ships are getting into a fight, the Japanese can have ghost warriors look over at where the American ships are, and then ghost walk over there. So basically, like instant boarding actions. That's gonna fuck you up. That's gonna fuck you up, right? Also, like you got the stealth submarines as well. Their successes provoked further research and development of phasing technology, not only its incorporation into increasingly complex designs of personal battle armor, aircraft, and walkers, but into technology that would challenge the fundamentals of military doctrine and tactics. I mean, the more you think about the ghost technology, the more you realize like how useful it is as a technology, because they could fucking teleport. You could imagine paratroopers that didn't need to float down. They could just look down and then just step, and they're down there straight away. Think about that. The ghost suits, the more you think about like how good line of sight instant teleportation is, the more you realize like, yeah, this is kind of like how the Japanese have been able to hold the Americans back at this point. Because remember, all the Americans are pursuing a Europe first policy. So that means a lot of the American rift tech is going to Europe. So a lot of the Marines and the Navy in the Pacific are trying to fight the Japanese with basically conventional World War II technology. Now that does change a little bit, as you'll see, but you can imagine how difficult that would be, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's why they say like the ghost suits are challenging the fundamentals of military doctrine and tactics. Yeah. You could have kamikazes ghost walking as well. Although ghost walking is very, 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 very difficult, and you have to be really, really well trained on it. So you probably would prefer it if they ghost walked on, planted an explosive, and then ghost walked off again. That's probably because that way you can do that multiple times, right? But it's a good point. You could kamikaze ghost walk, yeah. In the latter half of 1946, the Japanese had begun to concoct an audacious operation that would sever the head from the United States in one swift strike. In the early months of 1947, with the attention of the Pan-Atlantic Alliance diverted to the task of cracking open Festung Europa before the Soviet bloc could, and with the aid of the unique rift technology at its disposal, the Empire was poised to irrevocably alter the trajectory of the Rift War on a global scale. And then we got those pictures that we saw before. You've got the that's why this sort of quote before was in reference to the Japanese dissolving, or basically sort of dissolving the alliance with the Axis. Yeah. If you've not seen the new mech yet, there you go. I think a lot of people are going to be excited to see that. Very, very cool. Yeah. Give me a second here. Cool. No, we're good. All right. So there's a short story here. I'm not going to read it out, but there's a short story which goes through the fate of the. It basically takes you through. It's a short story about the plane carrying Old Man, the nuke, getting like shot down and stuff. It's really cool, and there's a really big oh shit moment in here, but I will save that for your personal viewing pleasure. Okay, but don't skip over the short stories. They're all actually quite good and quite important. There's also what I love about, there's also some really cool pictures. So you've got some of the really cool artwork in here as well. So we've seen this art. This is the art print that you get if you pre-ordered, but you can see you get it in the book as well. and there's some absolutely beautiful art in here. Also, as everybody loves this kind of stuff, we've got some like notes, excerpts from the diaries of Roberta Wells. So this kind of goes through a timeline of Roberta's experience with like researching the rift in the early days. Lots of that kind of like cutaway, cutouts, all that kind of stuff. Really, really cool. Like they're not going to reveal everything because some of you there's going to be some bits you're going to want to enjoy yourself for the book. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay. So that has kind of given us a bit of a setup, explaining like, okay, that I would say that's a very sort of, it's kind of giving an overview of what the Japanese have kind of been doing, generally speaking, in K-47. Now we start getting into the nitty-gritty detail. So this is where, you know how we said in like with Festung Europa it was more of a broad overview. With Invasion America, we start getting into quite a lot of like nitty-gritty detail with with the fighting that's been happening in the Pacific and in like China. All right. But before we do, we've got a quick super chat from Squid to Sean. X-Force, baby! Sean coming with a 14-month member flex. Rift space feels underwater. Atlantis vindication! Maybe it is, right? Maybe it is underwater. Maybe the things that are getting crushed under there are like the crushing weight of water. You know, the further you go underwater, the more pressure, right? So maybe there's something to that. You know, maybe there's something to it. I don't know. That's not me giving you a hint. That genuinely, maybe there's something to that. It's kind of interesting. All right, so the Pacific and the Far East. The first half of 1944 brought much in the way of ill fortune for the Japanese. In the Far East, ground operations had begun to penetrate the Japanese defenses. Maeondao, I can't fucking say that. A fiercely contested stronghold in Western Burma, first taken by the Japanese in early 1942, was finally wrestled from their control on the 9th of January in 1944. Whilst US Special Forces and British Chindits marauded deep behind enemy lines, by July, the Allies had achieved victory at both Impal and Koima, a serious blow for the Japanese that put paid to their ambitions to drive into British India. US air bases in China also continued to prove disruptive to both shipping and the mainland, forced the Japanese to ramp up their ground campaign in the region. This had the secondary effects of further escalating tensions between the British, American, Soviets, and Chinese due to their conflicting political interests, particularly in the Chinese resentment of their territories being used for strategic maneuvering. The situation was equally dire in New Guinea. Since 1942, Allied troops, predominantly Australian and American, have been fighting a steady campaign for the islands. CO was captured by the Australian 9th Division in January and Madang by the Australian 7th Division in April. Meanwhile, the Pacific campaign continued to rage. Despite the Imperial Japanese Navy's best efforts, US forces continued to make headway. Having learnt harsh lessons at Tarara in November 1943, they finally secured the Marshall Islands in February 1944 and set their sights on the Marinas, the capture of which would yield the US significant air power capabilities against the Japanese home islands. On the 12th of March 1944, when the bomb dropped on Dresden, it would not only change the trajectory of the war in Europe, but equally the fortunes of the empire. Australia mentioned Mi Yong Dong. Is that how it's meant to be said? Okay. But yeah, the Japanese get a few mentions actually. A reversal of fortune. Recognizing the need to delay the Allies as long as possible, Axis scientists of the newly emergent New Republic elected to share elements of their rift tech research with their Japanese counterparts. Whilst philosopher scientists sought to make use of this new boon, the United States launched their air invasion of the Marinas Islands beginning with Saipan on the 15th of June. In efforts to slow down the Americans, whilst researchers developed new technologies that could turn the tide of the war, the Imperial Japanese Navy engaged the US Navy at the Battle of the Philippine Sea. the naval battle would prove as indecisive as previous engagements at Midway that occurred 2 years prior. Now, interesting, right? Because in our timeline, Midway was actually a big turning point that fucked the Japanese up because they lost loads of carriers, wasn't it? It appears in the K-47 timeline that Midway, while still a battle, wasn't quite as successful for the Americans as it had been in our timeline. So, little divergence point there. Interesting. We don't know why it was a stalemate. Maybe we'll find out later on, but it was less decisive, which helped also explain a little bit about maybe why the Japanese built to cling on. Japanese aircraft and airmen will continue to prove to be lacking against the superior training equipment of their US foes. Nevertheless, both fleets lost key vessels, including a pair of carriers each. Admiral Raymond A. Spruance, the commander of the US fleet, who had also commanded a task force at the Battle of Midway, was criticized for his cautiousness during the battle. This had been an engagement that the US Navy had fully expected to win outright. Instead, the Imperial Japanese Navy, severely damaged, was able to limp on. Yeah. Well, Midway only happened because the Japanese commander insisted on attacking the US fleet rather than withdrawing. So I don't know much about Admiral Spruance, but some of the American history people in chat might be able to tell us, was he a cautious person or was he not a cautious person in our timeline? Because in our timeline, if he was not cautious, then fine, this lines up. But if he, sorry, if our timeline, if he was cautious, then it lines up. But if he wasn't cautious in our timeline, what this might indicate is maybe Admiral Spruance is a Green Vault agent. I don't know. I don't know the history. Someone will have to see, let me know if that kind of pans out. Maybe there's a reason why he's being a bit more cautious, Yeah. In real timeline, he had a lot arrayed against him that made continuing the attack risky, and he chose to risk. Interesting. So in our timeline, not a cautious man. In this timeline, a cautious man. Just when the Axis know that they need to have the Japanese cling on as long as possible. Interesting. Interesting. Maybe a Green Vault agent, maybe not. They're everywhere. The goddamn agents of the Green Vault are everywhere. Yeah. Maybe. That's a complete theory from me, by the way. I have no idea if that's what Warlord's intentions are. That's just me having fun with the fucking lore, guys, Yeah. Despite their failures, US forces spearheaded by the United States Marine Corps rapidly took the Marianas Islands from the stoic Japanese defenders, despite incurring heavy losses for every tiny patch of land they gained. By September 1944, the US was poised to strike towards the Japanese home islands themselves. But this was not the only front that the Japanese had to contend with. Operation Number 1, the Japanese effort to open a land route to French Indochina through China, also had a secondary objective, the capture of US air bases from which bombers had been plaguing both shipping and the Japanese mainland, a problem that was only set to compound owing to the loss of the Marianas. As a large portion of the best Chinese troops were committed in Burma, the Japanese ground troops made steady, if unspectacular, progress. Okay, there's a little side note here about the new Japanese I-400 submarines. Basically, I'll let you guys enjoy this when you get the book. It's just a little cutout. But basically, the I-400 submarines are the stealth submarines, and they're fucking massive. So not only are they able to torpedo, but they actually have flight decks on them, which they can launch planes from. They're like submarine carriers. Yeah, it's kind of really cool. So what they're able, that's what I think though. Anyway, yeah, they can house small squadrons of aircraft. Yeah. So what they kind of do is that they sort of stealth along and can torpedo people, or they can surface. The roof comes off, the planes fly out, bomb a bunch of people, come back. Yeah. The I-400 are real things, Mordian. They built 2. Interesting. Yeah. They had those IRL, but they were not good. Okay. Well, now they've got fucking 18 of them. And they're really fucking good. Yeah. I didn't even know they were a real thing, man. I thought they just fucking made them up for K-47. Like, I'm going to look at one of these fucking things now. What the fuck is this? Lol, look at this fucking thing, man. This is actually hilarious. It's like planes like come flying out of it. That's cool, man. That's really cool. All right, well, you get you can get a sense of how big they are now. Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah. They're stupidly massive. Well, they've got fucking in K-47, they've got about 18 of the bastards, and they've outfitted them with stealth technology. And they are basically the big they're probably the main reason why the Japanese have been able to turn things around on the naval front, because the Americans just can't detect them. Sonar, radar, they just can't detect them. Yeah. They only carried 1 or 2 planes. Okay, well maybe they only carried 1 or 2 planes in this as well. Yeah. What have we got? A protracted fight. Let me just see where I want to go up to with this, because it's very meaty, you see. So I don't want to just focus on the beginning bit. I also want to obviously get to the invasion of Amerika. Okay, but yeah. Let's we're going to skip ahead a little bit. Again, just so you guys can enjoy some parts of it for yourself. Okay? I'm just going through it. Okay, yeah. Basically, we'll leave the naval shit. There you go. We'll leave the naval shit. We'll leave the Chinese stuff to one side as well. I'm just conscious I need time to go through all of this. Go through as much of this, yeah? Okay, so what we'll do is why don't we have a look at we'll go through the bit where the Americans try and take Iwo Jima early on. All right. Operation Detachment. Over the winter of 1945 to 46. In fact, I'll put this bit on screen so you guys can enjoy it as well, because I can show excerpts of it. There you are. Over the winter of 1945 to 1946, U.S. offensive operations in the Philippines continued to stall, whilst ever more Commonwealth troops poured into New Guinea in an effort to locate and destroy Japanese laboratories that were churning out shibito. The Japanese objective of diluting pan-Atlantic resources in the region had been entirely successful, and the reanimated dead had plundered the remaining vestiges of British Commonwealth's morale. The US were determined to relaunch its invasion of Iwo Jima and gain the much sought-after gateway to the Japanese mainland. This offensive was codenamed Operation Detachment and would be initiated on the 1st of April. Such was its importance that US commanders were able to secure some additional rift tech for the offensive, including modified versions of the Coyote and Grizzly Walkers that would be employed by the United States Marine Corps. Hey! So if you guys want to have a US Marine Corps force, it gives you a little hint of what kind of mechs that they were using, which is cool. In the early days anyway. The US still maintained a policy of outnumbering the defenders 6-1 in amphibious assaults of this nature, but the island of Iwo Jima had been reinforced and fortified to a dizzying extent. The US Navy fleet assigned to the operation had been forced to navigate the full gamut of Japanese military might. Aircraft launched from the airfields of Iwo Jima, stealth submarines, and hefty prepared defenses. Nevertheless, at the cost of many lives, the USMC were able to establish a tenuous beachhead on the island. The Battle of Iwo Jima would rage for just over 2 months. The Japanese fought for every last inch, with the Americans barely progressing beyond the southern east quarter of the main island. Though the US walkers acquitted themselves well in the difficult and dense terrain, Japanese rift tech in combination with the vast network of prepared defenses neutralized any advantage that the walkers garnered. Ultimately, the offensive could not be sustained, as packs of Japanese hunter submarines proved far too disruptive to resupply efforts. The destruction of a US convoy out of Guam down to the last ship was the breaking point. The difficult decision to abandon Iwo Jima came on the 5th of June, 1946. The defeat had been amongst the most costly across the entirety of the war. Vast swaths of supplies and material lay at the bottom of the Pacific. Marines had been stranded on the island during the retreat, and the superior numbers of the US Navy would continue to mean little when faced with the coordinated efforts of Japanese aircraft and submarines. While struggles in New Guinea and the Philippines continued unabated, in the wake of the failed invasion, the waters of the Pacific became somewhat becalmed. Operation Downfall, the planned invasion of the Japanese mainland, was placed on indefinite hiatus. Still, questions swirled amongst US commanders as to the nature of the facilities encountered on Iwo Jima and the value the Japanese placed upon the island. There you are. Unfortunately, the Americans lost in this timeline. Unfortunately so. There you are. The invasion came, you can see though, it came much later, like 1946. Whereas when was Iwo Jima? Was it 1945 or 1944? In our timeline. It was 1945 in our timeline, so it came a year later. So it gives you an idea of like how delayed the Americans have been bogged down. How much the Americans have been bogged down. I tell you what, I really like this picture though. I think this is a really, really fucking cool picture. I know it might sound kind of crazy, but I get a real hard-on for this kind of shit, right? Like seeing the sort of dioramas. I always love seeing them in like the old sort of Midhammer Codex and stuff, and I love seeing them here. And I have to say, like, I saw this picture of like the United States, the US Marines, like pushing forward, supported by the walkers and the power armor. Now I saw this picture and it made me go, I really want a dedicated little US Marine Corps faction. Yeah. Like, I really, really want. I really want this. I think it looks so fucking cool. Yeah, I might do it. What I might do is get a bunch of the, because I was thinking of getting some coyotes anyway, right? So I was thinking I'll get a couple of coyotes, and basically then just like a box of normal US Marines. And then just, maybe paint them up in a slightly different, like color scheme kind of thing. And basically, I just need like, I don't need much for it, but I think that would be really cool. Yeah. Yeah, the Light Walker bundle's a good shout, actually. Yeah, what do you get in the Light Walker bundle again? Yeah. Let me have a quick look, actually. You do get 2 pond skaters, and you get a jackal, you get a coyote. Marine paragons. That's a great shout as well. Yeah, get some marine paragons. That would be awesome. In fact, there are paragons operating in the Pacific, just very clandestinely. Okay, we'll keep going though. We'll keep going, and then I've got a good thing for you. A map. I know you guys fucking love maps, so let's do this. The latter half of 1946. So this is Shifting Priorities. That's the name of the chapter. Shifting Priorities. The latter half of 1946 held an uneasy stalemate in the Pacific. The Japanese fleet, though powerful and infused with rift tech enhancements, was vastly smaller than that of the United States and could not realistically operate away from the cover of land-based air support. Similarly, US vessels dared not approach Japanese-controlled islands for fear of stealth submarines and jet aircraft. Oh yeah,
Keeping the streets safe.
that's one thing that we sort of skipped over before. The Japanese have got jet planes now. They got that from the Axis. Although progress was slowly but surely being made on the development of their own jets, the Americans are making their own jets. Submarine attacks on US convoys would remain a constant irritation. In New Guinea, British Commonwealth troops continued to be plagued by the guerrilla tactics employed by the isolated Japanese, and although they were able to locate and to destroy some of the laboratories, and in some cases recover some valuable research data to send back to Britain, a number remained undetected. Each Australian, British, Gurkha or Indian soldier felled remained a potential Shibito to recruit. In the Philippines, whilst a small number of ghost battalions continued to show their worth, outfighting a numerically superior US force, the US would bring their own rift-derived terrors to bear. The Special Service Force, SSF, a secret subset of the Paragon Super Soldier program, was unleashed. Operating deep behind enemy lines without support, their particularly brutal methods would test Japanese resolve to its absolute limit. By early 1947, the US was in a position to threaten the capital of Manila once more. Basically, the SSF, they're full of all the... They are made up of the Paragons that got the super strength, but also got all the mutations and kind of fucked up. So they don't want them operating in Europe where all the cameras are. They basically parachute them behind enemy lines, and basically are like, okay, go and like wreak havoc. Then they can't. They don't. You know, obviously, the more damage they do before they die, the better, kind of thing. Like they're fully. Don't get me wrong. They're not simpletons. They're fully coherent, the soldiers, but you know, the Americans, they don't want people to really find out that the Paragons have bad side effects, because then they might have less people volunteering for the program. But yeah. Overall, this period of relative relief for the Japanese was more favorable to them than it was to the US. Japanese manpower paled in comparison to that which could be called upon by the enemy. The respite enabled them to rearm and reorganize their forces, as well as refortify Iwo Jima after Operation Detachment's failure. As the winter rolled by into 1947, nothing much had changed. Over the course of 1946, Japanese philosopher-scientists had also significantly ramped up their research into shinobi space, the state of existence outside of reality that had birthed the development of the Ghost engine. With new applications and designs of the tech flooding out of laboratories, a large portion of rearmament efforts were put into expanding the Ghost battalions, both in terms of personal equipment in preparation for an offensive that had the potential to defeat the United States once and for all. Woo! There we go. All right, so that is essentially a bit of a summary of the first sort of 20 or so pages of the book. You see, I've not read out 20 full pages of lore, so I have left quite a lot of stuff for you guys to enjoy. You've heard like reference to these like laboratories and stuff. You get to read that. You know, that's a lot of the bits that I sort of skipped over. You get to read what's happening with like China and stuff. That's a lot of what I skipped over, because I want you guys to be hyped up, but I think also you guys probably want to enjoy some discoveries for yourself at the same time. Okay. Now, what we'll do is let's see if I can do something here. I don't think I can. It's not the end of the world. Okay. Basically, I'll do the super chats, but what I want to do is just I'll show you guys the map in a moment. It's fine. So, Summerled, thank you for the super chat. I got my starter box with your link. Thank you for the advice. Hey, dude. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for using the affiliate link. And I hope you fucking love K47, man, and Bolt Action. I think you are going to absolutely fucking love it, man. It's such a good fucking game. And you're getting in at literally the perfect time. Now is the perfect time to get into K47 because you're getting in when it's still fresh and all of the lore and you're still going to be coming along for that journey. But you're getting in at the time when K47 has established itself. Like, you can get in with confidence. Like, you know, more plastic kits are coming out. There's a thriving community. You know that Warlord's putting the resources and the effort behind this. You know it's going to be around for a while. Like, now is literally the perfect time to get into it. So you've done a good job. Yeah, let's get it done, bud. Let's get it done. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat. Marine Raiders as Paragons. Absolutely. You can have Marine Raiders as Paragons. You can have, you know, potential for like mutants to represent the SSF. Like, all that kind of good shit. 100%. Teapot, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. Yes. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for your support. Thank you for going above and beyond the Call of Duty. And thank you for the extra squad to hold the line. In the name of the Emperor. The Emperor of Japan, of course. And we've got Cosmic. Thank you for the super chat. Special Forces Paragons called it Project Paragons. You called it, Cosmic. Cosmic, do you know how hard it has been to not tell you how, like, Project Paragons is fucking real? I've been sitting on this for 2 weeks, Cosmic, and I'm like, should I tell him? Should I not? Should I tell? I was like, you know what? He can enjoy it when he finds out about it, you know. And I think, you know, the big reveal. I knew that you would love that there was stuff about Paragons in here. There you are. I knew you would. Oh, in fact, we have. There is a bit of a story that we. I think there's a big story we want to go over. Do you guys want another oh shit moment? Do you guys want another oh shit moment? I'll give you another oh shit moment. All right. Let's have a look here. So this is not the oh shit moment, but we've got some got a map. Everyone loves a map, right? So the color, so you guys can see the colors. KMT China is turquoise. Light red, sort of pink, is CCP China. Sort of grey is neutral states. Soviet bloc is dark red. British Commonwealth is yellow. United States is blue. And Empire of Japan is white. So this gives you an idea of where the state of things are. And by the way, there's a whole thing that I didn't even cover about, you know, one of the, and I should mention it. The Warlord is definitely setting things up for a bit of a how should we put it? I think there's going to be some fisticuffs between the Chinese. I think there's going to be some fisticuffs. The Soviets are they're not prominent in this book, but they're absolutely doing shit. Yeah. Okay. So we've got Soviet bloc. We've got Outer Mongolia. Where's Inner Mongolia? Is Kazakhstan being like its own thing is kind of interesting, but I guess it's like in the Soviet bloc, isn't it? Sin Kayang. I have no idea what Sin Kayang is. Yeah. So what should we Google it? See if it was a thing. Sink Ayang. It's a vast autonomous region in northwest China. So it did exist. Yeah. It did exist. But you know what? Yeah. It's one of the Chinese warlords. Yeah. So it definitely did exist. So maybe, you know how in the Festung Europa map, we saw how like Bohemia was a thing. right? Like independent Bohemia was a thing. Maybe Sinkayang is a bit of a thing in this one. Because I think in real life, he just became part of nationalist China. Like, he was a warlord, but then all the warlords basically got behind nationalist China, right? And they all just became nationalist China. Whereas maybe in this one, he's become much more... He's retained a lot more of his independence. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. You can see how a lot of the land is still under the control of the Japanese. And this is the big bit for me. Like, the fact that New Guinea is still very much... I mean, I feel like at this point, New Guinea really shouldn't be still being fought over, but it definitely is. Yeah. So Japan is still absolutely threatening Australia and New Guinea. You can see, like, the Japanese are still massively in control of so much of the Pacific. Massively in control of it. Yeah. There you are. Does this map pair with the one from Europa? I don't know. That's a good question, actually. Maybe. It might do. It'd be kind of cool if you could put them back to back. Yeah. That would be kind of interesting. Yeah. So you've got but yeah, there's you can, so that says, I don't know if I'm being stupid. That says New Hebrides. Is that a thing? Or is that where New Zealand's meant to be? I honestly don't know the map of the Pacific very well. But that might be an interesting thing if New Zealand's called New Hebrides instead, or if that is just accurate. I just don't, and I'm just missing something from IRL, from real life. Yeah. All right, interesting. What's China doing in Konflikt? I haven't. They're fighting. Are they Soviets? No, but there's definitely. Let's just say the Chinese might not wait until the end of the war to have the fucking showdown to find out who's going to win, the nationalists or the communists. Yeah. What faction would you recommend for new beginners in Konflikt 47? So honestly, they're all pretty good. They're all pretty beginner friendly. The only sort of factor as a beginner at this point you'll want to take into account is which faction's got the most plastic models, because plastic is easier for beginners to work with than things like metal and resin models. So bearing that in mind, I think that right now if you want to go for, if you like, I'd say the Axis and the Americans are the best at the moment, with the British being a good third option, as long as you're going down the robot route. So all the British robots are basically in plastic at this point, which is excellent. But a lot of their mechs are still in resin and metal. So I would say Axis or US. You can collect an Axis or US army that's completely plastic and never have to touch metal and resin if you don't want to. Yeah. I think there is a mention of Thailand in the book, Ryan Jones. I think there is a bit of a mention of them. Yeah. But truly, you can kind of, as long as you don't mind working with materials that aren't plastic, pretty much any of the factions are really beginner friendly. Like, they're all pretty straightforward. The Japanese are a bit more skill based, but even then you can have a lot of fun with them. All right. So there's a really cool picture here. Really, really, really cool picture. Big battle between the US and the Japanese here. Big 2-page spread. Got a buffalo getting the shit knocked out of it. But you can see all of the Japanese, like, scorpion walkers, like, scuttling over the hills, coming and, like, descending down upon the Americans. But you can see one of the things that you want to, like, notice in a lot of these pictures is how the Americans have barely got any rift tech in the Pacific. So you can see how this is all, like, normal shit, and then you look on the Japanese side and it's all like rift shit, and that's like a very good, like, visual indication of how all the rift tech is going to Europe, and the Pacific guys, the US Marine, Like, I think this is one of the things that it's kind of, you know, it's mentioned explicitly a few times, but I also just like that it's sort of backhandedly referenced a lot throughout this part of the book. How basically the US Marine Corps, with just guts and conventional weapons, are basically fucking taking on the Japanese, taking them on to a fucking standstill, right? Like, they're not losing, they're not winning, but they're not losing, and they're just fucking taking them head on. The Japanese are arguably one of the most advanced factions in the game right now. Between their own Rift Tech and the Axis Rift Tech, they're arguably probably the most technologically advanced. And the US Marines, so the US Marines are taking that shit on with just fucking blood and guts. And that's, you know, reading this first part of the book really just wanted me to maybe really want to collect a US Marine force, you know? The Marines don't need Rift Tech. They just need more crayons. Now, that's not to say the Marines aren't getting any Rift Tech. As we'll see later on, the Marines absolutely get their hands on Rift Tech. But at this point in the book, I just loved that feeling that, you know, Japanese have got like Scorpion Walkers and shit. Scorpion Walkers and sort of battle frame armor. And the US Marines are like, I got a Springfield. Joe here's lucky. He got a Garand. He got one of them new Garand guns. I just love that vibe, you know? I just really love that vibe about it. Yeah. You guys know me. I love the normal humans taking on the mad shit. I love mad shit a lot. But I play Guard in 40k. I'm all about the normal dudes taking on the horrors of the Rift, taking on the mad stuff. And the Marines are absolutely that in this book. Yeah. Yeah. And it's just cool. It's really cool. And so like the first 30 pages of this, the first 30 or so pages of this book are just all about the battle in the Pacific, which is cool. I actually really appreciate that. That's like a good quarter of the book. That's basically just kind of like dedicated to taking you through what's been going on in the Pacific. And that's why I think this book it feels so like chunky. It feels so chunky from like a lore perspective, because we not only get a really good detailed look at what the fuck is going on in the Pacific, but then we get also the invasion America. We've not even got to the invasion yet, guys. We've not even got to the invasion yet. Yeah. All right. Got a couple of super chats, and then I want to give you guys a massive, massive oh shit moment. Huge oh shit moment. All right. Firstly, we've got a super chat from Macon. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Okay, you mentioned harmonic resonance for the Empire of Japan riff research. Given their riff speciality, what implications does that have for the Soviet bloc? Ooh, that's a really, really interesting question. So, as we know, the Soviets don't have a rift. What we know is that the Soviets have got incredible, like, espionage, as they did in real life, like lots of people who are sympathetic to communism, right? And so the way that the Soviets have been able to get their hands on Rift Tech has basically been able to essentially like steal, not necessarily steal, but learn about fragments of Rift Tech that everyone else is working on, right? You know, maybe they'll get like half a blueprint here, half a blueprint there, kind of thing. Maybe they'll you know, or they've been recovering things from the battlefield and like reverse engineering them. Like they don't have access to their own like rift energy that they can bottle up, but obviously if they capture someone else's rift tech, they can use the rift energy that's like stored in that and stuff. So they can copy the homework, but they're sort of looking at it from a distance. They don't have all the answers. So I have no idea, Macon, by the way, but I do like the idea that perhaps that the harmonic resonance technology of the Soviets is basically them getting their hands on several fragments of the Japanese research into the rifts and the frequencies and all that kind of stuff. Getting their hands on that shit and then basically using it in a completely different way because they don't have the full picture they've like got half of it, and then this is how they've filled in the blanks. So I really, really like that. You know, that I've literally only just, I hadn't thought of it. Your question kind of made me think of that. Yeah. So the Japanese have been researching the frequencies coming out of the rift, and the Soviets have got their hands on that, and this is how they've managed to implement it. And how long until they use the right frequencies to open up their own rift? Well, that's a great point, because the Soviets don't have one. We know nukes can open it up. Can you open them up in other ways? We don't know. Or will the Soviets get their hands on a nuke and use that to open their own rift up? We don't know. We don't know. Will they even ever get a rift? I guess that's the big question. Will they even ever get a rift? They may never get one. That might be just one of the unique points of the Soviets, that they don't have a rift. And I wouldn't even be totally against that. But if they got one, that'd be awesome. If they didn't get one, that would also be awesome, kind of thing. Yeah, dubstep opened the rift for them. Yeah, hard bass, dun 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 dun. Yeah. Yeah. The big thing being, though, that the Soviets didn't declare war on Japan until it was basically over in real life, so they could have more access than others to the Japanese. I mean, that's true as well, right? Like, what's really interesting is we're in 1947, and technically, the non-aggression pact between the Japanese and the Soviets still seems to be in place. Now, I'm sure there's probably some cross-border raids that are happening here and there, right? Maybe the Soviets, you know, nip across the border, beat up a Japanese garrison, nick some of their rift tech, and sort of come back. And, you know, the Japanese are like, we've already got enough to deal with, so we're not going to make a big you know, we're not going to, like, counterattack at this time. I'm sure there's a little bit of fighting going on between them, but by and large, the non-aggression pact still seems to be going on. Maybe the Soviets are fighting the Japanese via the communist Chinese as a bit of a proxy going on there. Perhaps. We don't know just yet. But it is interesting how the Japanese and Soviets aren't at full-blown war yet, and they would have been at, you know, in our timeline. Yeah. All right. We've got Southern Bear. Southern Bear, thank you so much for the super chat, man. It seems the US is following the leapfrogging campaign rather than the IRL island hopping, which won out in strategic planning. Look it up if you want. I'll tell you what, I will take a look, actually. Leapfrogging versus island hopping. Okay. In military history, leapfrogging and island hopping are terms for the exact same World War II Allied strategy in the Pacific, bypassing heavily defended enemy positions to catch lightly defended strategic ones. So there are distinctions. Okay. Okay. So island hopping is often perceived as the broader sequential concept of stepping from one island chain to the next. Some critics originally associated the literal phase with the slow gliding push against every obstacle, whereas leapfrogging is more about emphasizing skipping over major and immediate threats entirely, such as the massive garrison at Rabaul, rather than fighting a gradual adjacent progression. Yeah. Okay. MacArthur, let's have a look here. MacArthur said his version of leapfrogging was different from what he called island hopping, which was a style favoured by the Central Pacific area, commanded by Admiral Chester Nimitz, where direct assaults on heavily defended beaches islands led to massive casualties. MacArthur explained his and William Halsey's strategy. My strategic conception for the Pacific Theatre, which I outlined after the Papuan campaign and have since consistently advocated, contemplates massive strokes against only main strategic objectives, utilising surprise and air-ground striking power supported and assisted by the fleet. This is the very opposite of what is termed island hopping, which is the gradual pushing back of the enemy by direct frontal pressure with the consequent heavy casualties which will be certainly involved. Key points must of course be taken, but a wise choice of such will obviate the need for storming the mass of islands now in enemy possession. Island hopping with extravagant losses and slow progress is not my idea of how to end the war as soon and as cheap as possible. New conditions require for solution and new weapons require for max application, new and imaginative methods. Wars are never won in the past. Interesting. There you go. Yeah. Interesting. So if we look at going back at the... should we go back and look at the map then? And see if that sort of pans out. It all that, you know what's interesting? I think that also kind of plays into what we've been reading about how the Americans have been looking to take specific islands that unlock strategic gains for them rather than pushing them back. Yeah. That's really, and there's actually a whole bit where the Americans actually get really annoyed with the British because the British are trying to take back New Guinea, and the Americans are saying to them, like, it's too heavily defended, just ignore it. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually, you know what? That's really, really cool. One of my favorite bits about Konflikt 47 is looking where the historical differences are. And I love the fact that there's that basically, I mean, Warlord, obviously, they must know their history, their historical miniatures company, right? I bet that one of the sort of ideas that were getting thrown around in when this book was being written is, wouldn't it be cool if instead of island hopping, they went leapfrogging instead? Yeah. That's one of those small, that's not explicitly said in the books. So that's one of those really cool little Easter eggs that if you're a history nerd, that's a little Easter egg for you to discover that maybe 95% of the people that read this book would never have noticed. That's so cool when you think about it, Southern Bear. That's a little reward for those people that know their history. Yeah. Yeah, the World War II history buffs who are into K47 were having a field day. Yeah. Interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Good spot, Southern Bear. Damn good spot. I completely missed that. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for the Giga Chat. Smaller, super small mini rifts in the frozen wastelands of Russia where the Baba Yagas and snowmen seem to dwell. Well, it would make sense if the Soviets got a snow rift. Because we've got a volcano rift. When you think about it, right? We've got a volcano rift in the Pacific. We've got a desert rift in America. We've got a German rift. I don't know if Dresden's on somewhere important. Maybe it's just a European rift. And but we haven't got a cold rift. So maybe if the Soviets get a rift, they'll get a cold rift. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Do you guys want a really big oh shit moment? All right. Let me have a look. I think this is a really, really, really big moment. And then I think we need to look at the invasion of Amerika. Because we've not actually got to the invasion yet. You know, we've not actually got to the invasion yet. And this book is so meaty. But the great thing is, even if we don't get into, let me make something clear. If we don't cover everything today, you guys, from this point onwards, you guys can ask me as many questions as you want about Invasion Amerika, and I can answer them in all of the streams up until the book comes out. Right? So, even if we don't cover everything today, it doesn't mean we won't cover everything in the future. Right? So, it's time for a big oh shit moment. I think a lot of people are gonna, you know how this is gonna be as probably an even bigger oh shit moment than when we talked about Shinobi Space. So, who remembers in Festung Europa when we had that like really cool like side story about the American like Green Vault agent? Do you remember that one? And it was like the transcript and had like the notes coming off it. Okay. Well, this is not the same, but this is kind of like a similar vibe. Okay. So transcripts of the interview 09/15/1946. Howard Building, U.S. Army Human Research Center, Los Alamos, New Mexico. Personnel in attendance. Subject EW. Private First Class Edgar Winquist, 263rd Base Maintenance Company. Interviewer 1, MP 1, Captain Joseph Rossini, 889th Military Police Company. Interviewer 2, MP 2, Sergeant Andrew Smith, 889th Military Police Company. Observer 1, Dr. Stephen McTominay, classified. What he's working on is classified. Observer S2, Dr. Margaret Cousins, classified. Transcript begins. MP1. Start talking, Private. Now. EW. Christ. I don't know, sir. It all happened so fast. MP2. It's all right, Winquist. You've had a hell of an afternoon. Just start from when you left your post. EW. Right. Okay. We just finished up fixing the plumbing snafu over at medical, and we were dismissed from lunch. I headed to the chow hall, but I stopped at the restroom in Baker. MP1. Why did you stop? EW. We've been working on the plumbing under Operating Theatre 2, sir. I scrubbed my hands when we were done, but I wanted to wash them again before chow. I don't want to know what they put down those drains, but it stinks like hell. MP2. So you go into the restroom in Baker. Was Corporal Mason in there already? S1. No name, Sergeant. EW. The power gone? Yeah, he was at the sinks. I needed to take a leak, so I didn't go wash my hands right away. And besides, I didn't want to get too close to him. You never get used to how big they are up close, right? MP1. So, Mace, this individual was alive and well when you entered the restroom. What changed, Private? EW. Yes, sir. I finished up in the stall, and when I came out, he was still standing at the sinks. That's when I started to feel a bit off. S2. Off? Explain. EW. I don't really know, ma'am. Just nervous. I guess like something wasn't right. In Tunisia, we called it the tingles. Just a feeling that maybe something was going to go bad. S1. Aside. Combat anticipation reaction. Interesting. EW. I figured it was just me being stupid. Paragons always give me the heebie-jeebies. It's just something about how big they are and how quiet they are. Anyway, I went to the sinks and started washing my hands. MP2. What was the Paragon doing? EW. That's when it got weird. I was trying not to look at him, but it felt like he was staring at me. So I tried to steal a glance. His faucet wasn't running. His hands weren't in the basin. He was just standing there, staring down. That's when the tingles got real bad. MP1. Is that when you drew your weapon? EW. What? Jesus, no, sir. I figured maybe the guy was sick or going through some stuff. You know how it is in a restroom. Sometimes guys just go there to take a moment. I really didn't want to say anything in case I upset him. He could have snapped me like a twig. But it's like the posters say, if something ain't right, say something. MP2. So you spoke to him. What did you say? I don't remember exactly. Something like, hey, Corporal, are you okay? Do you need me to go to the medic or something? MP2. And did he respond? EW. He didn't say anything. He just turned towards me. I thought for sure I'd pissed him off and that he was going to cuss me out or worse. So I started backing up. That's what I saw. Saw what? What did you see, Private? Christ, it was awful. MP2. This is important, Winquist. We need to know what happened. EW. His goddamn eyes. They were gone. There was blood on his hands. He pulled out his own eyes. I was just, for half a second, as I was just backing up, I saw the sink. They were in the goddamn sink. They were just sitting there. Christ, there was so much blood in the basin. I don't know how I didn't see it before. MP2. Jesus. Then what happened? EW. He took a step towards me. He started coming forwards. His eyes were gone, but I swear, he was looking straight at me with those awful empty sockets. I was trying to yell for security, for a medic, but I couldn't get the words out, so it just came out as noise. MP1. So he comes at you, you were scared, you draw your weapon? EW. Yeah, I must have done. I don't remember doing it, but when you guys showed up, I had my gun out. But he drew first, I swear. As soon as I shouted, he stopped up, and he went for his pistol. Real slow. I wasn't thinking straight, just trying to stay alive. I was pleading with him, begging him not to shoot me, apologizing, just saying anything I could think of. Kind of reminds me of that bit in Red Alert 2, when it's like, we've got to open the goddamn silo doors, Jerry. What are you doing? MP2. Go on, Winquist. EW. I guess my hollering must have worked, because I could hear running in the hall outside, getting closer. Then it felt like he looked right at me, even with no eyes. And I swear to God, he smiled. this horrible, calm smile. Then he just mimed shooting himself in the temple. Bang! MP1. For the record, a single gunshot was heard a few seconds before Sergeant Smith and myself entered the restroom in Baker Building. When we entered, we observed the Paragon dead from a gunshot wound to the head, with Private Winquist standing over him, holding his sidearm. Sir, you gotta believe me. Check my damn gun. I never fired. I didn't shoot him. S1. Private, it's all right. We believe you. Captain Rossini was simply stating the facts as he saw them for the interview log. You've seen something very unfortunate. Clearly, this Paragon was suffering from some form of ailment that caused him to act irrationally. You did the right thing in telling us the truth. Captain, Sergeant, I believe it's best that Private Winquist gets checked out over in the medical center and is given some time on light duties to recover. Please escort him there immediately. MP2. At once, Professor. S2. Private, it goes without saying that you're not to breathe a word of what you saw today to anyone, no matter their clearance. Oh, of course, ma'am. EW is led from the interview room by MP1 and MP2. 10 seconds of silence. S2. Personal remarks. S1. Mental degeneration, psychosis, suicide. That's the third one from class 471. I'm starting to think that assessment supplied unsuitable subjects on purpose. We didn't have this problem with the other fast-track groups. S2. The ocular self-mutilation is interesting. It suggests a breakdown of the subject's perception of self or reality. We'll need to speak to Psych and ask them to look into it. S1. I'll get on the phone to medical and have them prepared for when Winquist arrives. They'll handle it the usual way. His record is good. Prior infantry, wounded in Tunisia, but we can't risk the leak. What about the MPs? S2. They probably won't talk, but I don't think we should be taking that chance. If the word gets out. S1. Yeah, I'll speak to the boss. I imagine he could arrange for a jeep to crash or something. S2. We need to get this figured out fast. If we have to hold production, there'll be hell to pay. Transcript 1 ends. Oh, shit, man. Oh, shit. Who's the boss? You know? I love how Commander HHL just immediately were like, yep, that guy's dead. Yep, mishap at work. There you are. The devil doesn't... Simple indulgence. The devil doesn't like to share. Yeah. The Kenthor. Here's the Grimdark that we ordered. Yeah, absolutely. Master Pef, great reference. I didn't see it the first time. Well, I didn't see it when I read through it, but great reference. We don't need eyes where we're going. Very Event Horizon. Very, very Event Horizon. I'm going back through the chat and I'm loving how everyone's like, psychic powers, radiation aura. He saw the rifts. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Yeah, yeah. Samson Bag as well, but we're going. We don't need eyes to see. Yeah, exactly. That's so fucking cool. USA, McCon, USA is no longer the good guys. I am now good guys with the EOJ. This is the thing, man. Like, you know, the Americans are... it's not that the Americans are bad. Like, this is just... You know, we've seen how bad the Axis were. And now we're starting to see, like, how bad the US is. I think, you know, K-47, it is grimdark. I don't think there's going to be any good guys. I mean, think about this, right? Think about this. This looks really bad for the US. How fucking horrific do you think it's going to get when we get a Soviet law book? Like, think about that for a moment. Like, this is bad by US standards. The fucking Soviet law book's gonna be fucking bad, isn't it? It's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be beyond the pale. K4, yeah, it's gonna be beyond the pale, man. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And the Soviets, the US at least tries to, like, cover things up, you know. At least they try and maintain the persona of being good guys. But the Soviets are not going to be doing that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, There you go. I'm still waiting to see what the Brits do. I do wonder if the Brits, if inside the Brit robots there's brains. You know, like in like Fallout with like the robo brains and stuff. Yeah. So I do wonder if there's, we're gonna start seeing some really like grim stuff going on. But yeah. If warlords aren't malicious monsters, then we know Warlord is all about that Ingsoc life. Yeah. But yeah, I thought you guys would really, really like that bit of lore. When I was reading that story, I read it through and then I immediately read it through again. I thought that was so fucking good. I thought that was so fucking cool. I thought it was so fucking good. Like, obviously you've got obviously there's some big hints there. Like maybe those scientists are just, maybe they're just covering things up to try, for propaganda purposes. But I do think this is the second time. Think about this, right? This is what I picked up on. In the Festung Europa transcript, the guy in the report refers to the boss. In this transcript, the scientists refer to the boss. So I don't know if there's a link there or if it's just a turn of phrase, but a couple of times we've heard of this boss in the US, and I kind of wonder, I kind of wonder there's something to that. Yeah. All right. Okay. Now. Okay, so there's a bit here that I actually missed this before when talking about the Shinobi Space thing. I need to read this bit out. So this is continuing on for the Shinobi Space thing, so it might be a little disjointed, but bear with me. The Ghost would first see combat against US troops in the Philippines in late 1945, but philosopher-scientists were not yet done, looking to expand upon the principles of teleportation, so that entire battalions could be transported into a battle zone beyond their visual range. Instantaneous, long-range insertion would serve to undermine every military doctrine ever conceived, and would cement the Empire's victory if it were possible. Despite many attempts to find alternative solutions, it was ultimately deemed that a transmitter would be required to be placed in the target zone that could speak to the Ghost engine, initiating a long-range insertion. This meant that the military would already require a presence at the destination. Accepting this compromise, engineers began the construction of 2 gigantic Ghost engines on Iwo Jima, scheduled to be completed in early 1947. So, now we get to the invasion of Amerika. Okay? And this is like the remaining 80 pages of the book. So we're probably not going to get through all of this tonight. I'll be honest with you. So I will give you, do you guys want me to give you the broad strokes? And then you guys can read the nitty-gritty detail yourself when the book comes out? Or do you want me to just cover... I think, you know what? I think that's the way I'm going to do it. That's just the warm-up. Yeah, Jenny, that's just the warm-up. So I'm going to give you guys the broad strokes of the invasion of Amerika. And then what we'll do is we'll finish off with the Soviets. And that way you guys can sort of... You get an idea of what happened, but you won't find out exactly what happened until you actually get your hands on the book itself. And I think that's a really good way of doing it, because obviously, and you guys can ask as many questions as you want, right? You guys can ask as many questions as you want, so you can get more information if that way as well. But I think that's a good way of doing it. All right. There is not a Japanese Sternriser, unfortunately. You've got the new mech, but that's just normal sized. Yeah. All right. We've got a super chat here. Master Pef, thank you for the Giga Chat. Look up Tunguska event 1908. There's your cold rift. Tunguska event of 1908. The Tunguska event was a massive explosion on June 30th, 1908 in a remote forest near the Tunguska River in Siberia. Caused by a stony asteroid or comet fragment exploding high in the atmosphere, it flattened roughly 830 square miles of trees without leaving an impact crater. Energy yield estimated between 3 and 30 megatons of TNT. Roughly 1,000 times stronger than the Hiroshima atomic bomb. Wow. Okay. If the Soviets do get a rift, I would not be surprised if Warlord does maybe use something like that. Yeah. That's really interesting. Cool. Very, very cool. Maybe they've got a natural rift. Yeah, maybe they do. Yeah. Interesting. I've no idea, by the way. I'm not giving you any hints on that one because I'm not, sometimes I say, ooh, I don't know. I'm giving you a hint. I truly don't know. I know nothing about what's coming for the Soviets. Okay. I know a little bit about what's coming for the Brits, like a tiny bit, but I know nothing that's come for the Soviets. Yeah. So I am saying maybe as in genuinely maybe. I'm just enjoying your fan theories. Yeah. Okay. So let me take you through the broad strokes of the Japanese invasion of America. So basically, you heard what we were just talking about before. The Japanese need to get a transmitter into America if they want to do a long-range jump. So they can legitimately jump all the way from America, all the way from Japan into America, but if they need to do they need to have like a beacon, essentially. Now, the Japanese plan for their invasion of America, and remember they're massively outnumbered. This is not like Red Alert 2, where the Soviets launched like a massive invasion. Okay, what the Japanese plan is to conduct a surgical strike, and their surgical strike is Area 51. The Japanese, it should almost be called Incursion America in many ways. The Japanese idea is to do a mass ghost jump into Area 51 and capture the American Rift. And learning as much as they can about it, or disabling it if they can. So that's the Japanese plan. So it's basically, it's like Pearl Harbor 2.0. They didn't learn from the first time. They tried to do Pearl Harbor. They did a lot of damage, but ultimately, it didn't do what they needed it to do. But they were like, you know what? Second time's the charm. I will show the last page at the end of the stream, Deaf Monkey. I will show the last page. Cosmic, the holy site! The Cosmic's full religious fanatic. I love it. They came a long way to die in freedom's name. So what they do is the Japanese get one of their stealth submarines and they get it off the coast of Mexico. Because Mexico is a neutral state, but Mexico is much less defended than America, right? So they get one of their ghost submarines. They've got like a whole bunch. They've got like a small task force of ghost warriors that are inside, and they wait off the coast and observing like patrol boats and all this kind of stuff. And then what they do is when they find a gap in the patrols, they teleport, they ghost walk into Mexico. Why is Mexico neutral? It might not be neutral. Sorry, I might have misspoken there. Or maybe it is neutral in this. Why was Mexico not neutral? I thought that Mexico was neutral in World War II. I was checking now. Okay, so Mexico was neutral. It says the destination of the journey was the North Territory of Baja California, or Baja, B-A-J-A, Baja California, Mexico. So, yeah, I don't know if that rings a bell, but basically they went off they go off the coast of Mexico, and then they wait for an opportunity, and then they teleport onto the mainland. And then what they do is you can see there's a handy map for your viewing pleasure here. Because you guys fucking love maps, right? So let me find you a fucking map. Here you go. So you can see where they landed. And then you can see the journey that they took to get to Area 51. Right? And this is sort of, the book goes through like each segment of this journey and sort of how difficult it was. Now, there's a really, really cool bit in here where basically it explains, I mean, I'll read it out, okay? The ultimate sacrifice. It could be argued that a smaller reconnaissance force of a single squad would have been able to accomplish the journey. However, 36 Ghost Warriors had embarked on this voyage for one simple reason: redundancy. The journey would be arduous, fraught with the dangers of starvation or exhaustion, but no fear was greater than that of discovery. Were this threat to present itself, or were it determined that continuing would not be tenable, each man was expected to lay down their life, not on this plane of reality, but within Shinobi space itself. Only if all should fail would the operation be a failure. So basically, there's this really cool, it goes a bit more detail in it in the book, but there's this really cool sort of insight into how the idea of like seppuku and stuff has evolved now that they've got access to ghost tech. So rather than, cut your head off kind of thing, if you have been dishonorable, like there's this point where like a couple of the Ghost Warriors, like they kind of like lose it from the arduous journey, and basically their comrades like kill them and then send their bodies into like ghost space, or their comrades like send them into ghost space anyway. And the idea is basically that like now you can commit like seppuku by going on a one-way trip to Shinobi space, which is kind of cool, right? So there's also a whole thing about how do the Japanese stop their technology from falling into the hands of the Soviets? How do they stop not the Soviets? How do they stop their technology falling into the hands of people in general? I said Soviets just because of we were talking about that earlier, right? So basically, how it's like, how do they stop the technology falling into enemy hands? Why hasn't anyone else been able to like go down this route? Well, it's because the Japanese Ghost Warriors never let themselves get taken alive, and they never let their technology be captured intact. They all, if they look like they're going to be captured, they'll just ghost walk to death. Yeah. So it's really, it's really, again, like what I love about the Japanese in this book, because you get a really big insight into the Japanese mindset, is they have probably the most advanced technology, and yet unlike a lot, their mindset is still very, very traditional, just like it was in World War II, really. Like, obviously they didn't have the best technology in World War II, but for the Japanese it was a spiritual war. A lot of the way they fought was almost alien to the Western powers that they encountered. The idea of surrender was utterly unconscionable, right? Well, that is enhanced even further now. That sort of difference between the Japanese having this incredible technology and yet in many ways still having like a, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, I just can't think of a better way of putting it, so please forgive me. Obviously there'll still be threads on Reddit, but whatever. They've almost got like a medieval mindset. Does that make sense? They've still got, the way of the blade and all this kind of stuff. They still believe, when you see how they fight, they still believe in the bayonet, the melee combat, all that kind of stuff over like guns. But now they're doing this and they can fucking teleport at the same time. Yeah, they adopted Western techniques and tools, but not Western mindsets. Yeah, very traditional despite the cutting edge. Yeah, yeah. Very, very traditional, despite the cutting edge. And it's really, and you really, really get a sense of that reading this book. Like, reading this book made me want to become like a Japanese main, because I got to kind of marinate in that Japanese lore, right? I got to marinate in like that Japanese lore. You spend a lot of time reading about, the Japanese approach to all of this, reading about, the Japanese sort of just mindset and how it's been really accentuated even further now, 2 years on into 1947, how the Bushido Code has been in many ways twisted even further. Like, it's the more you just basically, it's kind of like, when you read a good bit of lore and it almost inspires you. Like, reading through this sort of part of the Japanese lore and learning about this, it made me really fall in love with the faction in many ways. Yeah, it was very, 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 very cool. Now there is a fun little narrative scenario, because the Japanese, these ghost warriors, they've got a very long journey ahead of them. So, at various points along the way, they have to stop for supplies. But they can't exactly just pop down to the local Walmart, because they might, they'll obviously get recognized. So they have to conduct like supply raids, but they can leave no witnesses. So there's a narrative scenario in here called Supply Raid, which is it's 300 points versus 300 points, right? So it's a really small narrative scenario. It even has a really like little map. Here's a handful of buildings, Main Street and all that kind of stuff. And one of the really cool things about this is it introduces a new unit entry. Now, we've never had a unit entry in one of these books before, but for those of you that want to create some US militia, here you go. There you are. If you want to have, and now I don't think there's anything too exciting about them. You can, they're basically just humans that you can take as inexperienced or regular, but they can get shotguns. It's cool, right? It's not, look, right, there's nothing much else to the unit, okay? They can be taken in 3 to 8 man squads. You can have pistols, shotguns, SMGs, rifles, that kind of thing. I don't even know if they're going to be added to the main game. Maybe they will be. I feel like if they're here, they're probably not going to be added to the main game. I feel like they're kind of designed for the supply raid scenario. But it's, US civilians, the ragtag assortment of weapons. I have no idea if these are official Warlord miniatures, or if they've kit bashed these, or if these are things that maybe are going to be coming out in the future. I have no idea. But I love the little quote. It was probably just a coyote. Go back to sleep, Ma. Travis Hellman, resident of Hot Springs. There you are. And there's a few quotes like that. But yeah, basically you have to go into the town and you have to go into the town and get some supplies and then leave again. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. So if you want to include some militia or civilians and stuff in your games, you can do that, which is kind of cool. All right. Okay. So basically, the first part of the Invasion Amerika details the journey that these like 36 ghost warriors go on, the trials, tribulations, and by the time they get there, there's not many of them left over, kind of thing. But they do manage to get to just outside of Area 51, and they manage to deploy the beacon, the transmitter. Mormon Fundamentalist Back Rip episode 2 with Mordy Bro when? I mean, Lord David, that's a really cool idea, right? Maybe we do the Mormon fundamentalists versus the Japanese. And the idea could be that the when the Mormons retreated from the feds, maybe they encountered some of the Japanese. Right, that's a really, really good idea, Lord Davian. That's a really cool idea. I'll definitely 1,500 point civilians. I don't think it'd be quite that. We'd probably do a smaller scale battle for that one, but yeah. FDR's jackboots are now wearing some fishbowl things. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really cool idea. We'll definitely go with that. Okay, so the next part of the Invasion of America details the invasion. So what happens is basically the transmitter goes off, and the two massive the guys at Hiroshima, they get the signal. The Japanese guys at Umi, they get the signal, and basically they fire up the two giant ghost engines, and then basically they start sending waves of Japanese ghost warriors. It's like a ghost warrior exclusive force, because it has to be, because the ghost warriors they've got the ghost armor on, which allows them to traverse the rifts. But it's full of it's ghost warriors and the new Onyo mechs, right? So they start sending in waves of these Japanese fighters, and basically they start launching an offensive directly onto Area 51, and Area 51 is caught completely by surprise. Now there's two really cool bits here that I actually want to go through in detail, and I think these are I'm going to read these bits out to you verbatim. I think you're going to absolutely love it, and I won't tell you what the outcome of the fight is. Unless you really want me to. All right. But I feel like you guys might want to enjoy reading that bit for yourself. Okay. But we'll go through two things here. I mean, I can tell you what the outcome is. I can. If we have time, I can do that. The first thing I want to show you guys is the new Japanese hero. Look at that. Let me go full screen on this. Look at that artwork. Look at that. How fucking cool is that? I mean, this is the new Japanese hero. This is the guy. You've seen the pictures of him. Yeah, he looks pretty fucking sick. Now, we'll go through his lore. So he's called Kimuru Tadaki, Scourge of the Spirit Realm. Until late 1946, Kimuru Tadaki had been a test pilot for the Imperial Japanese Army, specializing in armored walkers. Tasked with testing experimental functions of the then in development special type Onryo assault walker, Kimuru would seemingly be killed when a prototype's ghost engine exploded, engulfing him in rift energy. Rather than become just another unfortunate victim of phasing experimentation, Kimuru miraculously survived, but would become something far beyond human. Development of an enlarged version of the infantry portable ghost engines had been fraught with complications, much as the disastrous experiments first conducted upon the discovery of Shinobi Space in late 1944 had been. Of the first human subjects to phase into the alternate state of existence that runs parallel to reality, many had returned catatonic, or as corpses, barely recognizable as human, or had not returned at all. Now, they return as corpses, barely recognizable as human. My thinking is, did they get turned into like blob? Did they turn inside out and then explode? Or were they mauled by something in Shinobi space? I'm just saying. We don't know. The dangers were well known, but the rewards had been deemed worth such sacrifices, and very much in keeping with the ideas of Shinto preached by the state, the expectation that every man, woman and child was expected to lay down their lives for Japan and for the emperor. As a loyal servant of the empire, Kimura thus committed himself to the dangerous task he had been given, in spite of the potential threat to his own life. Late in the development cycle, in a dummy test of the mechanism that had been designed to phase the walker out of reality prior to self-destruction, to stop people from getting their hands on their technology, Kimura was exposed to a massive concentration of energy from an exploding ghost engine and disappeared from this plane of reality. Unlike the prototype Onryo, which remained a burning wreck upon the volcanic sands of a small islet off the coast of Iwajima, Kimura had been thrown into Shinobi space, far from human perception, infused with energies that resonated with the place in which he found himself. Though he yearned for death, it would not come. Having seemingly developed an imperviousness to physical harm, the guy's literally immortal. He also found he had developed the ability to partially manipulate the energies within him, enabling him to project it with force or create and control energy constructs. After many weeks of isolation and torment, he discovered he could manifest his energies to penetrate the veil between Shinobi space and reality, making his way back to the Iwajima laboratories. He revealed himself to his comrades. Very, what was it, Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen? Philosopher scientists were a complete loss to explain Kimuru's new condition. However, impressed with his newfound abilities, certain amongst them quickly realized Kimuru's potential as a new weapon, pronouncing him as a manifestation of an Onryo, a restless spirit unable to find rest within Kakaryo, the hidden world of spirits which many believed Shinobi space to be. They told him that his earthly destiny had not yet been completed and was tied to the fate of the Empire of Japan. Ashamed of his newfound lack of humanity and eager to end his existence, Kimura agreed, turning his back on his old life and leaving behind his family, who were oblivious to his plight. He prepared himself to walk a warrior's path. Do you see what I mean? Like, the mindset of this is what I was talking about before, about you really get into the mindset of the Japanese in K-47. This is what I'm talking about. This is like, you're seeing a little bit of that here. Over the first half of 1947, Kimura would train with Iwajima-based philosopher scientists to gain mastery of his new abilities. They also fashioned a unique armor for him, serving two roles: to help him contain the rampant energy swirling within him, and as a morale-boosting reminder of samurai traditions for the ghosts he would be serving beside. Kimura would make his combat debut in part of Operation Shoko Go, with the new moniker of Scourge of the Spirit Realm. Without Kimura's knowledge, the philosopher scientists have focused much of their attention on attempting to replicate the accident that created him. None of their test subjects have, thus far, remained intact. They want to make more of them. I mean, an army of, like, unkillable fucking guys would be pretty good. The truth is, we can't determine what he is. That we reinforce his misplaced belief that he is a vengeful spirit incarnate is morally unconscionable. From the notes of Ishigawa Mei, lab assistant at the Iwajima Rift research facility. They basically have no fucking clue what he is. The big question, again, for me, the big question is this. Is he human? Or is the reason they can't replicate it because he's not human? Is he something? Is something wearing him like a skin suit? This is the second person who has, you know, come back from the rifts, right? And is he just, playing along? The rift rejected him. He's no FDR. Is he rift energy bound to the memories of a human? Yeah. Yeah. I imagine he looks fucked up under his armor. I imagine he looks fucked up under his armor as well. Okay. That was cool. But I've got a massive story for you now. This is my... I mean, this is so cool. So, in Festung Europa, we had the story of the British guy taking on the Style Trooper. We have another story that might actually be even better than that one. And I know several people who were personally converted to Konflikt simply because of that story. All right? So, strap your fucking big boy pants on. We're fucking going in. This is called One Small Step. Haru stood to attention in the... It's a long one, by the way. Haru stood to attention in the cold, late morning air, a thin mist hanging low around his armored legs. Somewhere, thousands of miles from here, others like him were laying the groundwork for the attack to come. This was the third alert in the last few hours, each one bringing them closer to the moment they were to be sent into the breach. Around him stood ranks of soldiers, arrayed in ornate armor evoking the traditions of old. Hundreds waited in silence for the signal that would mark the beginning of Japan's next great endeavor. That's what the Kempai Tai told them anyway. Like much in this strange new age, Haru wasn't sure what to think. They stood in long, ordered lines, grouped in squads of 5, each unit bearing its own subtle variations on the standard Imperial design. Haru's own armor and that of his squad was marked by deep purple cords threaded between the plates, with small stylized flowers etched onto the edges. At the end of each row stood towering man-shaped constructs. They loomed over the soldiers, easily 3 times a man's height, broad and immovable. Some were painted with unsettling imagery of snarling Oni. Others bore horned crests and layered plating that echoed the form of ancient armor, distorted and exaggerated, closer to a memory than history. The imagery was further reinforced by those that wielded massive, scaled-up versions of his own combat blade. Through the thick curve of his visor, the world carried a faint pinkish hue, the edges of his vision bending slightly with the glass. Distant shapes blurred at the periphery, never quite settling, leaving the uneasy sense that nothing was entirely solid. It reminded him of the other place, the space between worlds he glimpsed whenever the ghost engine on his back activated. The weight of the device, combined with his armor, pulled at him. He found it grounded him. He could focus and find his center. The pressure gave him a sense of fixed position, something solid to hold onto when the doubts of the other place snagged at his mind. He was used to the smaller jumps now. They came almost as naturally as walking or leaping. He could control them with a remarkable level of accuracy. Despite his growing familiarity, he didn't understand how the machine worked. None of those who donned the special armor did. All he knew, or at least all he had been told, was that these devices were a gift from the other side. Elements of the Kempai Tai had distributed leaflets explaining that these gifts were a fragment of something greater, a way for worthy men to borrow, in some small measure, the power of the storm gods Fujin and Rajin, the ability to move like the wind, then strike like thunder. The thought drew his gaze downward. The mist at his feet shifted and curled, but it was no natural fog. It spread in slow, unnatural patterns, thick and heavy. Massive machines were anchored into the ground nearby, larger, more powerful versions of the ghost engines mounted on their backs. Their metal housings groaned as the machinery within shuddered under the weight of their burden, bleeding heat into the air and forcing it down into this low, clinging haze. He could feel the faint tremor in the air, a more subtle version of the effects of his own engine caused. Unbidden, the memory of the last long-range practice jumps forced its way into his thoughts. The smaller jumps into Shinobi space were almost imperceptible, A brief blinding flash, and he would be somewhere else, with no time to think or feel. These were different, however. They gave him time to see and register the other world. They felt wrong, unnatural. Men had become distracted, lost in that place, never to return to the familiar weight of the real world. Haru had grown up in a rural place where the old stories of spirits and gods had never died. He had heard them all, believed some, dismissed others, but there had always been a distance to them, a layer of faith that dulled their edge. That distance had long gone now. The other world was real, and it was not a place meant for men. It was a vast, uncertain, and hostile in a way he could not fully understand, like open sea in a storm, indifferent to anything caught within it. To his left, Isamu gestured with an armoured hand, the moment pulling Haru from his brief reverie. Silently, in their compact combat sign, he asked, "Concern? Haru? Well?" Haru replied in kind. "Moment. Distraction. Resolved." Isamu held his gaze for a second, then gave a single measured nod and turned forward again, returning to stillness with the rest of the line. The brief moment of conflict filled him with shame, and he returned his gaze straight ahead. They all had their doubts and concerns about the new weapons and powers gifted to them. They had quietly discussed as much in rare private moments between drills and training. To display such doubt on duty was unacceptable. Around him, his fellow ghosts, the Imperial elite, the Emperor's own hidden blade, stood ready. This blade would do what had never been done before. Thrown from the Emperor's hand here in Japan, it would be cast across the world, sent to cut down the Americans and seize their power at its source. The massive engines around the parade ground grew louder. Haru kept his eyes forward. The vibration began in his teeth, a low, invasive hum that spread through his jaw and into his skull. The slight distortions at the edge of his vision returned, tugging at his focus, a familiar irritation. Shapes seemed to gather at the periphery, suggestions of form, almost recognizable before slipping away. He knew there was nothing there. And yet, in moments like this, it sometimes felt as though something had followed him back from the other place. Not seen, not heard, not lingering, just there. The feeling carried a quiet, directionless dread, as if turning to face it would reveal something waiting, something patient, with empty eyes and a fixed, knowing smile. Like the toothy, hollow-eyed grins of Shinigami depicted in the books as he read as a child. He tried to ignore it, as he always did, but the sensation persisted. Slowly and subtle at first, but it built until he finally gave in and turned his head sharply to the right. Only his squad met his gaze. Familiar armour, purple cords, gold-threaded detail. Nothing else. The feeling faded a moment later, leaving behind only a quiet flicker of shame as he faced forwards once more. The quiet of the parade ground was broken by the sudden screech of machinery grinding into overdrive, followed by a thundercrack roar like a vast sheet of glass shattering. Haru tried to focus with the sudden, clammy panic filling his limbs. 3 rows ahead, the air around the forward squads began to distort, rippling with intense heat shimmer. When he narrowed his eyes, he could see it properly, fractures forming in the air itself, thin pink lines spreading outward, breaching into jagged patterns that haloed the soldiers. It gave the impression of a second outline, a faint, unnatural shadow clinging to them. Smoke generators positioned around the staging ground coughed into life, spilling thick grey fog across the formation. It rolled in quickly, swallowing detail, flattening depth, just before his vision was fully obscured. Haru caught a glimpse through the growing fractures, a break in the world beyond, a bright blue sky, endless stretches of golden desert, a hard, unblinking sun. Then the command came. A Tassai's roar further up the line cut through everything. "Aye! Aye!" The response followed instantly from the men in the front rank, unified shout from nearly 100 voices. "Ooh!" Seconds later, another thundercrack, a dull pink glow pulsed through the smoke. Again the call. "Aye! Aye! Ooh!" The giant ghost engines tore at the world itself, ripping open reality to force a passage through. Each thundercrack marked another breach, each one followed by a shouted command and 100 men disappearing into the rapture. The rhythm settled to something brutal and mechanical. Crack, shout, advance. Again and again and again. Then it reached him. The heat at his back surged as the ghost engine synchronized and responded to its massive brethren. The air around him shimmered, then began to droop and sag, thickening and hardening. Fine cracks spread outwards through the strange deformed air, splintering the space around him. For a moment, he saw himself reflected in them, fractured, repeated, stretched across shifting planes like a broken mirror. I! Haru didn't think. He answered with the others, his voice joining the chorus as the breach consumed him. Ooh! He blinked. The world was smoke and fractured pinkish light. Reflections of himself flickered at impossible angles, stretched and broken across shifting planes. Nothing held its shape for long. The edges of vision twisted again, worse now, pulling at his balance. A wave of vertigo hit him hard. His head lolled, eyes wild, trying to fix on something, anything, but the shapes there refused to settle. Movement in his haze caught his eye, a vast shadow, indistinct but wrong. The world lurched, his inner ear twisted violently, a surge of nausea rising sharply in his throat. For a moment, it felt as though he was falling sideways through himself. Then it stopped. The distortion collapsed in on itself, the fractured light vanishing as suddenly as it had come. Haru staggered slightly as his boots met solid ground again. He felt the soft crunch of small rocks beneath him. His vision swam as he fought down the urge to vomit. A high, constant ringing filled his ears, but beneath it he could still make out the muffled thunder of explosions and the distant rattle of automatic fire. Heat pressed in from his right. A vast shape loomed in the smoke. He turned towards it, weapon raised and ready. As the haze thinned, the outline resolved itself into the shattered hulk of a war machine. A heavy, ugly American construct lay on its side, torn open along its flank, thick, acrid smoke pouring from the wound. Movement from within the smoke caught his eye. Haru stepped forward cautiously, ready to finish off whatever crew remained within the fallen beast. As he approached, he dimly thought of the whereabouts of his squad. Then he saw the source of the movement. A forearm, threaded with gold and purple, jutted from the torn metal of the wreck, as if it had been swallowed by it. The armour was unmistakable. One of his own. The hand twitched, grasping at nothing, like that of a drowning man reaching for the surface. Haru looked away, a wave of revulsion tightening his chest. An ignoble end. No ceremony, no mark, just swallowed whole by wreckage and left to rot inside. Bad luck, nothing more. His mind moved quickly, pushing the feeling aside, assessing a situation. The shadow he had seen during transit, this had been it. The machine was already collapsing as they came through. He had avoided it only because of where he stood, last in line. Everyone else ahead of him had rematerialized straight into it. His hearing began to clear, the ringing receding just enough for other sounds to break through. Another thunder crack split the air, then another sound of gateways opening nearby. He turned towards the nearest. The familiar heat shimmer rippled ahead, the air tightening, fracturing as another portal forced itself into existence. Then came the gunfire. Sustained, automatic fire, disciplined, and relentless. Haru shouted without thinking. The sound torn from him as the ghost emerging from the fracture were cut down mid-materialization. Forms half present, half formed, collapsing as rounds tore through them before they could even step fully into the world. He followed the line of fire. A concrete defense tower loomed through the thinning smoke. At its peak, two heavily armored silhouettes stood braced, their weapons chattering without pause, pouring heavy fire down into the exposed arrivals below. Instinctively, Haru triggered his ghost engine, slipping into the other place, the engine on his back humming to life as internal systems resolved the jump. He took a step, his left foot crunching down on the rough ground. There was a brief flash, and his right foot came down on solid concrete behind the two power-armoured soldiers atop the tower. No hesitation. He raised his rifle and fired point blank into the back of the nearest one. With a brutal crack, his Shiburu rifle discharged, the overpressure buckling the American's armour inward. The soldier was thrown forward and over the edge, disappearing from view. The second turned, slow and heavy, its weapon still firing as he tried to bring the barrel to bear against the new threat. Haru was already moving, and the slow, chugging fire of the American's weapon went overhead. He dove forward, closing the distance, slipping inside the arc of the weapon. His bayonet came up in a tight thrust, but the blade skidded off his opponent's curved plating, glancing away at the last moment. He adjusted instinctively, the strike biting instead into his foe's forearm. Metal shrieked as the blade jammed into the American's servos, severing the ammunition feed, but wrenching his own rifle from his hands. The enemy's weapon stuttered and then failed. The American let out a roar of frustration as the gun clicked uselessly, rounds spilling loose from the broken feed. He cursed at Haru and raised his fist, swinging it in a wide, brutal haymaker, the armoured suit whining under the force. Haru dropped low, slipping left, as the fist smashed into the concrete wall behind him. The impact cracked the surface, sending dust and fragments into the air. Haru moved immediately, a short step in, and then he launched upwards, driving both feet in the soldier's chest in a full-force drop kick. The impact staggered the larger man back a step, just enough. Haru hit the ground, rolled, and surged forward, again grabbing for his rifle. Still jammed in the damaged arm mechanism, he closed his grip around it, but the American reacted faster than expected. A knee drove hard into Haru's torso, folding him around the strike as the air burst from his lungs in a sharp, broken gasp. The soldier raised his arm again, prepared to bring it down and finish him. Haru did not think. He pulled the trigger. The rifle discharged, the overpressure detonating what remained of the ammunition feed. The blast tore through the arm and chest, hurling Haru backwards off the tower. He hit the ground hard, already gasping, his body refusing to draw breath. A heavy metallic impact followed. The American dropped down after him, the crude heavy armor whining under the strain of a heavy landing. Up close, the damage was worse. The armor was scorched and split, the front plate warped open. Beneath it, the man was burned, bloodshot eyes wide with fury, hair singed away, raving and spitting profanities at the injured Haru. Whatever those words were, they were unmistakably laced with venom. The man raised his massive armoured fist, poised to finish Haru even in his death throes. There was a deafening impact as the soldier was suddenly hurled backwards in a spray of blood and shattered armour. Haru flinched as the remains struck him, hot viscera coating his visor and plating. He blinked, stunned, turning to his right to find his saviour. For a moment, he saw something else. A grinning, toothy face. Too wide, eyes empty without pupils. A Shinigami staring down at him. Dread locked him in place. His body refused to move. The image held, then began to resolve. Edges sharpened. Form returned. The face stretched and broke apart into something real. Metal. Painted metal. An onryo. It rose to its full height, towering over him. Pistons hissing and joints grinding as it moved. The massive blade in its grip lifted in a slow, deliberate arc. The air around it began to crackle and distort as the ghost engine on its back glowed. Then with a deafening crack of shattered reality, the onryos leapt forward into shinobi space, vanishing from view. He held there for a moment, catching his breath, then stood on shaky legs. He looked for a moment at the ruined guard tower he had been thrown from, and then, in a flash, stood looking over the edge of its ruined railings at the battlefield below. Thunder cracks still rolled through the clearing, smoke as more gateways tore open across the field. Beneath it, he could hear the battle cries of his compatriots, rising and falling, carried on the air between the deeper, slower rumble of explosions further down the line. Fractures still hung in the air like fading scars, thin pink lines that shimmered and then vanished, each group marking where reality had been forced open. New arrivals stumbled out of these breaks in uneven bursts, some landing cleanly, others collapsing as gunfire found them before they could orientate themselves. The space was a mix of churned sand and shattered concrete, littered with the burning hulks of American war machines and the still forms of ghosts who had arrived a moment too late, twisted where they had fallen under sustained fire. Here and there, small groups of ghosts moved with precision, advancing through the chaos in tight formations, their movements controlled and deliberate, despite the confusion. In the distance, more American positions spat continuous streams of fire, tracer rounds cutting hard lines through the haze. Occasional heavy impacts rippled through the field, and something larger engaged in the distance. Each detonation sending low, rolling shockwaves through the ground beneath his feet. Haru focused on the closest operational defense tower to him, and with a flash, stepped out into nothing. There you go. That's the story, man. How fucking cool is that? What I love about that story is like the depiction. So what I love about the story is you get a real look inside the minds of the Ghost Warriors. And you get a real look inside the minds of the like Japanese military in general at this point. And then what I really love is you get a real up close view of their fighting style. Like the idea, like you like that scene where he takes one step forward and he's on the sand, and then his next step forward, bang, he's in the ghost tower. And then that a lot of people miss that bit, like when after he's just finished fighting the Americans, and then he looks up at the tower, and then bang, he's up there and he's looking down, and he's looking down. Do you see what I mean? Like he's just teleporting it without even thinking. He's just teleporting. So like one step forward, two step, bang, he's there. Looks up. Okay, I need to get a sense of what's going on this battlefield. Bang, I'm up in the tower again. Okay, I can see there's some Americans over there still fighting. Okay, bang, I'm in that tower now. Like it's literally like. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. Like how naturally, like it's like he said, it's like just to him at this point, it's just walking. There's no difference between that and him just going for a stroll. Yeah. Did the mention of the Shinigami have any correlation with the American Paragon? See, I noticed that as well. Do you know how he mentions in this story like the dead eye, like the sort of blank eyes, like staring. Sometimes he feels like he's got like blank eyes staring at him. I know. When I first read that, I didn't notice that, but I know that's why I sort of, as I was reading it, that's why I sort of went, you know. So there's definitely a correlation between. I think there's a correlation between that and the American Paragon taking his own eyes out. Yeah. Yeah, that's. I think there's a. Yeah, there you go. What was it? The feeling carried a quiet. In moments like this, it sometimes felt as though something had followed him back from the other place. Not seen, not heard, not lingering, just there. The feeling carried a quiet, directionless dread, as if turning to face it would reveal something waiting, something patient, with empty eyes and a fixed, knowing smile. They're both seeing the same thing. Yeah, that Paragon, empty eyes, and that fucked up smile, that calm smile. There's definitely a correlation there. There's something in that fucking rift, boys. There's something in that rift. We are going. This is full Event Horizon. We should not be going there. We should not be going into Shinobi's face. Yeah, fucking hell. The spirits are angry. Yeah, something is certainly messed up with the Paragon program. Yeah. I would love it. I know I know that some people would absolutely hate it if we got some sort of like rift demon like faction in the game, some sort of like Xenos faction in the game. I don't know. Man. I have no idea. I have no idea if they'll ever go that way. I have no idea. But yeah, I wouldn't be against it. Yeah, I wouldn't be totally against it. Yeah. That was very early day. Very, very early days. When we were first like yeah. When we were first talking, this was over a year ago. When we were first talking about this kind of stuff, I know there was quite a few people that not quite a few. The community was definitely split, sort of 50-50. Some people were like, no, I want to keep it really focused on, like, it should be humans and stuff. And then there were some people who were like, no, like, it would be really fucking cool if we got a non-human element to the game. I have no idea if... I have literally no idea if Warlord will ever go in that direction. Like, no idea whatsoever. But it might just be that it might maybe they never do anything with it, and it might just be that essentially, you know, going in, it is all scientific, right? Going into the rift is, you know, going through Shinobi space, using Rift energy on the Paragons and stuff, it might just be that, the human mind, what the human, for many, many years, what humans couldn't explain, they would put down the thing, they would naturally, so before, and there's still a lot we don't know, right? But before a lot of things are like the modern age, humans still wanted to try and explain stuff that happened. Like they wanted to explain, like, where plagues came from. Now we know it's like bacteria and viruses and stuff back then. Now we know that. But back then they would think it was like demons in people's brains. They were still trying to explain what it was. They just didn't have the scientific knowledge to be able to explain it. So I do wonder if perhaps what we're seeing here is essentially the human mind trying to explain a scientific concept which it just can't at this time. Yeah. So, yeah, maybe Warlord will go in a more sort of, for lack of a better term, fantasy direction with it. Maybe they'll go in a more scientific direction with it. As Kilroy says, what if it's simply just rift sickness? What if it's a common side effect of being exposed to the rift? You get what's called rift sickness. Yeah. I would also hate it if the rift was so defined to just be a scientific phenomenon. Just leave it alone. Leave shadows for people to guess at. No, I mean, I don't think we should get all of the answers. Like, let me put it this way. If we did get... Let's say we got people getting possessed. Let's say there are things in the rift. Okay, just I'm spitballing again. Let me make something clear. Warlord has told me nothing. This is not a hint. This is us engaging in the beauty of just fan debate. Okay, let me make that clear. Because I don't want anyone taking... Because obviously I'm revealing stuff here, but I want to make sure there's that clear distinction between what's revealing and what's us spitballing, right? So maybe the... maybe... Let's say that we get, like, the Riftborn. Okay? And maybe we get a alien, a Xenos / demon faction, right? And these are people who have been possessed by the things in the rift, right? Yeah, tinfoil hat, right? If Warlord was to go in that direction, I would be totally okay with that. And I think a good compromise would be with them leaving it very much unanswered. What is possessing these people? Is it that these are just beings, is it a scientific answer? These are merely beings that exist as energy, right? Like they are, it's just a different form of life. A bit like in like Star Trek, how you've got like carbon-based life forms, and then what is it? Is it you've got the Thalons or whatever they're called? The guys with the diamond-shaped ships and everything, Enterprise, that are like silicon-based life forms and stuff like that, right? So maybe they leave it open that, these are just beings of energy. And they can take over, people's bodies, but they are essentially still beings. Or they leave it open to the idea that these could literally be demons. And they could bring these are literal fucking demons. This is Event Horizon. This is the fucking warp. Like, they are entering a literal spirit realm. And maybe they just leave that open-ended. And they drop hints. Sometimes they'll drop hints supporting one side of the debate. Sometimes they drop hints supporting the other side of the debate. But they never outright come and explain it. So I think if that was the way they would do it, I would be all up for it. Because it allows them to, bring in essentially the concept of other beings. And there's going to be certain people who, some people love Konflikt because it's like basically humans on humans in many ways. There's some fucking monsters and shit fucked up as well, but it is essentially humans on humans. But I know there's a lot of people out there that would say, well, I'm just not interested in Konflikt because there's no Xenos faction. I want to play aliens, right? And so if they started using this as a way of potentially bringing in that, then it might appeal to some additional people in the wargaming community. Yeah, I don't know. I really like just having the mystery behind it never being understood or explained away. Totally agree. Yeah, the mystery should never be answered. Some people should see it as a scientific phenomenon. Some people, like the Japanese, should see it as a spiritual phenomenon. 100%. Yeah. Yeah. And if they never bring in rift beings, if they never bring in the Riftborn, then that's fine. Because at the end of the day, not every game has to have fucking aliens, right? Yeah. Yeah. But I would be kind of open to the concept of it. All right. Now, basically, that story that we just read, it cinematically explains the opening stages of the attack on Area 51. All right. Now I won't, unless you guys really, really want me to. I won't spoil, how the fight goes, the back and forth, and all this kind of stuff. Right? I mean, I can do if you want me to. But I can also let you guys, yeah. I can also let you guys just kind of enjoy it. One thing I will say is Slammer Samuels. So one thing I'll say is Slammer Samuels organizes. No spoilers. Okay, you know what? Slammer Samuels plays a key part, and what's kind of funny is at first he comes across as a bit of a naive and a bit incompetent. Right? But that's just because you kind of learn that Slammer Samuels, up until this point, he's very much going through the early stages of what Captain America went through, where they made Captain America, but then they basically just used him to go around giving speeches and shit. So even though he was a combat veteran, he hadn't actually seen all that much combat as a Paragon. Right? He'd done, taken part in some very safe fights and stuff like that. This is, this is a fight basically you're never going to lose kind of thing. But for the most part, he'd actually basically been sort of just going around being a propaganda piece. And the American military didn't really want to risk him. But with the attack on Area 51, he actually gets to lead the fighting there. And so he gets to lead the fighting there. And so he basically, he gets a bit of a trial by fire. At first, it doesn't, he doesn't go very, because basically, he's not actually a military commander when you think about it. Right? He's a bit like Soldier Boy. In The Boys. Where it's we were wired the fucking gills in Normandy. And actually, he just, he's not actually a military commander, he's more of a celebrity. But he actually does, what I like is at first you're this fucking Slammer guy is fucked. And then what you actually learn, basically he goes through an arc. And by the end of it, he actually becomes a good commander and stuff. So if at first you're reading the Slammer shit and you're this guy's shit, keep reading. He does get better. And it's just, they basically just haven't made him a Mary Sue. He actually does need to basically fail a few times before he starts getting good, right? And the funny thing is that he's been champing at the bit to get into the fight. And then basically with the attack on Area 51, he gets his chance to actually get into the fight. And then, yeah, there you go. Yeah, so he gets to actually be a proper fighter. Now, I did promise you I would tell you about the Soviets. Okay? I did promise you I'd tell you about the Soviets. Okay? So, I'm going to tell you about the Soviets. So the Soviets have two moments. They are not the main focus, okay? But they have two moments in the book. The first one is quite funny. So basically, what happens is when the Japanese start launching their attack on Area 51, the Soviets see it as an opportunity to activate some fifth columnists inside the US. And so basically, there's a bunch of like communist sympathizers and all this kind of stuff. A bunch of communists inside America. And as the attack's going on, basically, not all of them, but the ones in like the immediate area and everything and sort of nearby that can get there in the space of like a day or so, you know, maybe a couple of days or something. They sort of gather their, you know, they gather their people together. And then what they try and do is they try and launch like a surprise attack. I can't quite remember if it's on... Oh, okay. So what happens is, as Slammer Samuels is leading his relief force to Area 51, the fifth columnists rise up and then try and like... they try and basically sort of attack the Americans in the rear, and it goes horribly wrong. It goes horribly wrong because because basically it's a bunch of fucking just civilians. You know, it's a bunch of LARPers, right? It's a bunch of people that are like, yay, communism and all this kind of stuff, but they're not trained. They're just like fucking losers. And all they've got is like a bunch of like shitty small arms. So they try and rise up. And, you know, they catch some of the Americans off guard. But the Americans literally just turn around and fucking bitch slap them. Just fucking, they're like, what the fuck are you doing? You've got like fucking shotguns and revolvers and maybe a few like rifles that you managed to like, you know, maybe like a few Garans and shit and Thompsons you've managed to like capture and stuff. But yeah, it's all just basic shit. And the Americans basically turn around and they've got paragons, they've got fireflies, they've got grizzlies. And it is just a completely like one-sided slaughter. Yeah. Yeah. So the uprising doesn't go very well, unfortunately. Yeah, they managed. You know, like I said, they managed to. You know, they managed to catch the American by surprise. They managed to make a few gains, but the moment that the Americans just turn any of the rift tech on them, you know, it goes badly for them. So that was I thought that was quite funny. Now that's just there's a couple of pages dedicated to that, but the main thing that happens with the Soviets is, and it's only a small thing. Like I said, they're not the main. You know, they're not the main focus of the. They're not the main focus, but they launch an attack through. They launched an attack to Alaska. So they try essentially. They launched the Bering Strait offensive, and it's really, really fucking cool. Okay, it's really cool because we get to see the Morazgul in action. And basically, these are the Siberian terror troops. And how the Soviets are using... So the Ursus are obviously a brute force shock attack troops. The Morazgul are a lot... They're not really meant to be used like that. They're more sneaky. They're more like commandos. So because they can just basically travel through like minus 30 degrees C like temperature and shit, they can just basically like walk across the ice, no problems whatsoever. And the Bering Strait offensive, it's not a full-blown invasion, but it's a probing strike to see the defensive strength of the Americans in Alaska, and the Soviets use it as an opportunity to test out the Mordi's Ghoul, and because they've not actually had a chance to battlefield test them yet. So basically, a bunch of Mordi's Ghoul go across the ice, and they just start. It's like just all these American outposts just start going dark. Because what the Mordi's Ghoul can do is when you have enough of them together, they can create like this killing mist, as we've seen like in game, right? But if you have enough of them, you can make like a genuine like fog cloud, and this fog just rolls in over the bases and completely obscures the Mordi's Ghoul's approach. People just think, oh, it's a bit weird to have fog at this time of year, kind of thing. And then the Mordi's Ghoul basically, but also it's super cold, so a lot of people are like, oh, when you're really cold, you don't want to do anything, do you? And it's like the coldest cold you've ever had, kind of thing. So it completely debilitates you, and then the Mordi's Ghoul just slip in to start slitting throats and all that kind of shit. So proper like sort of White Walker kind of shit. Yeah. So yeah, so it's really, really cool. Like, here you go. You get to see like, I'll show you the map for it. So you can see it's only it's only like a probing strike, right? But you do get to see the Mordi's Ghoul in action, and it's really fucking cool. And it's only like I think we're going to see a lot more of them in the future. This is just kind of to wet the whistle, as it were. Helen, did this would be a fucking awesome HBO TV show? You know what I thought? You know, when I was reading this, I thought exactly the same thing. I thought there was some very, very, very good cinematic moments, especially with the Soviets, with all of it, but especially with the Soviets. Yeah, there you go. You get a little bit here. After briefly recuperating on the Diomede Islands, the group's journey resumes. The second portion of the ice crossing proves less stretched than the first, but by no means avoided casualties. Mostly the casualties. So they send the Mordi's Ghoul out, and they send a bunch of normal Soviet infantry with them. Obviously, none of the normal Soviets survive. They're like, send a motor rifle battalion with them. It's like, okay. Like, obviously none of those guys survive. But the Mordi's Ghoul do fine. Yeah. Upon reaching the environs of Wales, Alaska, the Mordi's Ghoul repeat their tactics a few nights prior and eliminate its population swiftly and silently. You get a bit more detail. This is just like a little summary of it. Yeah. So yeah, it's really, really cool. Now, a big thing that we also get here is we get a look at a new Soviet character. Svetlana Volkova and Nina. So basically, it's a female Soviet sniper, very sort of enemy at the gate style, right? And she has been equipped. I'll let you guys learn more about her, but she's been equipped with like a big Soviet like anti-material rifle. Very, very cool, right? But she refuses to undergo the process of becoming a daughter of the motherland. She just doesn't trust it. Smart girl, I say. And so what happens is basically she gets Nina, and Nina is a daughter of the motherland, and Nina's job is to basically like carry her rifle around for her. So Nina has to carry the big rifle around for her while she like basically refuses to go underneath it. She's basically like a rifle caddy. There's they have a how to put it, they have like a good rapport. Like, she does get on really well with Nina, don't get me wrong, but she still doesn't trust the process itself. Yeah. Now, one of the big things that I think is worth mentioning, is the Soviets, obviously, they do this incursion, and the Americans eventually discover what's going on, and they counterattack. And what they do is the Americans go through Canada. So Canada get a brief mention. Not a huge mention, but they get a brief mention. But the Americans really piss off the Canadians because they don't ask the Canadians for like permission. The Americans basically just say, get the fuck out of the way. We're going to go to Alaska. And they basically like, they basically break a bunch of treaties with the Canadians, just sort of diplomatically and physically bulldozing them out of the way. And the Canadians get very annoyed by this because they're like, well, we obviously would have just given you permission, like a fucking phone call, man. Just give us a fucking phone call. And the Americans are kind of arrogant and they're like, no, fuck you. Like, we don't give a shit. And so basically, the Canadians inform, because the Canadians are part of the Commonwealth, they inform the British Commonwealth of what's happened. And the British Commonwealth and the British Commonwealth and Canadians kind of start having some diplomatic difficulties with the Americans. Yeah. Halen Jedi, when you're on a mission from God, you don't ask mortal permission. Yeah, so there's this like telegram from like the yeah. Let's have a look here. Yeah, there you go. There's like this telegram. Your Majesty, I must protest in the strongest possible terms the recent violation of Canadian and by extension Commonwealth sovereignty by the United States of America. The terms of the Pan-Atlantic Alliance as laid out in the Philadelphia Treaty specifically prohibit the deployment of American troops into or through Canadian territory without prior notification and agreement. I regret to inform Your Majesty that my efforts to resolve the situation politically have come to naught. My formal summons of the American ambassador have been rebuffed, and my letter of rebuke to Washington has gone unanswered. I feel I must now request that Your Majesty's government pass legislation to formally bar entry to all further United States personnel and deploy additional troops to strengthen the border against future incursions until such time as a diplomatic solution can be reached. In accordance with Your Majesty's instructions, under the Tarleton Plan, the preparations specified in the aforesaid have begun. I pray they are not necessary. I have the honour to remain your loyal servant, Athlone, Governor-General, Canada. I didn't see this before. Fucking Tarleton Plan? It seems that perhaps the Commonwealth have been preparing for a worst-case scenario. Holy shit, man. Yeah. Maybe they're preparing for some sort of worst case scenario. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah. Come on, Canada. Stop writing pissy letters and commit war crimes like we know you wanna. All right. Now, that covers a summary of Invasion America. Obviously, there is some big bits I haven't mentioned. I didn't go into the details of the back and forth of what happens in the fight for Area 51. I can obviously tell you guys more about that if you want to, but it'll have to be in a future stream. Or I can, as I did with Festung Europa, I can leave that bit I can leave that bit unanswered, and you guys can look forward to it when you get your hands on the books in, I think it's about 2 or 3 weeks' time. So there you go. One thing that I do want to leave you with, there's a huge thing in this book that I haven't told you about. It's a huge thing. It's a massive moment, and it's a big, and I don't want to say too much, but basically, one of the things that we learn, so one of the things that we learn is that these rifts all have different properties. So a rift isn't just a rift. Each rift is unique. So, for example, one of the things that we learn is the Americans have been trying to make totem core, and they can't. Because well, not that they're necessarily trying to make them, but they're trying to understand how the Germans made them, or how should I say how the Axis made them. And they can't. Like, their rift just doesn't emit the energy that makes them. And that's why, you know how I said earlier the Japanese were, got ahead of how did the Japanese make Shibito before the Axis made like controllable totem core? A big part of that basically comes down to because the Axis had to basically they had to try and like manipulate their rift energies to create the controllable totem core with the serum. It took von Zogling like 2 years to essentially like jerry-rig it to make it work. But with the Japanese, their rift just naturally makes totem core really easily. And obviously the reason why the Japanese have been able to do like phasing technology and a lot of the other factions haven't been able to replicate that is because like the other factions, their rifts don't emit the same sort of frequency, the same amount of energy, the same kind of energy, right? So every rift is unique, and the properties of each rift are kind of informing the technology that's being created. Another thing that's kind of, and this not to give too much away, but this actually becomes a really massive fucking problem for the Japanese when they didn't know this. Obviously, they had no way of predicting this. But this becomes a really massive fucking problem for the Japanese on their attack in Area 51, because if the energy that's coming out of the Los Alamos rift is actually, it kind of fucks with the frequency of the energy of the technology that's come out of the Japanese technology, of the Ghost Walk technology. So they find it like harder to teleport around. And sometimes if they're so close, they can't teleport around at all when they're near the Los Alamos rift, which obviously negates like a big part of their like tactical advantage. So obviously I'll let you guys learn much more about that when you read it. But basically one of the big things that gets revealed is that the rifts are all unique. And what we also start learning is that there's a bit of a hint here. There's a bit of a hint that the rifts might not be permanent. Like it's definitely not fully explained. It's just hinted at in this book, but the rifts might not be permanent. So if that means the rifts are like finite, then that means that the factions might need to start trying to find new rifts, which is kind of a huge deal, right? Now I reckon what Warlords kind of hinting at here is maybe I think what they're doing is they're kind of giving themselves a narrative opportunity to give an opportunity to have maybe people fighting over rifts. So like if one faction's rift is starting to like close up or run out more than another, they might like try and fight to capture someone else's rift. Also, I think they might be setting things up like factions opening up more rifts. Yeah. Like trying to open up more rifts. And obviously some people are saying like that has really big implications. Like if they're unstable and they're going to break down and the Americans are the only ones who can get more of them at the moment, then yeah, right? Or, so you see what I mean? So there's just a big implication. Like maybe the rifts are not like a permanent energy source or anything. Maybe actually they are. They might need more of them. Might need to be created, or fought over. And I think another reason why Warlord's sort of doing this, and again, I'm just guessing, by the way. Again, tinfoil hat. This is nothing that Warlord said. I also quite like the idea of if the rifts have got unique properties for, you know, based on where they're opened up. Like we know the Japanese rift is opened up near volcanic activity. That's given them certain things, right? Then I think it gives Warlord, this is what I was saying before, it gives Warlord a narrative opportunity to start like having rifts open up in other environments, and then they can explore other kinds of like rift and rift energy. So basically, I think it gives Warlord, the point of them doing this, it gives them great narrative scope. And it gives them more ways of keeping like the game fresh, advancing the story, advancing the lore, and all this kind of stuff. Because like, if someone might get the idea of, hey, we've opened up like a rift under a volcano. What happens if we open a rift at the top of a mountain? What happens if we open a rift in the fucking ocean? What happens if we open a rift in a jungle? Do you see what I mean? Like, so I think I would say probably the main, but obviously you need, if everyone's rift is just like this permanent energy source, they probably have like less reasons to like bother trying to get more rifts. But if the rifts are finite, that means people go out there trying to get more rifts. It gives Warlord an in-universe explanation for why more of these rifts are coming about, which can help them drive not only the lore and the world building, but the kind of products they might want to offer to us as a community as well. Yeah, what if we open a rift inside a rift? Which is all like, and I don't mind Warlord I'm putting words in Warlord's mouth here. I don't mind, but I don't, even if that is the way, like, I don't really mind Warlord doing that, because as long as there's an in-universe reason, you take the time to explain, like, hey, we've come up with this totally new technology for the Americans. Like, okay, that's cool. I don't give a shit. Did you take the time to explain it in lore based on the established principles of the universe that you have built, you know, the laws of the lore? Then fucking, I'm okay with that. I would please expand the lore as much as possible. Please do that. If you make the effort to do it, I'll happily spend my hobby money on it. Right? Yeah. Yeah. So all you need is a bomb, any US base. We'll have a bathroom rift on a burrito night. Yeah, yeah. They just need to canonically bust a rift. Exactly, right? Yeah, exactly. There is one other thing that you guys need to see. And this is the last thing I'm going to show you. So you know how at the end of Festung Europa, we got a hint to what was coming with Invasion Amerika? Well, at the end of Invasion Amerika, we get a hint of what the next book is going to be about. And I think this is going to blow your fucking minds. Are you ready? Are you sitting down? Are you fucking ready? I don't know if you guys are going to be able to handle this. If it can happen to one, it can happen to more. Professor D.W. Mannenham White, War Office, Experimental Division. And that's a picture of a lot of fucking robots. Shit, man. Are we going to get a robot revolution? Is the AI going to rise up? Shit. Shit. Are the Brits going to make fucking Skynet? Oh my. Bertie Net rises. Shit, man. Maybe the Americans were right. You remember in Festung Europa, the Americans said they didn't trust the robots. They saw them as godless automata, godless abominations. Yeah. Yeah, T for Timmy. There you are. Yeah. Abominable intelligence, I say. Abominable intelligence, I say. Yeah. Oi, mate, fancy a cup of oil? But that's cool. I have no idea what's coming with it. But the next book is going to focus on the Brits. It would seem, based on this, right? Yeah. I think the British Empire has I think the British Empire has a lot bigger problems than a little American incursion to Canada. Yeah. There you go. There you are. Now, there is a lot that I haven't told you, and rest assured, there's a lot more to explore with this book. There's so many cool pictures. There's so many good bits of lore. There isn't as many narrative scenarios, but there's a lot more lore in this book. And it's a very, very, very fucking meaty book. It's very, very meaty. But I hope that we covered I hope we covered it I hope you enjoyed the way that I covered it. Right? Like, I'm sure some of you want me to spoil absolutely everything, but I kind of want to, I want to leave you guys some, put it this way. I enjoyed reading the book so much. I kind of want to give you guys the opportunity I want to show you stuff to get you excited, but I don't want to show you so much that you don't get the enjoyment of reading it for the first time yourselves. Right? Okay. Yeah. I need to buy so much more K-47. Dude, yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, I thought, I was like, I completed all my K-47 armies, and then I'm like, I definitely need to get more. It's been fun. Gotta head out. And damn, bro, you got me so excited for K-47. It's such a fun world to explore. It's so good. This book is a lot more focused. It's a lot more focused, and I think it actually really benefits from that. But I like both approaches. I like the way, sorry, I'm itching my foot. I like the way that Warlord is doing one book big scope, one book focused, and then hopefully, I don't know if it's going to be quite one big, one focus, one big, one focus, but there's going to be a sort of an equal amount, from my understanding, of, roughly speaking, one book focus, one book big, so on and so forth. So the Brit one might also be focused, but maybe the one after that will be big again. You know what I mean? Or maybe the Brit book will be quite wide in scope. We'll see. I don't think it really matters, honestly. I really, really enjoyed Festung Europa. I really, really fucking enjoyed Invasion America. I have read both of those books through multiple times now, and it's so good. For those of you that didn't get the, I was going to do a stream highlight, but I feel the stream highlight is still going to be like 3.5 hours long. But I guess it helps people avoid. I mean, should I just have a, I could just do a bit of a brief summary video on Invasion America. The whole stream is a stream highlight. Yeah. I might chop it up. Yeah. I might chop up a little bit. I might just sort of go through and cut out some of the super chats and stuff, but they weren't that invasive. Yeah. There's a few narrative scenarios in here. There's not too many. I feel like the narrative scenarios in Festung Europa were a lot bigger. You were fighting like these really, really like big key battles, and I feel like the ones in Invasion America are a little bit smaller. But like, if I could be selfish for a moment, I'm not that bothered about the narrative scenarios. Like, I've not played any of them yet. If I was to play any of them, I'd probably do sort of one here, one there kind of thing. But for me, the number one draw factor for me is the lore, the world building, the stories. And then the narrative scenarios, like, if I never ever got around to playing any of them, I wouldn't be that bothered. For some people, though, it's for some people they're a big deal. But for me, I agree with Macon. They're like seasoning, but the lore is the main attraction. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I'll tell you what I'll probably do is I'll probably do a bit of a summary video but don't leave anything out. Yeah, I'll think about it. I don't know if I did a... Yeah. I'll think about it. To be honest. Yeah. Yeah, I might just... I mean, I think Christian von Carmian's already got his summary video out. But yeah. I'll think about it. Yeah, I'll think about it. I might just do a bit of a summary, but... Oh, yeah, you could do stream highlight, but you must tell Evan to cut out the pause and the chair moments and other not important stuff. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I might do something like that, for example. But yeah, I'll go back over it and figure it out. Yeah, try and get it out for tomorrow afternoon or something. But I think that just about covers everything. Yeah. Let's close the poll. See where we're up to. 649 votes. 51% of you support... 650 votes. There you go. Perfect round number. 650 votes. 51% of you support the USA. 31% of you support Japan. And 18% of you support the Soviets. Which... that's a pretty good mix. There you are. 51% of you support America. 49% of you don't support America. Yeah. Yeah. No, make a chair highlight. I haven't actually been out the chair much this stream. Yeah, I've actually been I haven't had my customary snack. Do you guys want to know something? 1 minute, let me see if I can. I actually want to show you guys something. Cool. Look at this. We did this before, but I want to show you guys again. It's give me a second. I'm not really explaining myself very well. I'm thinking and not saying. The worst thing to do, right? I am extremely hyped for Konflikt 47. I'm extremely hyped for Invasion Amerika. And I said this earlier in the stream, and I'll say it again. Konflikt 47 has main game energy. I said it a year ago that this game was going to be big. I said this game was going to be a big deal. Well, if you want some proof of that, check out the numbers from this stream. At its peak, we had 991 people in this stream. That is more people than I got in my 11th edition, like, launch stream. 997 even. And you can see no view botting going on here, gentlemen. For any of the detractors say that, a completely natural steady rise and a completely natural steady decline. Look at that. I tried to... I've been saying it's main game energy. I've been saying it's a big deal. I've been saying to other content creators, you guys should really be looking at this. You guys should really be checking it out. And, well, let's just say, a year after its launch, been able to get 1,000 people. And think about this. I'm a relatively small channel. I'm a sub 100k subscriber channel, right? Think about the fact that I got 1,000 people to view a stream, not about Warhammer 40k, but about Konflikt 47, should tell you everything about where this game is and where this game is fucking going. It is main game energy. It is on a fucking Tuesday. Exactly. Right? Exactly. I tell you what, that's incredible hype for me.
When it comes to fighting crime,
That is incredible hype.
one man keeping his streets safe while keeping it real.
Yeah. And I just want to take a moment to say a genuine, huge thank you from the bottom of my heart to every single one of you beautiful bastards that joined today's stream. A year ago, this is bigger than even I would have expected it. This is bigger than even I thought it was going to be. I mean, I dared to dream that Konflikt would be this popular. But this is incredible numbers, incredible growth from what a lot of people consider to be a niche game. I don't think so. I don't think so. Not anymore. I think it's a big fucking deal. And I want to say a huge thank you to every single one of you who has joined today's stream, who has supported the stream, and also to every single one of you that have joined the Konflikt community. Whether you joined in the early days, whether you are an early adopter, or whether you're just diving in now, for whatever reason it may be, I want to say thank you so much. And I want to say you're all very welcome. You're all very welcome to be here. Not like you're welcome, I'm here. that came out like married. No, what can I say except you're welcome? No, I didn't mean like that. I said like you're all welcome. It's like Aragon, like you're most welcome. That kind of thing is what I'm going for. So yeah, thank you so much, guys. Yeah. Thank you so much. All right, we've got a couple of super chats coming in here. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat. Project Paragon is real. What else was I right about? Well, clearly, if you're right about Project Paragon, Warlord have got to update those super bazookas now, right? I mean, they've got to. You know what I mean? They've got to, right? Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. I am no longer the lore master. I am the prophet of the rift. Yes. You know what we should do, Cosmic, man? Do you know what we should do? We should do a Stellaris playthrough. Right, think about this, right? We should do another, like, community Stellaris game. Chat plays Stellaris. But we should do it as, like, it's like in a like a hypothetical scenario where the US in Konflikt 47 like won the war. They took over the entire world. They made the entire world one nation under God. And now they're like, with the power of the rift, we will make the entire galaxy one nation under God. And it's got like a massive like freedom crusade out across the entire of Stellaris. That would be kind of cool, right? Yeah, that would be kind of fun. There you are. Zaza, it's so hard to join Konflikt compared to Warhammer. I don't know where to start, where to look, and there's millions of YouTubes and articles on that for Warhammer. I think, Zaza, I would honestly say you're probably overthinking it. It's way easier to start with Konflikt than it is with Warhammer. Like, genuinely. Warhammer is almost impenetrable at this point. With, like, yeah, you've got all the advice on where to start and everything, but, like, a lot of it's not that good. Like, someone will tell you, oh, just buy what you think's cool. And then it turns out because in 40k, there are a lot of units which aren't very good. Like, you can pick bad units and you're fucked. Right? In Konflikt 47, we don't really have that. All the units are usable. Like, every unit is usable. Some units are better than others, but none of them are so terminally bad you can't get good use out of them. So, with Konflikt, where's the best place to start? Just pick the models you like the look of. You'll be able to make a good army. Yeah. I have not... I have hundreds of Konflikt models. I have not bought a single one of them based on what I thought would be good. I have bought them because I thought they looked cool, and then I just found out that in-game they were totally usable, and I just used them. As Konflikt says, just get a K-47 starter box and you're good to go. Yeah. You like fucking shitloads of power armor? Okay. There's multiple... Every faction could accommodate that. You want to run loads of fucking monsters? Sure. Fucking do it. You want to go like mass zombies for like the Axis? Okie dokie. Yeah. Weirdly, it's a lot easier to get into Konflikt because there are a lot less. There's almost no bad choices. In comparison to what it sounds crazy because Konflikt is not a particularly balanced game, but in comparison to Warhammer 40k, Konflikt is balanced. Yeah. And I don't mean that to shit on 40k. What I mean is in 40k you need to have more knowledge when you're getting into it. In Konflikt you can genuinely just kind of start wherever the hell you want. Yeah. Yeah. Sir Rupert, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Hype K47 stream. Cool to see how unique and cool to see all the new heroes are coming along. And how all the new heroes are coming along. Soviet Sniper Girl with her own human pack mule is gold, lol. Yeah. Yeah, I really liked that character. Just when I don't actually know when that character's going to come out. I mean, they're all going to come out at some point, right? But yeah, you've got the Soviet Sniper Girl, and then you've got the American version of like the Winter Soldier who's coming out, Leo Bianchi, who's like he's a paragon, but he's a paragon that's gone a bit wrong. So he's a bit fucked up looking, with like a big fucking like strong arm, and half his face is like melted off and everything. Yeah. All the characters are coming along really, really well. Yeah. It would be funny if they gave her a bad scout stuff. That's true. Yeah. They gave her a daughter of the motherland though, so there you are. I don't think Ursus can be controlled that well. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Kenthor, what are some really good faction guides? I do have some guides on K47. That is true. So if you type in Mordian Glory K47 beginner's guide, it'll point in that direction. Yeah. I am Leo. I love it, Cosmic. I love it. All right. What I can do is I can take some questions for a few minutes. I can keep the stream going a little bit longer. But yeah, I can take some questions for a few minutes and then we can wrap the stream up. If anyone's got any questions, that is. If you came in a bit late and you missed some bits, feel free to ask and I'll pick them up. If everyone's pretty happy with where we're at, then we can call it here. Yeah, but big stream, guys. Fucking hell. Big stream. Loads of fantastic support, loads of viewers, everyone chatting away. I mean, so many views, like thousands upon thousands of views. Yeah. I really hope that we see some, yeah. I came in late. What's up with Canada? So basically, Dark Fist, the Soviets launch a small incursion into Alaska to test the American defenses. And it goes quite well, and they start making a lot of progress. So the Americans launch a counterattack, but they have to go through Canada, and they don't tell the Canadians, and so they basically like commit big diplomatical like no-nos, and the Canadians get really pissed off, and all they ask from the Americans is like, hey, can you just like apologize for doing this? And the Americans are like, no, we will not apologize. And so essentially the diplomatic relationship between the Americans and the British is starting to strain a little bit. Yeah. Do you know when the rules will get out, or if the rules will change? So the rules aren't going to change. The core rules aren't going to change. What we will probably see with Invasion America, with the launch of Invasion America, because this is like it's going to come. I think like 22nd of August, roughly, is like when it's coming. It might be a bit late, later than that, but yeah, I think it's about 2 or 3 weeks away is when the rules will come out, and they will be updated for free. On the PDFs on konflikt47.com, or if you're a subscriber to the Warlord app, they'll be updated in there as well. Mordian, your faction guides are always up to date. I mean, there is a meta change. There's no meta change. So the faction guides that I put out for each faction for K47, they're all like 95% plus accurate. that okay. The only thing that's kind of like missing is if like so for example, when my US guide came out, we didn't have the Firefly platoon, so I don't cover that in there. When my Axis guide came out, I didn't have the Totem Core platoon, so that's not in there. When my British one came out, I didn't have the Robot platoon, so that's not in there, right? But so there's like there's like a little bit of missing information in each one, but the guides are still for the vast majority of the information inside them. It's still relatively accurate and will point you in the right direction. Yeah. I could redo, I could redo some of them. Time for new faction introduction video. Yeah, like maybe, but I might redo some of them. Like updated ones, but they don't take that long to do. Like they take like a day. They take like a day to do. So I can if I could redo them, and you know what, it would give me some. It would give me like 5 because I do like one big K47. Well, I do like one video a day for like Wall. I don't like not one video a day, one video a week. I do like Wall on Wednesdays, but I could do. That would cover like 5 Warlord Wednesdays, just updating each one of those based on like what we've got and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. So I could update. I could update them, but the information is mostly going to be the same. It would just be more of an update. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The core principles came up with solid enough not to get lost in the weeds with additions of units and please. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, those faction. If you were a beginner. If you were a beginner and you went and watched my Axis beginner's guide, faction guide, it would point you 95% in the right direction. If not 99% for the Axis one. The Axis have stayed very, very consistent. So yeah, you would be like the only thing that's changed is the Totem Core have got even better. And it's like, well, I already said they were very good in that video. Yeah. So yeah, no, if anyone who's interested in the game, you want a good place to start, the faction guides that I did they're still 95% accurate on pointing in that direction. Yeah. I think how to get into Japanese starter guide is due with the book launch. Yeah, my Japanese one I probably do need to redo because I did fuck up the bit around Ghost Warriors a little bit. I kind of misunderstood their rules a bit. So I think that I probably would redo the Japanese one. That one's like 90% accurate. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so Totem Core don't change deeply meta. It's good. Yeah, exactly. Totem Core are all good. What about Action Guys? They're a couple of years old. I mean, I probably need to redo those. But the thing is, I don't. The bolt action guys will be about, I'd say about 70% accurate, maybe 80%. I mean, at the end of the day, a guy with a rifle is a guy with a rifle. An LMG is an LMG. A Sherman is a Sherman. You can't Legends a Sherman, right? So, at the end of the day, they'll still point you roughly in the right direction. But the thing with the bolt action faction guides is I haven't played every single bit of bolt action. So I would be doing not like the majority, but I would be doing some portions of it more theory craft. Especially like I'm never gonna play like Finland. I'll still have to like do a bit of a theory on Finland. It'll be a bit theory craft on like Finland. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, but you're probably right. I probably do need to redo them. They are a couple of years old at this point, but it would mostly just be tidying them up a bit more than anything else. Yeah. Again, they're still pretty accurate. Yeah. Random, so what are the book headlines, mate? What are the main hype points? So the first third of the book is about the ongoing battle in the Pacific and how the Japanese managed to fight the Americans to a standstill using like stealth technology and zombies and shit. And basically, you get the feeling that all the rift techs going to Europe. Well, it's not a feeling. You get told all the rift techs going to Europe, so that it's basically just Marines with just guts and fucking bayonets managing to take on one of the most technologically advanced factions in the game. So it's a really cool moment, but the Marines are winning through blood. They're not Marines. The Marines are holding on through blood and sweat, basically. And the Japanese are holding on through having the technological edge. And then the second... Then like the next, basically the rest of the book is detailing the Japanese invasion, how they do like a little insurgent force that set up a beacon that allowed them to do the long range teleport, which is really cool. And then at the end of the book, you get a little look into the Soviets and what they've been up to, and they're like, like you get a little hint of like how fucking scary the Moraz Ghoul are going to be. The Siberian terror troops. Yeah. They're the main highlights, the main high points. There's some really fucked up stories as well. So you get to see what happens when the Paragons go wrong. And you get to see from like the first person view, like what it's all about being like a ghost warrior. Yeah. Did the new Soviet hero units get revealed? They did. There's a Soviet sniper lady, and she's got a. It's a norm. The sniper is like a normal lady, and she's got a daughter of the motherland that follows her around carrying this really big rifle for her. Do you think Chris Roberts will get a rewrite? I don't know. Warlord is just. You know how everybody hates it, how much GW changes the rules? Like, Bindy Codex is like a waste of fucking time, right? I think Warlord is just really, really conscious of people's feelings about that. And they just, they just don't want to change the main rulebook. And so, because they're like, people pay for the rule. People, they have this attitude, and it's a good, and frankly, it's a good attitude, and you've got to kind of respect it. They have an attitude. If someone pays for the rules, then those rules should be the ones that they get. They should get what they pay for, right? And I get it. I fucking get it. And you know what? In many ways, it's, it is very admirable to have that attitude. But I think there's always an exception to every rule, and I think that Crush is frankly a badly written rule. It just is, and frankly, I don't know anybody. Even the most die-hard fucking neckbeard who's like, I don't want my rules ever to change. I bought this army 20 years ago and it should still be perfectly playable. And even the most die-hard neckbeard, I don't think even they would have an issue with Warlord updating the Crush rules. So I really, really hope they do. But, yeah. I don't know if they will do. Yeah. But we'll see. Yeah. How does Crush work currently? So, if you hit with every shot, you get one extra hit. So on the one-shot Shaburu rifles, it's really good. Because basically it means if you hit, you get an exploding hit. Not on sixes, it's like sustained hits on hits. Like, it's really, really good. But with the big Crush cannons, it's fucked. Because all the big Crush cannons fire 2 shots. And so you have to hit with both of those shots in order to get any benefit. And when you've got when you've got a Crush cannon that fires 2 shots and you move and shoot with it and you're hitting on 5s, that's fucked. You're just never ever going to get the double hit. It's so obvious, and the way it should obviously work is just Crush just gives you exploding hits. So each hit you get just gives you another hit. I mean, at the end of the day, you're expending a Rift dice for this. It's not a free thing. You're expending a Rift dice. And then what you do is they also have this thing where, like, if you're shooting a vehicle, you combine all the pen together, a bit like Tesla and Grav. Just get rid of that, okay? Like, it makes Crush not only feel weak because you have to get every hit to get your bonus, but also makes it feel not unique. Oh, it combines all the pen like everybody else. Like, nah, fuck that. Crush should just be, if you get a hit, you get another hit. You don't combine the pen together or anything like that. And on a surging dice, if you get a hit, you get 2 hits. And yeah, if that means that I've got a fucking Scorpion Walker that manages somehow on a surging rift dice to get 2 hits, and then that becomes 6 fucking hits, then fine. Okay, but it's like 6 pen, 3 hits. It's really not that big a deal. Not in Conflict, right? It's really just not that big a deal. It just makes it so much more usable. And frankly, I'm paying 80. Apparently, I'm paying 60 points. Apparently, they're going to come down 20 points, but I'm still paying between 60 and 80 points for that. You know? So yeah, I would, and also it should ignore cover, because why every other rift weapon gets to ignore cover? Why isn't this thing ignoring cover? And then here's the thing. The big rift cannons, if you give them ignores cover and exploding hits and then super exploding hits on a surge, do you know what that does? It solves the final piece of the puzzle for the Japanese, which is, how do the Japanese deal with bears and with Schreckwolfen? Because at the moment, they can't really deal with them. Shibura rifles can't deal with them, not if they're surging. And so you're left to importing a bunch of bolt action heavy howitzers, which, you know, like, okay, I like being able to take bolt action units, but I also want to be able to stand on my own 2 feet with fucking conflict units, right? And also, or you've got to take like anti-tank launchers to try and deal with them, which is just expensive. But if you had a bunch of like tanks and walkers running around that are able to generate multiple like pen 3 hits, so suddenly you've got something that can actually deal with them. Oh, you're a surging Ursus. I can wound you on 5 with a light Shiburu cannon. Brilliant. I might be lucky. You know, if I get 1 hit on you, I get 2 hits on you, and I got 2 chances to roll 5s. And then you've only got like a 5 up hard to kill save because I'm ignoring cover. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just makes sense. It just makes sense. So yeah, I really do hope. And that way you could just keep them and that way you can basically, you don't need to give them like a points cut. Yeah. Yeah. So I really do hope that just give them ignores cover and just give them exploding hits. Just make it simple, make it easy. Yeah. But we'll see. I think it's the one thing that it's the one time they should break their rule of we don't change what's in the rule book. It's the one time. Yeah. Anyway. Wolf 58, thank you so much for the 11-month member flex. K47 hype. K47 hype, baby. I am so fucking... I'm a bit hungry, so I feel like I've got a bit low energy. Got a bit yellow energy. But I am so fucking hyped for K47. I am so fucking hyped. Johnny's coming over. Johnny is coming over on Thursday. And I do feel like we need to do a bit of a... we're going to be doing a K47 battle report. And I do feel the overwhelming urge to bust out the fucking Japanese. Yeah. Although, to be fair, we don't have the new Japanese points and stuff for them yet. So maybe I should wait for it. I don't know. Maybe I should wait for it. Yeah. They undid it, Suriade, because it wasn't meant to come out early. It went out unexpectedly early. Yeah, so they've undone it again. Sorry, Suriade. Otherwise, it would have been brilliant, right? Yeah. Yeah. There you are. Project Paragon was real. We need to crush them bots. I mean, I could do Project Paragon versus the bots. Yeah, run the civilian scenario. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. It's quite quick, though, you know. I'll think about it. Do you know what? Do you know what I might do, actually? I have that tournament at the weekend, don't I? I could probably do with running my tournament list. It's not a proper tournament. It's a social event tournament. But I think I was going to take what you call it, Style Troop and Spam to that. So maybe I'll do that. I've painted a shitload of new American units that I want to use as well. I'll think about it. I don't really need too much practice with Konflikt 47. It's only a fun social event, yeah. But I have I want to run the big walker, you know, the Panzer IV walker, and then the Rail Panther, and then basically just take as many Style Troopers as I can. Blue board again if you like Mad Larkin. Don't worry. I don't want to. The thing is, Cosmic, I don't want to do like the Brit robots again, because that was the same battle report I did. So I like to leave it a battle report or two and then go back to that, right? So, do you see what I mean? Yeah. But yeah. What would we do? I mean, Mordy Bro might want to bust out the Japanese. What if we didn't do Axis versus? If we didn't do Axis versus, if we don't include Axis and we don't include, if I want to have a truly different looking battle report, I wouldn't include Axis and I wouldn't include the Brits. So that gives, and if I don't want to do the Japanese because I want to wait for their update to come out, I think it's going to be Soviets versus Americans. Soviets versus America. It's got to be, right? It's got to be Soviets versus Americans. I think. That's because that gives Johnny a chance to use the Soviets, which he's never used. And I can use the Americans, and I can use a bunch of the new units that I painted up. Yes. Yeah. Or Johnny can use the Americans if he wants to, if he's not a fan of the Soviets. But yeah, that sounds like a fucking plan. That sounds like a fucking plan. Yeah. All right. Yeah, and it also kind of plays into the into Invasion America, because we can do some of the what do you call it? We could say it's sort of linked to some of the battles where the Soviets and the Americans take each other on in Alaska. Yeah. There you go. That's kind of cool. Yeah, and then that sounds perfect. And then what we could do is we can have that battle report come out around the time Invasion America comes out. And then when the points updates and shit come out, we can do another battle report featuring the new Japanese. And it gives me a chance to get my new Ghost Warriors and stuff painted up. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. There you are. It's all coming together. All right. Nice. There you go. I love it. Don't forget to get the. Oh, I won't be forgetting. But it gives me an opportunity. Yeah. Okay. That's cool. And on that gives me that gives me a good plan. And on that note, I think we're going to wrap this bad boy up. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of you who, as I said before, who joined today's stream, who liked the stream, who subscribed to the channel. We've had loads of people subscribe during the stream. It's amazing. So thank you to all of you guys. And as I said earlier, thank you so much to all of you who have supported the Konflikt content on this channel. I know a year ago, many of you were like, what the fuck is this game? Why are you going on about it? But I hope you can all see, over a year and a bit later, I hope you can all see that this game is fucking awesome. And it is so fucking hype. And it's, yeah, I'm just so grateful to all of you for becoming part of this community and for coming on the Rift journey with us. You know, with me. It's been awesome, man. They won me over. There you go, right? There you go. I mean, I think Konflikt has done an incredible job of winning people over. Yeah. And do you know how it's done it? It's done it by just being good. It hasn't had to become a fuck you GW game. It hasn't had to capitalize on, you know, any GW snafus or anything like that. It's just a really good game with some people behind it that clearly love it. And I just want to say, I just want to say it's awesome. And one last thing I want to say on this is, I think we can all be a bit more confident in Konflikt now. Obviously, when a game is first getting off the ground, there's always going to be that natural worry, like, is it going to make it? Is it not? I think we can see this shit is going from strength to strength now. So that's just, like, amazing. But I also think that yeah. So I forgot what I was going to say. I also want to say I got an entire arm for $200. My 40k was $1,000. Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, I mean, that's a big, big factor when you think about it, isn't it? 40k for competitive, K for for vibes. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I also want to say, I do want to say something that's remarkable about Konflikt. It has managed to maintain these unprecedented hype levels at the same time that 40k just got a new edition. And I think that really does show the strength of the community and the strength of this game. I think it really, really fucking does. So if that isn't an indicator of how good this fucking thing is, then I don't know what is. Yeah. And on that note, let's wrap this bad boy up. Let's get a song for playing out. We had a Japanese song players in, as the Americans did win the poll for who people were supporting. I think we should have an American song to play us out. I know the perfect one. All right. Gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. And as always, I'll see you guys next time.